fuck up now.
Yeah, the computer's like, turns out none of this mattered.
No.
But it must matter. It simply must.
We got how many? We've really taken advantage of this this wonderful work of the EFAP Halloween skin this year. We've had like 6 episodes or something. We will have. We got today, next week.
I'm a big fan of it. I love it.
I love
It
it
looks
too.
good.
It looks so good.
Looks so cool.
We'll try and get the Crimbus one
We have
going
one for November.
bunch of
A
episodes,
Thanksgiving.
The November
just
one.
autumny.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a film we need to do at some
That's
point.
a real
The
thing.
Thanksgiving horror film. I think was it Robert Rodriguez produced it or something?
The Killer Turkey or something. I don't know.
Sure, why not? And I hear it was not cringe. It was fun. So we like
Whoa.
fun, right, guys? Hello.
I have
Fun?
been known to enjoy fun here and then. Yeah.
Yes.
here and
Told
there.
by the
like a
internet
bit
that
of
I
fun.
hate fun, so
I've had fun
Oh.
before.
Well, if you hate fun, what do you like? Pain?
yeah, that's a good question. Ask them, not me.
Misery. Well, while we're setting up and waiting for possibly more people, who could say?
Whoa.
Indeed.
How's your Darkest Dungeon video gone? Do people think
Oh.
you're right, wrong, or somewhere in between?
Generally right, and people are happy, but there's more people out there with opinions on randomness that I would consider to be weird than I had maybe expected.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
like so your videos about the 'cause I haven't seen it yet. It's about essentially is randomness good in games or just specifically talking about Darkest Dungeon?
Specifically, the way randomness tends to affect us when we are like affected by it or affected negatively by it. We have a tendency to like give up on our own agency to quite a large extent when things don't go our way, as if like the die roll that happened is the only thing that mattered in how our fate turned out, despite the fact that we have loads of game actions we can take in these types of games usually.
If
Are
the
you
luck
gonna
doesn't
do
go
a
my
video?
way, it's
You're
bad.
gonna do a video responding to Mola's claims about XCOM.
Oh, as if you can
Oh, God.
remember what my claims on XCOM even
Paul
are.
has claims about XCOM. I didn't
Yeah.
even.
Oh, I
Oh,
remember
my
those
goodness.
claims.
Oh my god, you don't know.
I have no idea.
I remember
I'm
these
unaware.
claims.
I mean,
it's the way my
there's-
brain worked. I was playing Battlefield 1 at the time he made these claims.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you,
God.
you
I
ain't
remember it, yeah.
escaping. One of them's airtight, and I'm pretty sure freaking out to experience that airtight criticism of it's dumb as fuck to have animations where your shotgun goes right up to their head and you miss. Like that's
I agree. Animation wise, it's dumb. Yeah.
yeah. So, excellent.
I think the attempts at abstraction are not doing good justice to the fact that what's going on there, like if you try and see through the abstraction, probably isn't a motionless alien having your shotgun
Well, it reminds
pressed
me of,
directly to its temple, you know?
It's a hard thing to solve in turn-based games where you have like guy with axe. He's like, do standard attack. He runs up to the enemy and goes, hurrah, and just misses, and you're like,
Yeah.
there's a standing there.
What do you mean
okay."
you missed? What just happened to make you miss?
My favorite thing that ever happened in those games is your character's confused, attacks himself, and then misses. That's so funny to me. It's like, damn, I missed myself. But I guess lucky I missed myself because I was trying to hurt myself because I'm confused.
I'm just having fucking. Why have I forgot his name? Oh my god, the dwarf from Third Age flashbacks. Hadhod, that's it.
Hadhod!
The
Hadhod,
motherfucker.
fucking hit something, god damn it!
You just miss constantly, piece of shit.
So
It's just annoying in games in general to miss. I would rather that enemies just had more health, but I hit them all the time, than having randomly like, whoops, sorry, your turn didn't do
Dude,
anything.
you're fighting like
Now
a
it's the enemy's
weaselly
turn.
little,
like,
weaselly little
"Fuck you."
goblin who can't do anything with 1 HP, and Hadhod just misses 100 times in a row. You're like,
it's so funny how much he missed.
This little scrinkly goblin does not want to die, and so he's just running away constantly. Ah!
He's fighting for his life, yeah.
Hadhod eventually
I've
loses to
never,
like a
um,
poison
he
or
ever
something.
does.
It's weird. I guess it's a little strange because I've never really had that issue for the most part with like the graphics being used as sort of an abstract representation of what's going on in the game and what the numbers sort of represent. But I can definitely see how that can be
Yeah,
really
it's-
frustrating and annoying.
Turn-based games are the ones that get afforded, I think, a hell of a lot of benefit of that doubt, because it's like, how are they supposed to do it otherwise?
hmm
Yeah, and the amount of animations that you'd have to use in order to kind of bring things into line with reality would be, or at least the reality of the game, Like you'd have to make separate attack animations for every unit missing, or that you just do the golden sun thing where the little sprite just kind of whoop, just sort of jumps back just a little bit, so they don't actually have to like do an entire extra animation. They just kind of move the defender. But yeah, I don't know. I understand why people have that issue. I just don't really have.
Don't panic.
Who's this asshole?
Hey.
Actually, I don't know.
Hello.
I don't know. I don't know.
How's it
If
going?
oh, it's Dev. Oh my God, Dev.
Ew.
It's you.
It's me.
We
Barely alive.
which means we're
We're talking
only
about Star Wars Outlaws.
2 members short. One of them is on the way. The other one may actually just be dead. We can't be sure. So
We're 2 members short, 22 minutes late. It's raining, and we're talking about Star Wars Outlaws.
fuck yes.
Hit it.
Well, I was about
What
to
a
say
way
we
to
actually
spend
do
a
need to
Saturday
hit
night.
it because this is a 50-minute video, right, folks? We
Oh,
gotta-
shit.
Oh my god.
Oh,
What's
hell.
the-
Sorry, this is how long?
Nothing.
You
52
fucking heard
and
him.
a half minutes. This video
So we'll
is
be here for
called-
about 12 hours?
I didn't say nothing.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this Star Wars Outlaws is better than you've been told.
Yeah, isn't
Interesting.
that an interesting claim?
So
Who
that's
is
a
this
fucking
individual?
bold claim, yeah.
Well, so what's so funny about that as a start is that I would probably go as far as saying it's worse than you've been told. Like it's
Probably, yeah.
as much as it's got
well,
a bad
IGN
rep.
said it was a 7, so that's definitely not true.
I mean, for
We
those
go by
involved
them.
in the discussion online or that sort of thing, I think that it's the kind of thing where, generally speaking, the vibe is not a great game, filled with bugs getting fixed, and seems to be in the probably wouldn't recommend it territory. While I'm all the way down in like it's a fucking terrible broken game and everyone should get refunded, shouldn't have been sold.
Awful.
So, from my point of view, it's worse than you've been told, but apparently it's better.
From my point of view, Outlaws is evil.
Well, you are right.
Well, then you are correct.
And then Anakin's like, oh, why are you
Oh,
fighting then?
yeah.
He's like,
All right.
I
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's very aggressive here. I don't know. It's very
Why are we
angry.
yelling?
Angry
The
planet.
music, Anakin. It's really gets me in the mood for a fight,
So, you guys want to watch a movie film about how we're wrong about Outlaw?
A movie? Oh, you're gonna be excited. I thought we were watching a movie.
The Jedi Council cancelled Star Wars 1313.
Has been remade. But in
A
something
Sith
horrible.
developed 1313, Anakin.
I'm sure
And
this
maybe
will
the
be
Sith have a few good ideas.
No.
Be careful what you say, Anakin.
No.
You have to do the Gooba voice of like, maybe the Sith have good ideas, Master.
Sorry, Anakin couldn't. Anakin couldn't play Star Wars Outlaws because he'd never be able to find a speeder he liked.
No, yeah, but you know what? You should be thankful you can change its color. That's
Sorry, Master, I couldn't find a speeder that I liked.
that's,
That's all the speeders, Anakin.
Can't
I
even
know, Master.
write other speeders. Anyway, you guys
learned
ready?
from
To
mud.
check out this vidya.
Wait, what did he
Yeah,
start off
yeah.
by saying? What were his
I don't
first
know
words
because
out of his
whoever pressed
mouth?
play was a fucking breaking the law. We haven't started yet.
Oh
Well, if
my
people put
God.
in their real names, we'd know who to blame. But everyone's like,
I think it was me. It was an accident.
XJ96494.
Sorry.
Whoever,
lied.
whenever it
Shielded
happens and no
anonymity.
one makes a claim, it's Dev from now on. That's how it works.
That's right.
I'm kind of
so
used to that at this point.
Good.
Dev will be our lightning rod of hate. Normally it's
Yay.
Metal, but now that Dev's here, Metal, you're
Hooray!
off the hook.
Well,
Starting freeze frame is like
I would
I don't
say
even know
the-
what to do now. Why
It's
am I
slightly
here?
different lightning rod. Like he's a lightning rod of like Tidsum. If anything retarded happens, it's usually Mel. If anything bad happens, it's Dev. We'll
I
all
don't know
have a
which one is
little-
worse.
That's usually how it goes.
You get
He's
the
put
you get the
more
clown
work.
aspect, you know, just right.
Oh, good.
Hey, you're the one who watched Terrifier, okay?
let me
a
call
Joker.
Keepstar. Maybe I can go and lol
Ooh.
call out now.
You made sure to watch all the clown
Sweet.
movies this year.
I did.
Oh god. that's
Video
One
was
of them
creepy, but
was better than the
feedback.
others.
I was about to compliment the man. He put more work into the lighting of him here with the bluish on the left and the reddish on the right than the people who made Star Wars Outlaws cared about the lighting.
Yeah, that's definitely praiseworthy. But the low res faceless YouTube
yeah.
critic staring me down is kind of disconcerting. I guess.
Yeah.
You will listen. Like, oh, I just don't think it's a good game.
interested in whatever it is you're selling.
Well,
I'm trying to sell you Noom.
I think I'm gonna say nudes.
Yo.
So,
There's too many free nudes on the internet for me to pay for them.
there's not much preamble. You guys know if you've watched the prior episode. This is back in the second part of our Outlaw arc, I guess, and we're going to talk more about Outlaws being really, really good. So we'll check this video out, and with the subjects he prompts, we'll probably give you some of our insights on it, because unfortunately, we've played the game, and so lots of things come out of that. But then we'll also probably talk about the structure of this video, whether or not
Hooray!
motherfucker is lying or not. Yeah.
I want my childhood memories back.
Yeah, that. Anyway, let's go!
Star Wars Outlaws can be a great game.
Oh, that's a cool detail.
When?
He's the worst of them.
But it can also be hilarious.
So his example for it can be a great game is
It's a
a
meme.
low-res JPEG meme. Oh, it's a meme. Okay.
Well, no, I'm
That was
saying
a shame,
that...
because I would have had like an actual great
Yeah,
thing about it,
I'd say
'cause this is
opening
the
gambit,
first
you probably
part
want
of
to
my
put
video.
something in there. And there are probably things in isolation you could put in for a few seconds to be like, see, it's pretty cool. But,
Oh, no,
yeah.
he said great.
oh, yeah, maybe not that. I
You
don't know
gotta
if
do
there's...
better than pretty
Is there
cool.
anything in Star Wars Outlaws you could take out of isolation, or rather in isolation, and say that is great?
I think it's the wonderful happy smile on Nyx's face after he watches Nyx get murdered, or after he watches Kay get murdered for the 17th time.
'Cause you don't even have the layup of like graphical fidelity because of the way the game looks really jank with its like mocap.
Yeah.
And
I
whatnot.
I think that would be the thing. It would be a landscape shot. That's what people would do. They'd be
Yeah.
like, see, look how great that is. And you're like,
Now here's 2
Right.
seconds because we don't want to give you more time to look at the details. Don't look at that tree.
Here's the game panning around by itself to take it all in for you instead of letting you do it.
Fucking hate that shit. The lean, the sit down, where it's just
Lean.
like, look at
Mhm.
the place. Like, I was already looking, but that's fine.
Yeah, I was
Lean
looking
to see the
things.
thing you saw. Isn't that fun?
Do you like it when we look for you?
No.
You know, as well, Rags, on what you were saying, Nick sometimes will like do a little panicky noise when Kay dies, and I did feel inclined whenever that happened when playing to be like, Nick is fine. Like you'll be fine. You'll move on.
You deserve
It's
better.
so-
You will move on. You deserve way better. You'll be fine.
Especially if Kay makes a funny sound when she dies. It's like, Nick, celebrate. She had a Gollum death. Good stuff.
Someone mod it. Nick celebrates when Kay dies. Like, oh, the demon lady is making me do insanely dangerous
Demon
tasks
lady.
over and over. I don't
I
want
think
to
the
set
worst
another
part
grenade
about-
off in someone's pocket. This has got to be a war crime.
I think the worst part about the whole lean thing is usually when you press the button to lean, it puts your camera in a worse angle, so you can't even enjoy whatever landscape you're supposed to enjoy.
I
Like
just
I
think
could have just done this better myself.
Yeah, it's fundamentally almost dumb as fuck because like it doesn't give you an angle you couldn't have gotten. So you're just like, oh, this is just worse because I could have moved. But okay.
Cool.
Also, I will say, you know what? Points for style or whatever this is. Putting himself
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this.
Points
That's
for
cool.
style.
Yeah.
Seriously bad.
Why not just go for a little swim? Oh,
There have been tons of Star Wars.
You know what's funny about choosing
Yeah.
that as a bad is actually not one of the best things you could have chosen because there's plenty of games where you jump in the water and die. It's
Yeah, the water's just you're not
complicated,
allowed.
right?
Mhm.
This game, what would you guys say? Like, because people had this conversation. Is there's some games I think where it feels worse than others because you expect to be able to swim. Some games
Well,
you don't.
I think one of the things that makes this one really bad is you just sink down into the
It's
water and
the
then
way
you
you
just
fall.
die.
It's very funny.
There's not even
Yeah.
like an animation
it's-
for it.
yeah,
You
it's
just, like,
unfinished.
Oh yeah,
sink
it's like
right
falling
down.
to your death terrestrially. It's just whenever you jump off and you die from falling, there's no like animation for it. You just
There's,
sort of
like,
like
no
stop
effort
and there's
to
that
actually
split
Yeah.
second
the
where you then
water,
ragdoll.
You know something's wrong because every
If
time
anything
anyone
happens.
does it for the first time, they always laugh. It's like, oh, something's
Right.
not right with
It's
that.
like
yeah.
Gollum deaths.
Yeah.
It feels like jumping in the water in Sonic 06, where it's just a pit. And you just go,
Right.
I'm done.
Yeah.
But the thing
Been a
is, like,
while.
why would you? If there's a planet that's got a whole bunch of space that's water, like, you kind of are obliged to, like, you know, make it react like water.
Yeah.
There's too much of it for you to just be like, well, we didn't have there wasn't a need to put more effort into integrating like the water and its interactions with the character. Like, well, then I don't
Well,
know.
let
Don't
me-
make a planet full of water.
Let me
Get
give
away
you an
with it.
example. So an example would be Battlefield 2042. And a departure from pretty
Oh,
much all
man.
the battlefields before it. There is no swimming in Battlefield 2042 at all. Swimming doesn't exist. However, you don't really think about this because the game never puts you in a position where
Yep.
you need to or want to swim. So it's just one of those things you realize after a while. You're like, oh, we haven't done any swimming. We haven't swum yet. Because,
We have
yeah,
yet
the
to
maps are just
begin
like,
to
no, there's just
swim.
no water to swim in. So, yeah, now we don't have to worry about swimming.
Yeah, well, and especially with how I don't I think this game wouldn't have been hurt by including swimming, and they just clearly didn't have the time. Whether or not they thought they would add it, it's like, nah, we're not doing that. And the Kiva's like annoying because when you get there, it takes what, like half an hour to an hour to learn to not be like to get your speeder on the water successfully. So it's just like, why did I have this whole hump? And then of course, if you crash at all, or if you fuck up anything on the water while you're on the speeder, you just drown. It's not. There's nothing about it that feels how do you put it, like a fair punishment for failure. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
When
And-
I think when we all first got the hydro repulsor and we had to go down the little like river, I think all of us probably hit the
Yes,
wall or
yeah,
a rock
I'm pretty
at some
sure all of
point,
us
and we
did.
just went bloop straight in and had to reset.
Well,
because we got
I think all of
jettisoned
us
off
were
our
struck
speeder.
by the speeder would go over water, right? And it doesn't. You're like, okay. And then you're like, oh, there's a
Because
mission.
then
There's
you
a
land
mission
in
for it, and you're
discover
like,
that you need to do the mission. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
is
you
there
have to get a part to let it
Yeah.
repulse off water. And I'm
like,
like,
don't worry, it'll happen
okay.
soon. You're like, why not? Fine.
Just let me do it.
In some ways, it makes me think that it was something that they had at Neutral, that they were like, wait, if we just take an ability away, we can make that seem like something we took time
We
to
can
put
make it a
in.
mission.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
instead of just
You can
using
make
it as
it, like,
part of the world
content.
building, like Kay might say, "Hey, can the speeder, go over water?" And then the other guy on the radio says, "Yeah, it's got a hydro repulsor equipped on it, so you're good." And it's like, okay, that's like, oh, that's a Star Warsy thing people might ask or converse about.
They're going
And
to take
then,
away
like
your
he
ability to
said, they
climb
made it a whole
ladders and
bigger
then
mission.
make that a mission so that there's more stuff.
Do you have an anti-gravitational rung attachment protocol module device?
Like, what does that do? It's like, let's come ladders.
It lets you climb ladders.
Oh, that's incredible.
Wars
is
games
really
over the
cool.
years, and somehow none of them have been open world until this one. The only problem
Not
Until
to
this
nitpick, but
one.
I'm just like, build.
Open world is such
Grumble,
a
grumble,
meme to me now.
grumble.
When I hear
Yeah.
open world, I was like,
Open
oh
world suck.
god.
Open
Is it going to
world
be one of
I mean-
those
No,
that
I
has
mean,
something to
it's-
do,
my
or is it going to
grumbling-
be
It
one?
also, yeah, and
My grumbling is just whether or not I think it should even be considered an open world game with how shit it is. But then again, I wouldn't say like an FPS that has awful gunplay. It's not like I say, well, it's not an FPS anymore. It's like, I guess it is an open world, it's just a really, really, really bad one.
mhm.
It is
mean,
a
isn't it-
massive sliding scale of like whenever you hear open world, of how big is the playable area, how seamless are the transitions between these big areas, and like what does it do to take advantage of that being a thing. Outlaws does not take advantage of it at all. If anything, it hurts it, and other
It seems
games
to
do a good
actively
job.
resent the huge amount of space that it's given itself that it's not really interested in, just because it felt like it had to be an open world game.
It just wasn't. Yeah,
Mhm.
it wasn't full of interesting things. If the
No.
play space was that size, but everything you end up going to, which is it's not actually a big play space. Things are like what, because you have fast travel points. The furthest you ever have to go at one point is like what, 2 kilometers or whatever. But if it was full of interest, if those were interesting things, you'd be like, okay, this is my little break between things when I'm just kind of cruising through the world. I appreciate that, a little bit of downtime, but there's never anything to get you excited about. It's
No.
all those aren't the valleys in between the peaks. It's all a valley. It's all a plain, an empty, awful, terrible plain.
If I may compliment the naming here, Lego Star Wars Solo: A Star Wars Story. Yes.
Like a Star Wars.
Oof.
So,
Very good naming.
It's
What
not
do you
even the
mean?
end. There's more. There's more to it. That's
I
getting cut
assume
off.
chapter or some
Chapter
shit, yeah,
one?
because of it's a DLC for the Lego game, but whatever. It's
Or
just-
maybe it says like Chewbacca rescue, or
it could actually be Chewbacca. That's true.
Chewbacca
Chewbacca
flying
included.
game.
Yo.
Star Wars games over the years, and somehow none of them have been open world until this one. The only problem
Is that true, by the way?
Oh God. I mean,
Uh,
not really,
it's part of
because
marketing.
this game is an open world game in structurally kind of the same way that Stellar Blade was, because it has like open world sections where there's quests in it, but it also has linear sections where you do the main story.
Yeah.
And it's like, if that counts as an open world game, then surely Stellar Blade also counts.
Dude,
I'm
well,
happy
I
to
mean, it's
like
it's
put it in the
um,
to put it in the
I get-
category.
yeah. I mean, this is an open world game. It's just not a good one. But like, as for
Well,
whether
no,
or not there have been other Star Wars
yeah.
open world games before, it's like, well, I guess it depends on what you define as an open world, because there have been other Star Wars games that have big open areas that you can explore. there have been plenty of Star Wars games that have had
Yeah, yeah.
hubs. So what's the meaningful
wait.
difference between, you know, like Tashara as a play space, and
Star
I
Wars
guess
Galaxy?
I guess it would be that you can go like anywhere at any time, kind of. You know, I guess.
Also,
Did the video say other Star Wars open world games specifically, or did it just say other open world games this year? Because I heard
no,
this
I think
year.
he said
No,
that.
no,
Wars.
it's about Star Wars Outlaws, the big like selling point essentially. It's been part of like basically a huge amount of the marketing for the game is this is the first open world Star Wars game. They've
Yeah.
said that over and over and over again.
Which is going to be a
Does-
selling point for sure, of course.
I don't know why
Well,
Star
hold
Wars
on,
Galaxies
isn't-
doesn't count. Isn't that an MMO?
Or what about the Old Republic? Like you can probably go like that. That's got to be like, you know,
Probably in
you
the same way that
I'm
like
sure you
Mass
gotta be able to
Effect
go-
is, where you go to
Well,
different
I guess that's the
zones and
thing, right?
areas.
It's like, yeah, is it because those are RPGs? Then it's like, well, no, that's an RPG. That's not like an open world game or something.
Also, but Jedi Survivor had open world segments too.
I guess they'd say, well, no, those were hubs. Those were hub worlds, and there's a difference between a hub world and an open world. This is where you start to get into the semantics argument, which seems pointless to me.
So suppose they
You
let
know,
him finish. It's not even it doesn't have anything to do with him anymore. At this point,
Yeah.
it's
Just
just
the annoying vagaries of what goes into making a game an
Yeah,
open world.
we're-
You'll have
we're
this
moving
conversation
into
online
the-
a lot.
the genre discussion, which is a hellhole. Like that's you almost never want to be there, but we go there every once in a while. Have a little look, have a peek in,
Yeah.
dip a toe.
Tourist in the conversation about genre. I mean,
For a lot of
run away.
the stipulations you end up like wanting to draw, Witcher 3 is sort of annoyingly leering over your head with the
Because-
fact that it's an open world, but it's very separated within itself. There are parts of it
Yeah,
that are
Because
like,
he's not.
It's
it-
got like
inaccessible.
It's perfectly fine that he's introduced the game this way. I'm just thinking about,
Yeah.
you know, categorizing that fucking worthless piece of shit game as an open world game. You know, it's like, because it's funny. You know, you say like there's open world, there's also linear parts. When you get to the end and you have the Rico thing of like, you know, you sure you want to commit to the final mission now? You won't be able to do some open world stuff, and it's like as if the rest of the game doesn't operate that way for every single mission.
Yeah.
Where if you go off
There are
fucking
heaps of
track
missions
just
where
a
you get
little bit, it'll be
lost
like,
in.
oh, go back. The most funny thing to me is it'll do the 10-second countdown, but if you move slightly further, it just fucking stops you. It's like, no, go back. That's it. Stop. Dead in your tracks. You could have 8 seconds left. It's so mad. The whole the devs pulling you back, being like, hey, because something I was curious about was when you know the mission where you got to fix Andy near the end. He and Gadika following you around in Akiva, and it's like, what if I don't do the mission? What if I quit it, or what if I go somewhere else? And of course, the second you step slightly out of turn, the game is like, whoa, return to the quest area, buddy.
Or are you
And yeah.
thinking this was your game?
The idea that it's like, oh, best be careful because you're about to do that at the end. You're like, it's just normal. That's how it always fucking goes.
What are you doing? Are you trying to have fun over there? Go back to the
Stop
mines.
that.
Stop having fun, you prick.
Jerko.
Star Wars games over the years, and somehow none of them have been open world until this one. The only problem is people seem to hate it. It's so easy to judge an
sucks.
entire game
Yeah.
based off of just one 30-second clip you saw online.
What about 1,030 seconds?
It is in fact easy to do that. I don't disagree, but there might be a little bit more than one 30-second clip going around on the internet at the moment.
I wish I would have stopped at 30 seconds, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, a little bit.
I get it. I mean, this game has some flaws, but there are also some really great moments in this game. And after spending 40 hours in the world of Star Wars,
I don't know.
See?
Categorizing.
That's it?
Well,
I don't
we-
I don't want to be rude because he's like putting a lot of effort into this, but is he just like aping Angry Joe's bit here, kind of, with the presentation?
I feel like this is more complex
This
than
is
Angry
better
Joe.
than
Yeah.
This is better than Angry Joe.
Sure.
And I don't know. It's actually kind of like a flair that's making me more
Yeah,
interested. Than
I'm down with
usual.
it.
Yeah, I like the flair.
Yeah, for sure.
But what I was gonna say is, it's just interesting to categorize the flaws in the, because you know, like seeing a glitch is a bit different than the reality, which is seeing a clip that's representative of what you get. For example, the long grass clips that go around. Everyone has seen those. That's consistent. It was funny when I was streaming, people were trying to decide whether or not it's a bug or a feature. It turns out it's a feature. It's not the game not working. It always works like that. It, I guess I was about to say designed to work like that. It's like, why would anyone design it to work?
Look, conversely, it always doesn't work like that, you know? Like, it is a facet of the game that is non-functional, but it is consistent in its non-functionality. So
Yeah, like that's what you get if you do those things every single
this
time.
isn't some freak one-off instance. A lot of the things people point to aren't like freak one-off instances, but there's plenty of those as well. A lot of this is just how the game operates, which is not very good because that means it's reproducible by you. Yes, you, consumer, who's looking to buy the game
Me?
as well.
Me too.
That's right, you too.
Well,
Crazy.
Yeah, like to categorize that as it's got some flaws, but it's got some great stuff. I'm looking forward to finding out which things are great.
I am too. I'm excited.
You want to put a
Hell
place a
yeah.
I
bet?
didn't notice.
Anybody on what the great things will be?
Nix.
Nick's probably, yeah.
The story.
The story. Oh
It's
god.
the big pile of
No, he's not
Ubisoft
gonna do
money
the
this guy
story.
got.
Graphics. Definitely
Graphics.
graphics. Yeah.
Yep, that's probably it.
Yeah, I will say though, it is legitimately odd that this much work and effort went into defending a game when he only has 40 hours in it.
Only. Well, I
That is-
mean,
I don't know if
I
I'd
don't
call
think-
own 40 hours only.
Why are you saying it like that?
I think that I don't think that's for this level of what the game's supposed to be and the amount of what looks like passion and interest that went into making this. I would expect for him to have played a lot more than that.
40 hours probably would have gotten him pretty close to like 100% completion, right?
Depending on how you play it, it would have gotten you
Probably.
pretty
Yeah.
far. He's almost
I don't know
certainly.
why we're saying that 40 hours isn't like long enough to want to make a video about it.
I didn't say it wasn't long enough. I think it's a little. It just to me it seems a little odd. I would have expected more.
It's odd because why? Because it's
I
not
just
long
would
enough.
have expected more. Just, I
'Cause
guess
it's
when
not
I think
long
about a
enough,
game
then.
that I'm
Yeah,
really
that's what. Yeah.
I just want to think about a game that has a lot of like a video that's edited like this and a lot of thought and everything and defense and stuff put into it. I just would have thought he would have played it more.
Hello.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, okay, alright. Like it's 40 hours.
it's a
just seems like long
strange
enough to
take,
me,
but we'll
that's all.
allow it because
Yeah.
we're very progressive here. Okay, you can say anything almost.
Outlaws, I can honestly say this game at very least deserves a closer look. And then maybe you'll at least
Oh look, he's doing the thing that you cannot do in a game, which is go to a bar and have a fucking drink. You think he'd know that after 40 hours?
understand
I'm
why
sure he does, but what are you gonna do?
I don't know. I don't know if he does.
this is actually one of my favorite Star Wars games ever made.
Oh,
Fuck me.
One of your
Oh,
favorite
okay.
Star Wars games
That's
ever
fucking
made.
depressing.
That's surprising.
yeah. I would say
There are
I
a
wouldn't
lot
have
of
expected
Star
anyone to
Wars
say this is
games.
one of their favorites.
What
I
does
guess
the list look like?
Shadows of the Empire, Coder,
Battlefront 2, man.
Battlefront. Yeah.
Battlefront 2, yeah.
I just
Before
understood
something's
Alfred
better than
too.
this game,
It's like,
That's for
what?
sure.
Well, there's probably like a Star Wars janitor that would be way better than this. Where you're just a guy. Fuck it, that sounds awesome. You're a guy cleaning up after all the big battles between the Rebels and Empire. I think we've talked about that notion before. You're just an alien dude who's like, ugh, cleaning up like the armor and little bits of blood, blaster shit. Because he got what's the game where you do the
He
cleaning?
has like a mop.
Yeah, what's Mel? It's the game I played a whole bunch on Twitch. back in the day.
Viscera cleanup detail.
Yeah, that, but Star Wars. It would be fun. A little
I
I'm
like
baby.
sure
the idea
someone-
that you can hear the music of like the scenes happening in the other room, like muffled through the door while
Oh,
you're
it'd
just
be
cleaning
so
up after
fun.
them.
You hear I am your father or whatever, and you're just like, oh
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, damn.
You can like look through the keyhole, maybe.
Yeah, that would be
Like,
great.
ooh. Oh god, I
Thank you,
fucking hate
Ubisoft,
that
for the
sound
early.
clip so
thank
much.
You,
He got an early
thank you,
copy
Ubisoft,
from
for the early
Ubisoft.
copy. Thanks,
Hmm.
Ubisoft, for the
Oh.
early copy.
It makes you think, does it not?
Hmm.
It does
Why
indeed
didn't you just
stimulate
say that at
the
the
brain.
beginning?
He is. This is the
Technically,
is-
that counts. Yes.
This is my favorite early copy Star Wars game.
Also, there should be a comma before Ubisoft.
By the way, this video is sponsored by Factor. Now, sometimes I'll
That'd
do
be a
this
comment
thing.
Thank
before
you,
and after
Factor and
Ubisoft, right?
Ubisoft. This
Yeah.
video is sponsored by two corporations.
It's so
This is
funny.
good.
I had one of these days today when I was watching a video and then the usual like sponsorship thing came up. I was like, oh, like I stopped and groaned loudly. I was like, God, like sometimes I have these days where I just fucking want to yell at my screen. It's like, I don't care, leave me alone.
Aw.
I will give this guy a little bit of credit back after his dog shit opinion about this being one of his favorite Star Wars games. If he does the Factor thing and it's like the eating mini game, from Outlaws.
Oh, yeah,
If he
that would be
incorporates that
great.
into this ad, if he does that, he will legitimately get like I will be really impressed with that
That'd be
kind
cool.
of effort that went
All
into
right,
it. So
the
this
stakes
is
are
your
the
chance to
higher
win
than
back
they've
some
ever
points.
been, guy.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I
Come
expect
on.
not
Yeah.
to see you.
You got to get your points in where you can, my dude.
Come on, guy. Do this.
Where I'll get so focused on what I'm doing during the day that I literally
yeah.
forget to eat until
Everyone
my body
knows the
starts
spiel.
screaming at me.
I would way prefer if an ad just said, "I'm fucking lazy. I don't feel like cooking." Like,
Yeah.
True. That's what it is, and it's okay to say that. It's okay to
that's
be
not
like, I
in the
don't like cooking. I don't enjoy it.
because
It's not something I want to do.
every ad in the story is, "Man, I'm so busy though."
Oh,
it's
so
like,
many
like,
pieces.
I'm busy too. I
so
still cook
busy.
my own meals every day.
you say that you're lazy.
Loser.
It's fine. Be honest.
It's
you don't
okay.
feel like cooking. I don't like. It's cool.
You're a
it's okay.
Yeah,
liar.
fine.
Liar.
But that's not in the talking
food in it,
points.
and
so
at that
get
point,
wrecked.
I'll ravenously tear through the kitchen looking for anything, and I just
can
end up
tell.
with something I don't even really want. But having factors fresh never
Why do you have things in your kitchen that you don't want? Why do you buy it and bring it home if you don't want it?
It's for the aesthetic. The
sometimes
kitchen
This
you're
kitchen
aesthetic.
is this
Sometimes
kitchen
you
is
don't
full
feel
of
like
things
that
that I
day.
don't want to eat. How did it get here?
Well, maybe you bought it in bulk and then it's in your kitchen, and then that day you
Yeah,
don't want to eat it.
So yeah. Oh, okay. Like maybe he's had too much of the same thing. That's why you get a variety. You know, you get a
Oh, yeah, for
variety of
sure.
some stuff.
Maybe you're left with like mismatched parts that don't really go together into a meal. you
Oh, that's
actually
what
want.
some of the best. That's what some
Yeah,
of my best
yeah.
things
Then
are.
you make a stew.
We're gonna put some chicken
Mhm.
drumsticks in the air fryer. I'll have some almonds, maybe a little bit of popcorn, and then like a big thing of like Greek yogurt,
Yeah.
and then I'll have some iced tea, and it's just like a mismatch. It's like
Yeah, it's
a mix
just
and match.
left, basically like a leftover.
It's
Just
like
put
a-
it all together and like oh,
Yeah, it's
but-
like a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving.
So it's fried chicken, popcorn, and yogurt. What
and
is that?
almonds and the drink.
What is that,
Right,
though?
add
What's-
almonds.
what
Don't
is
forget
that?
the
I,
almonds.
I explained what it was. Were you not
What do you mean? What
listening?
is that?
I guess
That's
what
the-
I mean is like, is there a name? Is that like a?
but you
is that
don't
a
put them
dish?
all together. It's,
It's
just
called
all
chickpea
side by
grumbo.
side.
It's
It's the
just a-
chickpea grumble recipe.
Sometimes you're just kind of cleaning up whatever you've got left before you go to the store again, and you just sort of
Yeah.
make a little medley of all the stuff you have, and you like all of those things. It's just an odd combination to have all those things, but you like it all. You know, you
Mhm.
get your stuff in.
Mm.
Hmm.
frozen
You can
meals,
basically
it makes-
stir fry anything, you know. Just put it all in the same
True,
pan.
stir fried
fry it.
yogurt is really fucking good.
If you're
Or
in
raw.
Scotland, you can
Stir
You
deep
open
fry
up a
it.
can of
raw.
the oikos, like Greek yogurt, and you just put that there on the pan, and you heat it up, stir it around. That's good stuff.
It's
Mm.
easy to just run to the kitchen and get a restaurant quality meal in just a couple minutes.
That's a
Calm
lie.
down.
I don't know about
Stop
that.
lying.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
lie.
the-
You're.
I've heard
I don't
that.
believe you.
Out kind of thing.
Let's
That's
calm
what
down.
talking
I wonder
points
if you
tell
if
yeah.
it's contractual that you have to describe them as restaurant quality or not.
Oh yeah,
So,
it's
yeah,
in every
that's the point
factor
where
ad
you
that I
say,
hear. They
won't
say
lie
that.
for the
It's just-
sponsorship.
It's one of the it's one of the talking points. 100%.
I like the idea that you go to a Michelin star restaurant and then you go in the kitchen and it's just them putting factor meals
They've
in a
got-
microwave.
microwave.
menu, then they've got the factor menu.
And then
The
they bring it
factor
out to the
menu, yeah.
table. They bring it out to the table, and that's where they
In
pull the
in
plastic
container.
off the
Yeah,
top.
that's right, in the container.
Yummy served, monsieur.
Have you seen the videos where they serve
Would you like a Capri
Pasta,
Sun to go with
but
that?
you know,
Oh my God.
the pasta in a wine glass? Have you seen that? Where they
Oh yeah, yeah,
they
yeah.
spin it and
Yes.
twirl it up,
Pasta
and then you
wine
see like the
glass.
parody
would-
videos where someone just fucking slaps like a concrete block on the table and then starts, you know, flipping and juggling meat, and you're just like, just put my food down, please.
No, I will say, not to. I don't want to. This isn't a poo-poo of mac and cheese in general, though, because I used to work at a restaurant and we had a killer lobster mac and cheese that was really, really good. You can do a lot of good stuff. with
Lobster mac and cheese. Interesting.
Mhm.
Sounds
Yeah, and
interesting,
it had
yeah.
like the crumbs on the top, and it was really good.
All right. I thought that was part
Yum.
1 of 3 of a story, but it was just one.
No, I'm just standing up
No,
for
it's
mac
just-
and
it's
cheese.
good food.
You know.
You can choose from a weekly menu of 35 different options, including popular options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, or Vegan and Veg.
Where's fat fuck?
Yeah,
Where's that?
is there the
Yeah.
I just want to pig out, you know, give me
Yeah.
a bowl of sugar.
Lord, vegetables? Yuck. Where's just the deep fried?
I'd almost appreciate
one?
that. Do you remember that? Because there's that restaurant in America, the Heart Attack Grill, where it's just like
Oh yeah.
you will kill
Oh,
yourself
yeah,
eating
yeah.
here or whatever.
energy. The's also more than 60 add-ons like breakfasts, on-the-go lunch, snacks, and beverages to help you
premium
stay
pass for
fueled
my
and feel
food?
good all day long.
Hell
This
yeah.
uncrusted chicken
Feel good all day long. That's pretty cool.
I got right here is much better than anything I'd get from a drive-thru, and is actually more
Wow.
I don't know if I even believe that. I
I'm
feel
not
like you just go to
sure.
KFC,
One,
you
low
get
bar.
like a-
Two, I don't believe you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's microwaved. Like, I don't know.
I can't resist
You know
the
what I mean?
notion, by the way, that he's about to dig in, and then it cuts, and you just do the
Yeah.
crusty meme.
Yes. And cut. Oh, they almost swallowed some of the juice. Oh.
Look at his expression. Can you not see the reticence in there?
Yeah.
Head to
Yeah.
factor75.com
Get it
or
in
click
there.
the link below and use code Bisley50 to get 50% off your first Factor.
I don't mind
Nod
the
a few
taste.
times.
I don't know about that nodding. I can't remember the last time that I ate and I nodded to myself like, That was yeah. I need to
Maybe if I
express
made
this
it and I was really
Listen,
happy.
I'll say that the nodding is better than when they go,
I hate that. That's actually like the worst thing ever. Like,
Yeah, you just want
I
to kill him.
can't stand that.
Murder.
Maybe he's just got some music playing and he's just nodding along to that. Maybe it's not the food.
that's possible. Yeah, that's true.
Box and 20% off your next month.
Oh,
of
that
orders.
was a bit
That's
more
code
of a
Bisley50.
that was awkward.
That
That's
was-
kinda like,
He was
Dude,
gesturing to it.
Frizzy,
as if to
that-
say, see, it's not poison.
That was I don't mind the taste.
yeah, that was I don't mind the taste. That actually was.
He was
yeah.
gesturing to the rest of them with his fork, like, see? Look, I
Yeah.
can
It
eat
definitely,
Yeah.
it definitely felt
Yeah.
like, it's sponsored, but it's not the worst. Yeah, just saying.
Yeah.
At
That's very much that.
factor75.com to get 50% off your
Why are
first
you
box
leaning down
plus
so much?
20% off your next
Yeah.
month.
Is
of
his hair not get? Is his hair not?
I
getting
was
the
about to
food
worry
and
about
how
his hair
far he's
there. I was
bending
like,
down,
uh-oh.
and
That is that's a low table.
why are
Yeah.
you not
I like these-
raising up the food to your mouth instead of like bringing your entire body?
Maybe
down
he's
to
on a
the-
really high chair.
Well, I think it's just a really low table. Like, look at where the table is. I don't know.
Well, how
Yeah.
do we know? How would we know if it's a high chair or a low table? What's the way do we
Well,
tell?
part of it is that it's quite far away from the edge of the table as well. It's like you've got to lean forward I don't know. The whole thing's bizarre.
This
gotta
expression's
say-
pretty funny though.
Yeah, it looks a bit like the new people
Whoa.
one, the stare, right? But it's a little bit more like despondent, I suppose, or something, or like trying to force a smile.
Okay.
I think he's doing it to try to fit in his green screen.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
That could be it.
month of orders. Okay, now watch the video. In Star Wars Outlaws, you play as Kay Vess, a street thief with a target on her back. She recently got in trouble with a local gang and needs to disappear before they catch up to her. But disappearing is gonna cost a little change, so she took a job to rob the mansion of a wealthy crime boss named Slira. I don't know.
Like
It's
these
funny how
videos
he's
are all-
like acting like
it.
Wait, isn't that backwards? I thought it was backward. That's backwards.
unless
isn't it?
he unless
what?
she is he's starting out with the very first tutorial, like
Well,
No.
where
I'm
she murders
saying
those guys.
like I thought the premise is backwards. She gets the mark from doing the job at Sliro's. Like that's how she gets in trouble.
well, she get
Yeah,
no.
but that's the
To be
devil.
fair, she gets in trouble with Six Kin, right? The group
Ah,
of
right.
people,
Yeah, right.
and
First
Bram
tutorial,
says,
right.
"Get out
Yeah.
of here," so that you don't have to deal
Oh,
with them.
yeah. My bad.
But disappearing is gonna cost a
I
little.
also just how quickly all of these are going by, which to be honest, each of them are kind of like cute. Good for you
Yeah.
making these. I like them.
Change. So she took a job to rob the mansion of a wealthy crime boss named Slira. I don't know if that would have been my first choice, but I mean, do what you gotta do. Now, Slira's the leader of a crime syndicate called Zarek Besh. And
How did you know that? Was it when they go, Zarek
Ah,
Bush is
Zarek
here? That scene is horrendously
so good.
written.
I just remember starting the game. This scene starts. He says that. It's like, and I think I immediately said, "Oh, thank you for telling us. Are you gonna just tell us everything now?" And it's like, as you all know, you were said, "Oh, yeah, there we go."
And then you're like, who are these people? Then he goes, the Huts, the Crimson
and
Dawn,
the-
the Pikes. It's like, God damn it.
now that now that I told you everything,
I'll kill
die.
you. Yeah. It's so bad.
he's also the main antagonist of the game. Kay's goal right now is to steal
He's right that he's the main antagonist. Is he in the game for 2 minutes?
He's not in it much.
It feels like it's actually staggering how little he is in the game at all.
Mhm.
Sliro.
It's just not really a
Wait.
persistent threat, right? It's not like he would just
Sliro-
start showing up to antagonize her.
I think Sliro is in the game less than Bram is. and he's barely in the game at all as well, despite being the most important person in Kay's life.
And I guess the thing is, like, you can have it be the case that a villain isn't in the game that long.
Much.
Like, that's possible. You can absolutely do that. Like Milton isn't in Red Dead Redemption 2 that much, though I guess arguably he's not. Well, not even arguably, he's not the main antagonist of that story.
Yeah, maybe
You don't see Ross for a while. Ross doesn't really pop up much at all until the later part of the first game.
Maybe I'm
Oh,
just
but a few
circling
times
around
they-
the criticism that Slero sucks ass. Like he's got no.
Of
Yeah.
course, yeah.
Gotta make a good impact, or I guess a tangible impact when you're on there so little. But he's just cringe.
Steal enough credits from Slero to buy her way off the planet. A planet that, by the way, is goddamn beautiful.
All right, calm down.
Yeah.
These
Yeah,
are
like,
not the shots to show.
Yeah, I was gonna
is
say
joke,
this is
right?
not what I would use for its beauty. Don't you need to?
Yeah, I'd say that
Big
the
dramatic music.
This
I'd
is
say the
this.
game looks its best in like the day in wilderness, like in that's where it looks best, not here.
I agree,
I
yeah.
think the lighting is not doing this much favors at the moment.
I think.
Wait,
you
I
could
think this is a
name
joke,
up
isn't it?
to-
He
Oh,
shows
No,
his
no,
slums
this is not a
and-
joke.
No.
No, I think it's being totally serious.
got the big
because
dramatic
this is-
music
going
This
over
is
it.
one of
Yeah.
the main points of praise for this game is the graphics, which I like.
You
I
should.
think they're good.
I think they're fine. They're not like-
occasionally,
They're okay. They're not like
it
amazing.
it depends on what we're talking about. Like the environments, generally they're looking alright, but like the characters, there's definitely some problems with the presentation.
I think there are better shots
know,
of
it's
Canto
just-
Bite in the game. Like when you go up to the first
Yeah.
when you start on the mission for the Slero thing, like you could probably get that shot, and in some of the cutscenes, I think.
Purely off of what he's showing, I feel like you could name games up to like 10 years old or so that look better or as good.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
say
yeah.
so. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 looks a hell of a lot better, and that's a previous generation video game.
Yeah, there was recently a tweet going around where someone was like, "Man, this Arkham game from 10 years ago, that looks really fucking good. Like, what happened?" And so
Which
apparently,
3 looks at worst as good. Sorry, go on.
yeah, because apparently the thing is because of all the ray tracing and all the daylight and the nighttime and everything that switches around, you don't have like the pre-made visual effects, so they can make them look as nice as possible. They just have to work with all the light going around and ray tracing and the changing day-night cycles. So they're not as crafted as visually impressive because they work with what they have as a mechanic for the day and night cycle, for example. So you have like all this moving light, the shadows going around. When these older games, you have like these pre-made things that are
Yeah,
very
it's a
carefully crafted.
conversation of like the handcrafted versus the broad, making sure we achieve. It's like a different set of
Yes.
goals, and
Which
my
I guess is
favorite.
kind of funny considering that this Canto Bite, it's only night here.
That's
It's
true,
never-
yeah.
That is true.
doesn't
Yeah.
have a day-night cycle, so yeah.
Which I assume the point of Canto Bite is to try and evoke like Star Wars Vegas, but they haven't at all. It's not even
No.
close.
no.
Which is a shame,
You need
actually,
to
because
see-
when you say it out loud,
this-
you're like, "Oh yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it?" And it's like,
Yeah,
though.
because if you're doing Star Wars Vegas, you need somebody at an ATM like slamming his head against the the screen, or a guy like passed out on the
Need more
side of the
lights.
road.
Well, you don't even get to go to
It's really dull.
the most iconography you'd get out of a Star Wars Vegas. You'd think would be what you think of when you think Vegas, and we don't even get like the big
Yeah,
promotional,
big bold neon signs and
yeah,
everything,
and then-
advertisements everywhere.
and then like a just almost like a street of slot machines inside a building. You don't even get that.
hmm
In fact, thinking about it, I'm quite struck at how much of a missed opportunity the opening portion is. It's so lame, like and
It
dull.
looks really dull.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Mhm.
Look
Well,
at
and-
the colors on display. On
And
the
for the
screen.
record, the game doesn't have a lot to offer, but it's even stripped down in this opening. Like a lot of things are not available deliberately. They don't let you do the arcade stuff. Everyone's dialogue is limited.
Yeah.
The merchants sell nothing. It's just, it's just lame. And looking at the fireworks, I'm struck by how shit they are now as well.
They're
think-
just the most basic fireworks.
Yeah, they're like they're just getting expanded and then disappear, expand, disappear. Very simple.
All right, calm down.
Well, this is better compared to some of those other shots in terms
This
of
place
giving you a
feels more
scope,
like-
but still.
It feels more like a slum.
Why-
than,
yeah, why
like,
isn't it more
the height of excess in Star Wars?
Well, because I know this. I forget the name of it, but this is like down. It's supposed to be like the poor part of Canto Bight or something, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But
Right.
the fact that that is the only place we really go to in Canto Bight, like,
yeah.
And there's not much of a visual juxtaposition here against anywhere else.
and I don't think he's captured that well. Like that notion of, oh man, I grew up in the poor part of Canada. It's like you don't spend very long here, and it's very linear, and you don't even understand what the fuck is going on. You don't have anything to
Well,
compare it
like
to.
part of what sells it as being a shitty place would be that as you're moving through the environment, like bad things are happening. You know, occasionally, right? You
Yes.
walk
Or
past
imagine you
somebody
get
who's getting
mugged.
or yeah, exactly. Like, but the problem is that all of the NPCs just stand there. They just stand
Well,
around. They don't do
Oh,
anything.
And compare it to
Empty.
Tatooine, where it's like, oh, this place is just typically better than your average place to live in Tatooine. And it's like, but Tatooine's not treated this way, it's in the sense that
Yeah.
it's like, God, we must escape this. In Tatooine, and that's part of the meta problem of Star Wars. Tatooine is always a place you want to go. It's like, oh, but it's Tatooine. Let's go to Tatooine. Let's get the references. Yeah, we love
Yeah,
Tatooine.
well, Tatooine is supposed to be. It's
Like the place, the protagonist wanted to escape, but it's always like, yeah, let's go to Tatooine.
I couldn't be less excited for Tatooine at this point.
Well,
so sick
It's
of
funny
it.
you say that because the thing is, and I think this kind of applies to all of us, when it says like you can go to multiple places, we'll still choose Tatooine because of like it feels like an obligation of like, well, of course I'll go to
What did you
Tatooine.
do?
Yeah.
Also, hey,
Oh, I'm pressing
Sorry.
play. Really?
I did. I just joined in and immediately played. I'm so sorry.
Oh, any
God, I
excuse.
hate you so much.
Any fucking excuse.
Oh
It's
my
nice to
God.
see you, though, buddy. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello. All right. Well.
So looking at this, I
mhm.
mean, we were talking about just like other games that kind of did this sort of thing and how the graphics kind of look, last gen. I was thinking about it for a minute. Basically, Final Fantasy VII's Midgar in the remake is the same kind of place. Like it's like a slum, right? And that was what 5 years ago now, and it looks a lot better than this game.
I think this game is overblown seriously with the graphics. It must be
Yeah.
because of the fact that it's the only thing that is kind of praisable. Typically,
Yeah, that might have something to do with it.
I just
Yeah,
can't stop
but-
thinking about Cyberpunk in relation to this. Like, for all of Cyberpunk's many, many faults, that game's visual and like audio-visual depiction of a cyberpunk futuristic mangle of a city is
Right.
very impressive.
Yeah. I'm thinking
there's-
like
Go ahead.
because I played a whole bunch of Final Fantasy, and I played a whole bunch of Final Fantasy 15, and they both had like large. Like 15 is now almost 10 years old. I think is it 2016 or something. They both had very large cities that just, I don't know, they were on last gen hardware, and they did what Star Wars Outlaws is trying to do here, just better.
Now, we have the whole component of performance, and this game performed like ass on PC.
for
and I'm
you
pretty-
on console, it was flawlessly freezing.
Damn, I wish I could have had that many freezes as you did. But yeah.
Funny, me and Fringy both got the load map, and it freezes the game a couple of times.
Yes,
Actually,
that happened
you
twice.
truly are asking a lot when you load up the map.
Really tired of the Star Wars sound of great value John Williams at this point.
Bargain bin, John Williams. I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't disagree with the notion. It's like, well, it feels like Star Wars does it. It's like, yeah. But none of it gets me jazzed like the OT soundtrack. Something is
Yeah.
definitely not there.
Hmm.
This is one of the biggest strengths of Star Wars Outlaws. There are 4 explorable planets, each with their own unique environments, weather effects, and side quests. I'm going to show you
weather
all of the
effects are
planets, but this
meaningless,
where we're at
though.
here is
Yeah,
called
they don't really do
Canto Bight,
anything.
and it is
That felt like it was
gameplay.
thrown in as like a
Yeah.
they're there. I think.
Yeah, they have different weather. It's like,
Well, see-
yeah, I mean, I guess they got different weather, but it doesn't mean anything.
Well, she says it's windy sometimes when the windy in Tashara. So
Oh, well, it's more so just that it doesn't have any effect on gameplay.
remember the wind tunnels, Fringy? So wrong.
Oh shit! Yeah, it got me.
Oh,
Yeah.
even
There's-
though
there's
they're
no
constant,
thing-
they're not changing with the weather or anything.
There's no situation where like rain, dampers on fire damage or anything
Oh,
like
but
that.
they make
None of
the
that.
claim. He says, once you've had enough rain, it'll damage the speeder, but that isn't possible. It's not a thing in the game. Never mind. That's right. It does once again feel like, oh, maybe they did plan to do something with the weather, but they never did.
is actually none of the explorable planets. It's more of like a intro area. It's a place you're not even meant to spend more than like 45 minutes, but still, they packed it full of detail. This is
No, they didn't.
No.
Let's
It
hear
is,
it.
it is
See the
striking
details.
just how fucking empty this place is.
supposed to be Kay's home, right? So there are friends of Kay that you can walk up and talk to.
Oh, come on. These fuckers, each of the... Do you remember the one that says, like, hey, I've got some honest work for you?
Give
That
him
she's
a
like, no.
name.
No.
It's called Smuggler.
My best friend, Smuggler.
Smuggler
The
Jim.
most, like, the neat
He's my
details
favorite.
of the game made the most basic of efforts to represent the fact that you live here.
Well, so what's funny too is I kind of hate this, but I know exactly what this guy talks about. It's that Nyx ate something of his, and he wants her to pay up for that, or he'll eat Nyx or something, like that. And nothing can happen. It's dialogue. It's a couple of sentences. They are said, and then he is a part of the background. There's nothing that can be done with this. And he's not a friend. It's just funny to be like, see, people who know Kay. It's like, wow, you're generous. But okay,
Didn't even give him a name.
Jimbo.
I mean, I can picture what he's imagining in his head.
No,
know,
but
like,
that's how it works, man. Like, you play these
Yeah.
things, and then you come away thinking of stuff that didn't even happen. Because I think your brain does a lot of work too. Because you wanna enjoy that. Everyone wants to play a completely free and interesting and substantive open world Star Wars game. That's cool as fuck. But that's not what this is.
No.
And don't do the work for them. Don't imagine a conversation you didn't even have.
No, I'm not going to imagine anything. I'm just not to go back to the Final Fantasy too many times. I love Final Fantasy. Like in Final Fantasy 9, it's the same. There's the same kind of opening. If you guys have played Final Fantasy 9, where you have a short sequence that you run through as Vivi, but you can spend like 3 hours doing mini games and side quests just in this town, or you can just move on, and it's about 5 minutes, right? And so there's shops, and there's a whole bunch of characters, and they all talk to Vivi. They all know who he is, and they all remark on him. There's the jump rope mini game. Like, the town is actually populated with stuff to do, and you can spend several hours there. But if you want, most people just move on in about 5 minutes. I think that's what he's like imagining here.
Yeah.
But it's just not actually in the game.
Well,
I think there's like one shop that sells like a Bacta tank or something, or like a Bacta vial, and there might be like one gambler, and like that's it.
It's gonna be interesting to see what else he picks. But I was gonna say this could have been a spelling error thing that they forgot to put the dot in there, but it could be S Smuggler. Like, that could be his name, Sam or something.
S Smuggler.
Sam
As Smuggler.
Shop owners that she clearly has a history with. In different
His nickname in high school was just the Muggler.
Literally has.
Shop
Yeah, I
owners she
don't-
clearly has
Kay's
history
home, right?
with.
So there are friends
That's like the
of
mission
Kay
in
that
this
you can
area.
walk up and talk to. Shop
This guy is
Oh.
Preben, right? Yeah, and he's the one who owns, or rather, he can fix your slicing kit or whatever.
Yeah.
This is the
And-
opening
and
mission.
basically
Find 100
it's-
credits, and then he'll do that, and that's that. You don't see this guy again, and you know what? It's bad
No.
because his shop gets fucked up by the your involvement with him and the
Oh, that's
slicing.
right.
You hear about
Yeah,
that, but
you
you
do
don't
see
do anything
Smaller,
about it.
well,
Yeah,
in my
as you're
playthrough,
escaping.
in my stream, I even asked, can I go help him? Can I go save him? Is
Yeah.
that an option that I have that the game's giving me? And it's not an option. Just
No.
fuck Preben for helping you.
Yeah, no,
when he even
it doesn't
says I
weigh on
shouldn't
her at
help
all.
you,
She
and
doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, she doesn't care.
Consistent with the character, though, so there you go.
Freeman got fucked. Poor guy.
shop owners that she clearly has a history with. In different places that she might frequently hang out.
By the way, if that's used as a as a positive here for like, oh, she clearly has a history, they basically say, oh, it's you, I don't like you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And that's basically it. That's all. He's giving this praise for them saying, I don't like you.
well, it's already
Like, since
shallow.
The next
He's
one of like
This is
there
already
are
more
places that she
substantive what
might
he
have
has
hung
done with
out.
the video than what happens in this area.
But there's this one guy you can steal from every couple of
You
hours.
stole that guy's stuff so much. It was so mean.
Yeah, this is really funny. It's the same guy. I
What,
don't
does
even
it
know
just
what.
like regenerate and you can steal it again?
Yeah. Well,
Oh yeah,
you
it
just
has
need
like a
to-
cooldown.
you need to prompt like a reload of the area. So as long as you go, just do like a fast travel anyway, he'll have reloaded.
Yeah.
out in. It's honestly unfortunate that you don't get to spend more
Wow,
time
what a
here,
really
that they don't
cool-
utilize.
His one, I had
Just-
nothing but mockery for this terrible club scene in my playthrough. And
Yeah.
he's like, yo, it's so cool.
Just
I'm
the
like,
idea
okay,
that like
okay,
we praise
loser.
we praised the game for the existence of places that she might have hung out at. That
Well,
was
and
the
that he
nature of
talked
the praise.
to Smuggler like once
Yeah.
about one thing. But like, this is what I mean about breaking it up. It's like how difficult do you think that would have been to code? You have a model of person, and voice actor delivers 3 or 4 lines, and then you click A on him, and they play. That's what they did, and now you're like, wow, what great rich history in this area related to this character. Wow.
Which makes me feel bad about the expectations.
Yeah.
I don't really know this guy's history with the medium or anything, or like what games he's played or not. But it feels like I feel like you'd very easily expect better if I showed you just a few games, you know?
Yeah.
Well, another thing that's kind of thrown me off is that you just said, I wish we spent more time here. It's like, you can spend as much time as you want. There's nothing here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's no reason for you to spend any time
It's
here.
almost like he's almost there. It's like, think a bit more about why you said you wish you could spend more time. It's like, what you really want is you wish there was more things here, that you wish there was more depth, more things to discover, more things to complete. But, it's nothing. It's a nothing place.
It's honestly unfortunate that you don't get to spend more time here, that they don't utilize this environment more, but after you steal Sclero's fortune, there's really no coming back to Canto Bight. No, it's like I said, Zerg.
I wonder what he sees in Canto Bight that makes me
You
think
just
like,
gave us the
man, if
list.
only. Oh, I guess that
There
was it.
is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Smuggler,
She
a
has some
club,
history
and
here.
a guy who says he doesn't like you.
Which, yeah, that's crazy. A whole planet, and we get that. Hell yeah.
If
Fetch
it's
is
meant
a-
to be a tutorial mission level, okay, but I feel like we could have done way, and we could have
Fucking
done
yeah, we could have
way
done way-
better.
They
You
were
can
capable,
utilize it for the same purpose, but
even with
you
the
could have just
limits
done way more with it.
of the game as is, they could have done better. Remember, they lock up. They, for some reason, don't let the merchants sell anything interesting, which they totally could if they wanted to. They don't let you interact with people in any kind of interesting way. You can't do just make one side quest of interest, right? Like, oh, can you help me find my fucking pet goober who's running around somewhere? And it's like the basic test of being able to do some platforming quickly and capture something like that.
How to
Yeah.
find Nick's vision, how to find things around corners or in a warehouse. How do you find out which box has the thing in it? Oh, use
Literally-
Nick's vision. Press left alt or whatever to activate
These are
Nick's
really
vision.
basic video game concepts.
What about
and
a
ideas
guy
that
who's like gives you a riddle every day? He's a friend of hers, and they just gives you a riddle. So it's just something for your brain to go, a riddle.
Oh.
Which, by the way, is not more complicated than what they already have, but it is more. Because there's nothing to
it's-
do with a lot of these NPCs. You press A, and then leave.
we can't make it less complex, or it might lose the 7 out of 10 seal of approval, I guess.
I vaguely recall that you have to at least use Nyx a little bit to steal the 100 credits at the start, right?
You don't have
Like, is that
to.
supposed to be your tutorial?
You can
No?
do whatever you want. As in, like, you can
Yeah.
pick credits up off random boxes, or you can sell a bunch of junk that you find. That's the idea in Canto Bight, the tutorial area. It's make 100 credits. You can do that with betting on the Father races. You can do it by stealing. The funny thing is, you can't do it in any honest ways. Or I guess gambling is honest, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing it with the gambling because it's not reliable. Instead, like, most people will just steal it, and they make you steal from the cops only. Like this,
I wonder if the game would let you do that.
A
If you
cab, guys.
It's just
could-
funny
you could
because
make a save and get all your money through gambling. I guess I wonder if they even enable that to be possible.
yeah, I wonder if there's a cap or something. But
A wealthy crime syndicate, so it's not going to be simple for Kay to just waltz into the vault, take all the money, and get out of it. She's going to
she pretty much does do
It
that.
was
though.
actually
That's
that,
probably-
yeah, but that's what she does. Yeah, the door, like where he took his screenshot thingy, the door's just right there to the right. It's just got a little grate. It's just like a little
Yeah.
fence, and you just kind of, essentially, you walk right in and you just take it. It actually is shockingly simple.
have to be real smart about how she does this.
I like that.
That was
Yeah,
pretty good.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's fun.
Some good editing.
His visual gags are really nice. I like.
Yeah, pretty good.
Tons of security agents guarding this place, so it's a good thing that Kay could probably punch out an elephant with her offhand. This girl has the force of a rocket launcher in them knuckles. Again, I do like this game,
I don't know
but
about
like I
that.
said,
I mean, I feel like that's kind of a weird issue that the game shows. It's weird that this scrawny little girl can beat
This
the
is one
shit
that
out of
everyone agrees
everyone
on,
in
I
the
think.
galaxy through armor. It's
Yeah.
like, that's actually really weird. That kind of
Well,
takes.
yeah,
it
other
ruins
games
my
have to
immersion
deal
a
with
bit.
this. You have to find a way around. You can't just do this. You need like something, training, history, really bulky guy, or using weaponry or equipment. Everyone tries to get around this that are good, but they just gave up with
Well,
this one.
If you simply must have it this way, the least you could do is convey the force properly. Because these punches do not feel like they're hitting anywhere near as hard as they probably
Give
should.
her a
That's-
little,
that's
Some
true,
of the
yeah.
little
stun
slappy
gun,
things,
a little
yeah.
taser. Give her some, like,
Convey
a little
the
tool that
force.
she
The
can
butt
use.
of the gun. That's what it should have been. It's the easiest
Mhm.
fucking...
You've got to
Yep.
put the gun up to him and use the stunny feature on it, and they go, "Buh," and then they just fall over, you know? Not her,
she's
like,
force sensitive, guys. That's what it is.
haymakering.
He always has the gun. Just incorporate that. There was no reason not to.
Yep.
It comes with a couple of flaws, and this is absolutely one of them. A lot of the game revolves around stealth combat, and all of the takedown animations are absolutely hilarious. She's got to be hitting a pressure point or something. These guys just like power off after she touches them. You've also got the ability to shoot them with a stun blast, which is somehow more realistic than the takedown animation. Or if you don't want to attack them, you can use K's marketable plushie. I mean,
Somehow more realistic than the takedown animation. I'm not sure what he
Yeah,
means
I'm
by
thinking
that.
about that. I guess it's more realistic that a stun gun stuns people than it is realistic that she could reasonably knock people
I-
out effectively.
I agree.
But
Like
the
saying
stun
that
gun
that's
is
somehow, I'd be like, well, yeah, you know,
I think that just lines up.
yeah.
yeah.
I think he's saying
that's-
that because he's trying to lampshade the fact that, you know, it's a sci-fi stun gun, but I don't think you really need to.
I mean,
don't-
what's
yeah,
kind of
I
funny
don't-
is
I don't know if anyone's immersion's broken by the stun gun in Star Wars.
No,
I
no, that's
think-
fine by me.
main companion, Nyx, to distract them. They're gonna make so much money. After flicking a couple of guards in the head and sending them to the Shadow Realm, Kay makes it to the vault, where she learns that the crew she took this job from isn't exactly who we thought they were.
Or just pay me.
We're the Rebel Alliance.
So?
Oh, also, yeah, she took a job from the crew, and then there's like a whole, whatever. It was actually a group of rebels who posed as thieves and tricked Kay into helping them get into Sliro's mansion to save one of the captured rebels. Just for some context, if you know anything about the movies, this game is set between the events of Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So
Yeah,
the
which is
whole
hilarious.
Empire Rebels fight is super relevant.
I mean, it's barely in the game. I'm just saying.
It happens intermittently
Yeah.
in the background mostly, but
The game itself is not necessarily an Empire versus Rebels story, but
I mean,
except at the
in
end
the
when
end,
it definitely is.
Yeah, at the end it is.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't fucking help themselves to make
It's
it
a,
that.
it's a
Of course
rebellion
not.
versus Empire versus Jabba story is what it really is, depending on your ending.
Look at all these look at all these syndicates. Isn't that cool? Anyway, help the rebels now. It's like, oh,
yeah, but
fuck
the
me.
canon
Yeah.
is clearly Crimson Dawn, not Jabba. That's non-canonical.
Mm-hmm. Jabba would save me.
The canon is the
we were
game
not-
crashes because you have no when you have no rep with anyone. That's the canon.
Yeah, I
ending.
mean,
I did that. It did not crash. So maybe it's because it's been
Oh.
updated. But
maybe they fixed it. Yeah.
What happened?
well, so the sad fact is, I've done both full rep on everyone and 0 rep on everyone, and you get the same result. It's the fucking Crimson Dawn saves you because they like
Ah,
they
Oh,
like
they come in
Kira.
anyway.
Yeah, they like
I
Kira.
like Crimson Dawn. Yeah.
And Kira even says like, we have, we got plans for you, or that you'll be important in the events to come, even though she sent a death squad after you.
And also, I mean, that's not going to be the case. This is a dead end. This will be a narrative dead end.
Well, and also Emilia Clarke's fucking agent should tell her to stop going into Star Wars and Marvel. Enough. Work on other things. Try other stuff.
there's just, I mean, that's the big thing going on in the entire universe, right? So it comes up a lot. Once
Not
Kay
the
finds
entire-
out, she
Not
I mean,
the entire universe.
well, it's just
I
funny.
think
I'd say wrong on both counts. It doesn't come up a lot,
In the galaxy as well.
but it's also whatever.
gets reasonably mad, and the rebels, instead of, I don't know, explaining it to her or taking her out, just decide to screw.
Well, okay. To be fair, they're Times of the Effins. They're literally inside the vault. They should probably leave. But the criticism would be, why the hell didn't they just tell her, we're going to pay you, we're just collecting someone? It's simple as that. And then, of course, there's the question of why the hell didn't they take her with them? They just left her in the vault? That was a bit mean. They even register that was mean later when you find them, and they don't have an excuse for that. Because they're the rebels, they're the good guys. They wouldn't do that, but they did do that.
I guess she held them at gunpoint and was like,
Well, they lied to
hanging
her.
around.
I get she's being stupid, but they should be a little bit more accepting of why she's mad. You know what I mean? It's
maybe
just
her
like it's just fucked
stupidity,
in
like
everywhere.
it crossed the threshold. Of like we'll pay. You want to do this now, right here, this second, with the.
Why didn't they
like,
say stuff like that? We will pay you. We will pay you. It's gonna. Instead, he's like, we're the rebels.
Yeah,
Like, that's
it's hard.
not...
It's hard to know where the blame is because everyone's retarded.
Well, yeah, the writer is so shit. So
Yeah.
Screw her over, just stun gun her, and leave her to get caught?
We don't have time for this.
Jenny, wait.
that was also pretty funny that she pulls the gun, and do you see Kay's reaction time? Like, what?
Oh, I wonder, does the finger on sweet baby lady on the right, does her finger pull the trigger when she actually shoots? I
Probably
wonder.
not. Probably not. But also,
I gotta know. I have to know.
Explaining it to her or taking her out? Just decide to screw her over, just stun gun her, and leave her to get caught?
We don't have time for this.
Jenny, wait.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
No.
doesn't look like it.
didn't expect.
I think it twitched slightly.
Nah,
Maybe I was thinking a
Nah.
different thing. But...
not even a tremble.
What I was gonna say as well is it's kind of funny. They leave her for dead, but they didn't take her money or her blaster. You'd think you may as well.
And that's when old slickback Sliro shows up, and he is not too happy about Kay breaking into this place. But what he doesn't know is that Kay's middle name is Plot Armor.
Yeah, and they don't even take her gun
Yeah.
before starting to
Yeah.
talk to her. Ugh, it's so stupid. It's all stupid.
That's when he just gets walloped by Baby Yoda.
Oh, I guess they did have a gun, but she took it back off them, which is even worse.
I mean,
It was right
not Baby
there.
Yoda.
Very
Fuck's
easily.
Then
sake.
she's able to just smack him once, and
I
he's
hate
just
that shit.
out.
When I was playing it, I was like, there's just no way they'll be able to capture her. It's impossible. They don't know what they're dealing with.
The universe conspires in her favor.
BD1? No, that's the other. Nyx. They do that way too much with the little guy. You don't always need a little guy. I can be a little guy. I can do like.
So
great, though.
counterpoint, Brags right there just proved it. It works every single time. They can do
I
this
like
forever.
him. I like Nyx.
Yeah, and you should.
I like Nyx.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
it works. I put the
Our mark, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at his
it
smile.
Works, it works
Look at
every
his
single
sweet
time.
smile.
So the fact that we're pointing it out, like, it has to come with the caveat, like, of course they do it every fucking time because it works. Sad
goodness.
face. Give him a cute
Beautiful.
face, and then everyone will feel better about how shit the game is.
like a cool
Yeah.
sound like a little guy would do because they always do it like a sound. They do, That's just a little thought, a little side tangent. Kay quickly runs out of the room and starts fighting her way through Sliro's mansion. Tons of these Zarek Besh agents come
Oh, the
flooding in, but we're able to
vault's
make it to Sliro's prized ship, the Trailblazer. We jump into the cockpit and press every button imaginable, jumping to the nearest planet. And this is when the Trailblazer crash lands on the
Man, he's super into, like, I guess it's fair, like, showmanship part of the video, but, like, it's just not exciting at all when you play it.
Yeah, this is
No.
lame. It's
You don't
really
get the played
lame.
experience of that excitement or tension.
Especially when
If
she
someone
gets on
watches
the.
this, they'll be very disappointed by how lame and shitty it is when he
Yeah.
when they play it.
Especially when she
themselves.
gets on the Trailblazer, it's like, well, it can't be that much different from a speeder or something, and then just flies off.
I mean, yeah, it probably is though.
Yeah,
It's a spaceship.
it's a lot of buttons on these ships, but she
No,
just
if-
pilots that thing from now on, so it's fine. Don't worry about it.
He was excited by it, fair enough.
first explorable open world planet in Star Wars history.
Whoa!
Wow, it's the music. Wow.
Mhm.
What happens if
Oh.
someone gets in the road?
I like
It's
how the
John's just
speeder.
hope.
You see, like the speeder.
Those very
really
slow speeders.
Yeah, it
go
was like
by.
it was like it was groobling, like is how you describe its movement.
Yeah, look at him. Yeah. Oh, look at him walking around. Look at all those NPCs you
Incredible.
can't interact with. You
Wow.
can't do
I don't know how to
anything.
explain it. Like once you've
For the
played
most part.
long enough in Toshara, it becomes very fucking boring. Like it's
It's
Mhm.
very boring. They do not do anything to really keep you there.
no.
Shara is well crafted and alive.
Why?
Full of
Why?
Star Wars.
Why would you say that?
Why would you lie
You know-
to me?
What was the number on the check? I must know.
What struck me
please.
so hard in Toshara is like, wow, there's like 100 people in this huge cantina, and I can't do anything with any of them. That's
They
crazy.
just stand there. They're
I keep-
indistinguishable from decoration or furniture.
Yeah.
I keep harping on it, but let me steal from every single one of them.
Yeah.
And if not, at least more than one singular person per bar.
You can balance
Why
that
even
too.
put-
the more that you steal, the more people notice. Like, you just have a
Yes.
background AI thing of calculating just how much people notice Nyx, and then they see where Nyx goes to, back. And it's like, man, my money keeps disappearing whenever that fucking gremlin is in the room. Who owns
so
that thing?
Because I think you can steal like 5 items in total. I think that's the ones that I got. I got some credits. There's some weird stuff you can sell.
You could lose favor with the
Grenades.
bartender, and it could affect your general reputation. Reputation outside of the fucking syndicates. Just generally speaking, people just tend not to like you, and they treat you worse.
I think this is where the give and take of game design often comes into play, where if you have limitations in terms of your studio and your direction, you should decide, all right, these hub areas, they're not going to be places where you can interact with much. The purpose in terms of our design is just going to be that they're these very immersive places where you pick up jobs, return jobs, do a lot of dialogue sequences, do some drinks, like immersive kind of stuff like that. But we're going to put all of our effort into making the stuff you actually go and do really, really good. The problem is that if you want to take that approach and the stuff that you're going to do is really shitty and lame and dull and boring, it just sort of highlights that it's all shitty and lame and dull and boring. When I'm going back to the hub and I can't really interact with much super meaningfully, it's more like a chatty immersive kind of place, then I'll be like, oh, that's just what everything is. It's not like they're using this to distinguish itself from the actual gameplay sections out there in the open world. It's all just like this.
Pretty much. I don't want to get too almost derpy about it, but it's like the more things to do, it feels like the more, I guess you would maybe call alive, but there's just so little. And then of the things that you can do, it's actually shocking how empty they are.
Yeah.
Charm. Of the things that made me love this game, the worlds are at the top of my list. I easily spent 10 hours on just this planet alone, exploring and engaging with the side activity.
I don't think you have a choice but to spend at least that much if you're going to go through everything that you can do there. Like, there's so much fucking busy work that you will have to take at least a decent chunk of hours to get through it.
Star Wars first came out, it blew people's minds with its creative worlds, races of aliens, and fantastic ideas all wrapped up into this universe.
Look, Theo, the Clone Wars.
The thing people like.
No, this is the Clone Wars people like.
This is the okay Clone Wars.
Wait, there's different ones?
Yeah, the Tartakovsky
Mel,
one.
how can you not notice by the animation alone? You fucking loser.
I don't know, and I haven't seen any of it.
Just admit you're a loser, it's okay.
Shut up.
For a lot of people, it made them wonder who they could be in a world like this. But there was a moment when Star Wars changed forever, and that's when George Lucas sold the Star Wars IP.
Okay, you're right up to a point. What are you gonna say?
Okay.
what's the next part?
To Disney. It's pretty safe to say that since then, Star Wars has been on a little bit of a decline. Not money though. Money up.
Say it.
Oh, actually.
Actually.
Is money up?
I don't think
That's an interesting point. I think overall, surely everyone agrees at this point, Star Wars is less green than it was, like as a potential.
There is no way that
Force Awakens made $1 billion.
Yeah.
Now they're scared to release
canceling
a
shit.
film. They're scared to release a film to confirm how much less money they're going to make than that.
Hasn't been a movie.
Well, and
since,
Outlaws has done badly. It's failed significantly compared to what they were after. And then it's like, so what else we got? It's like, well, I guess the Jedi Survivor and Fallen Order, those would have been successes.
That's shared
People
with
like
EA.
TV show.
Yeah, well, this is the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
There's caveats everywhere because even people would say like the sequels were successful. You're like, yes, and not so. And then you get Solo, and then you get the TV shows just fucking slithering out. Like, no, I don't know. It feels.
They are really lucky they can just hide behind their own streaming service with those. I feel like.
You mean like
they-
not giving numbers away and stuff?
Yeah, because there's no one else where they're like, oh, we're gonna drop your show because it sucks. They can just do whatever they want, basically.
You're right. It's just that we do get indicators such as
Oh yeah,
the
for sure.
the Acolyte will not be renewed. It's like, why would they do
But
that? There must
it
be
could
a
be-
reason.
Yeah, I'm just saying it could be like way worse if they would do it with other people or other streaming services except their own, besides their own.
Up, riches up, large. I wouldn't say I'm personally a fan of what Disney has done to Star Wars. Sometimes it can feel a little lifeless, and also they committed the character.
What was that flash
assassination-
there? I saw
Why
that.
did he show that?
I saw
Why
that.
are you
Show the
showing
Clone Wars.
Tartakovsky while talking about what Disney's done.
Yeah, this was before. This was like what, 2003, something like that.
I think so.
2 or 3, yeah, I think so.
A fan of what Disney has done to Star Wars. Sometimes it can feel a little lifeless, and also
What the?
Dude,
What was
what-
that?
Oh, what
That's
is
literally
that?
a frame.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
Either include it in your video or don't. All right,
Why,
I'll find out what
man?
it is.
Can someone
I'll
go find
out
what that
it
is?
Yep, I'm on it.
Thank you.
That's just,
Uh,
that's so annoying, man.
Oh my
Why would
god,
they
it's the
do
most
that?
replayed point in the video.
shocking.
Who would have
Most
thought?
replayed.
Guess it worked.
Some
Okay.
clarification. I mean, the fact that it flickers means that it was probably always going to be in there, as in, like, it's not a
Here.
correction.
and also
So, I'm not going to bother on our end.
they committed the character assassination of Luke Skywalker in
Hey,
Hey, look at you.
Yeah, you do recognize that.
yay!
broad daylight, sat right behind his ass at Ford's Theater on April 14th, 1865. But for all of its many faults, Disney has consistently nailed one thing, and that is the visual portrayal of the Star Wars universe. Even
That's
within
like
the
the
most
thing that annoys me the most is that it's like, yeah, because they've just relied essentially as much as possible on OT aesthetics.
They're not
Mhm.
working within the conceptual basis as such. They're just taking the exactsies of what's going on and staying within
Exactly.
those limits. They're not expanding beyond like the audiovisual basis of what makes Star Wars what it is and extrapolating from that into like novel locations and environments and ideas. They're just staying within they're wallowing in the OT.
Not talking about this Clone Wars.
Then
is
Why'd you
Then
put the
why'd you
visual
put it
there?
here, you moron?
You-
Instead of you edited the text over the thing
Is
that you
this-
said. I don't mean this thing
Yeah,
that I'm
you had
showing.
to
Why
deliberately
not
Yeah, this might be
edit?
the first time we've come across many people who will put a visual that contradicts what they're saying. We've never come across someone who will acknowledge that and then do it anyway.
That's so
He had
weird.
to put
It's
put
more
that
effort.
text over it on the fucking
Yeah.
timeline. Like,
That's so weird.
why?
Just put another clip there. I'm confused.
Also, do you think that's not talking about this Clone Wars is peak, or not talking about this Clone Wars is peak?
I think there's only one intelligible way to read the sentence.
Well,
But what about me?
Cash
I'm not
grab,
intelligent.
Slotney plus exclusive.
Wait a minute. Is he saying they are or they aren't slop?
Consistently nailed one thing, and that is the visual portrayal of the Star Wars universe. Even within their most soulless, cash grab, Slotney plus exclusive shows, they have some of the most inspired set design.
Inspired?
Isn't it the opposite?
Even if-
It's mostly
Yeah,
not inspired at all.
even if you were to call it good, on any grounds on which you would call it good, inspired is absolutely not something I think you could say about it.
derivative,
It's
if you
inspired
wanna
by
go
the
with that.
original Star Wars, I guess.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I mean by
exactly.
it's the opposite. Is that it's just picking up the leftovers of, it's shitting on the shoulders of giants. That's what we call it.
Also, wait, set design. Don't they usually use that giant dome where they just
The
project?
Volume, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sometimes
the
they'll
worst
probably
thing.
have an actual set. Good for them, I think. Well, probably. I mean, this is not a great visual for this, by the way. We can't even see the set.
Mm-hmm.
I've ever seen. Or like that little Star Wars place in Disney World where it feels like you're walking around in the Star Wars universe.
They have a lot of money. That's true. I feel like this is pretty difficult to fuck up when you've got sort of artists that are like they live and breathe for this sort of thing.
So I think visual direction within a piece of art, like a game or a film, is rather different to placing iconography from films in a location. Like both in terms of the
I mean, this
experience and
isn't-
what goes into making it. Like I don't necessarily want to like discredit this work, but it's not quite the same thing.
It's
Go on,
also
sorry.
not. It's just not unique. Like this isn't the first. Like, didn't
Yeah.
they do like a Hogwarts one of this, or they have like a
don't
place
think
in Harry
so.
Potter or whatever. What's the place called where you buy your wand? That street alley or whatever.
Diagon Alley.
Yeah, they have one of them. I think in one of these places.
Yeah, that's
like,
at Universal.
yeah. Point. I'm not. I'm just saying that this is not unprecedented. Avatar one. Isn't that like the most celebrated?
There's like a Nintendo one as well, and
Yeah.
Universal. Yeah.
The thing is that they have a lot of keys, right? And they can jangle 50 keys in front of you because they have so many keys. It doesn't mean that they're not just key jangling the whole time. You're not getting anything out of it, right? Like when you go to Star Wars Land, it's just a bunch of things you vaguely recognize, and that's it.
Yeah, I'd be willing to entertain. There's something about the composition of the way they've created this whole thing, but I'm waiting for. I just have to wait for him to tell me about it. It's like, oh, look at this, how they did this, how they did this, as opposed to look, Millennium Falcon. I'd be like, yeah, look at it, that's great, Star Wars.
Yeah, it's right there. Wow.
He's vadering.
Why is
You
it
can tell,
here?
at very least, whoever's in charge of the visuals for Star Wars lately is incredibly passionate, understands the universe, and knows how to bring it to life very well. And this
It's kind of
It's just
odd. The visual choice
mostly
was
stuff.
guy killing stormtroopers, but all right.
It's
Why wouldn't
mostly
it be
stuff we've
like-
seen before, and the new stuff is really generic and not at all impressive. And a lot of the times, it's more cringe than cool. I don't even know what. There's probably been some cool stuff here and there, but I mean, the fact that I can't. Really
It's
think
felt
of
sterile to me a lot of
any?
the time with the recreation.
Yeah, it's very generic and bland.
Hmm,
But the best
First
is what they've copied.
pretty much.
open world experience for Star Wars is another example of that. Waking up after the crash landing, it's pretty clear that the Trailblazer's pretty banged up and is not going anywhere anytime soon. But good thing we're
You
immediately
can't
introduced.
impress me
But
with
it
this.
takes an hour or so, and
Mm.
you can get it back to a landing pad somehow. So
You can't impress me with this shit anymore.
yeah, it's
There's
like, yep,
like-
computers are good these days.
Wow, look at this big rendered vista. Incredible. Anyway,
Wow.
moving on with my
To
life.
the wet rag of a man mechanic, Waka.
I'm sorry.
And he offers to fix up
Wait,
the
so is this what Rags would be if he was wet? Is that what they're saying?
Wet rags. I would be wet rags. I would be a moist dogette.
Moist.
Trailblazer for no
Rub me.
credits or really anything in return at all. Probably like the least suspicious guy I've ever met. Like he says he'll fix.
Do you like how everybody
pretty-
acknowledges how retarded this is, but they just did it anyway? It's like, okay,
Because like, you don't have a choice.
yeah.
Because Kay's an idiot. Kay's a moron. Because you don't have branching paths. If like you should be able to shoot this guy on the spot, or capture him, or tie him up, or trust him, or like that would like if you had branching pathways in the story, that seems like something you could reasonably do. You know?
Nah.
If it wasn't Waka, then you'd have to find somebody else, and then there'd be like, if you go with Waka, here's where the story goes, and if you go with the other person, here's where the story goes, and they're mostly similar-ish, but they're kind of running parallel, but you'd get different characters to work with, and it might change how the betrayal plays out.
Fix up the ship, but he needs parts to do so, and suggests that we go and find someone named Gorak to help. Now Gorak is all the way over here in this city area, and walking all that distance would take all day. I don't. How are we supposed to get all the way over there, Waka? What are we even supposed to do?
Come on, really?
Come on now.
Feels a
What
bit.
is happening?
Is this a joke?
That's a long way to travel. How could we possibly expedite movement between locations?
A
Use
vehicle.
shitty speeder.
What a novel
could use-
concept. A vehicle to get around faster in the open world game.
Well, I
I'm
just
gonna be honest. I would expect Slero to have something better.
introducing the
Looks like a bit
speeder, of which
ramshackle.
is the cause of much frustration in this game. This way is definitely a people's day
Mhm.
moment.
Yeah. It's like, yep, that does beat walking.
Yeah.
Yep.
So to its credit, it's fun for the first 30 seconds.
True.
Well, I didn't have fun for the
kind
first
of.
30 because I went off rails too quickly. Apparently, the game said I was fucking up in the first.
That's your problem as a gamer.
Yeah, it
That's
was my
you.
fault,
That's a you
obviously.
issue. It's your fault, really. This
Issue.
is an open world Star Wars game, so I don't know where you got off thinking that you could just go wherever
was
you
funny?
wanted once they give you the vehicle.
Is there are like 10 different moments in this game where you'd say to yourself like, I have done the tutorial, and you're like, no, not yet, no, not yet, no, not yet, no, not yet, no, not yet.
No.
One of my favorites,
It
Rags.
feels like you're not done
is
it.
when
Oh, God.
you got into space. I think Metal had the exact same moment, but yours was funnier because of how mad you got. You wanted to go somewhere in space. You went up into space, and then ND is like, "All right, hyperdrives to Akiva or whatever," and you were like, "No." And then the game just was like, "No, you have to." And you're like, "But I don't want to." And it's like, "You have to." And you're like, "But I." And both you Mel did the same thing. You shot off and then shot right back because
Yep.
the game is retarded.
I
It's
just
just
love
such a-
how he's shooting this like it's Guga, right? Like it's a steak, you know?
It's also
That's
just,
where I know the fucking music from.
It's
Thank
the
you.
Guga music, yeah.
Yeah, fuck.
This is also just not a. It's not a cool enough look in the speeder for this. It's so normal.
It looks ramshackle, almost.
Kind of, yeah. Like,
Yeah,
like
imagine you could upgrade it properly in
No.
cosmetics and make it look cool
No.
or better and no. Okay, okay, I'm sorry.
So wait a second. This ship, Kay steals it from
Lero.
fuck that, the big bad, right? Yeah.
Zero. Yeah.
I completely forgot his fucking
How do you
name.
not know
Kay
Lero,
steals-
buddy? Oh,
He's the best character or something.
So Kay steals the ship, gets away with it, but the speeder's on the ship.
Yes.
And apparently the ship is like important to this guy. It's like, this is like my prize ship. Why does he have this piece of shit speeder on his ship?
don't know.
It's
I don't even think
okay.
that.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure the speeder is just not there.
Moving on.
Like, the speeder just magically fucking appears anyway. So.
Okay.
If you even slightly like
Okay,
Star
thank you.
Wars, I would suggest trying this game out just so you can ride around the planets on a speeder. I think
What, but there's nothing to do. Like the world is empty. You're just running around in an empty sandbox, and like you can't play with the sand.
Imagine advocating that
You
you should
can-
spend the fucking
Someone wasn't listening to the music.
for the price tag. You should be happy enough to just ride around. Fuck me, yeah, okay.
since open world games became popular, a lot of games have come out that feel pointlessly open world. Like
Oh,
you
yeah?
want me like-
Oh
like
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, on that we agree.
Yes.
I got no interest in running around an empty forest for the 1000th time just because you wanted to pack your game full of time sinks. I think a lot of people.
I'm
Oh,
so
a
fucking.
game full
I
of
am.
time sinks.
I'm very confused right now.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
I can think of a really great example, bro.
feel this way, where you think you hate open world games when really you just hate the ones that have no business being open world. It's games
Okay, this is getting
Oh.
weird. Like,
That hole is just getting deeper, bro.
When's the turn?
Getting a little confused.
like this that bring to life a highly stylized fictional set of worlds that remind me why I liked the open world format in the first place. It's not the same thing we've seen 100 times before, and the open world format
I guess he's right. I haven't played one this bad in a very long time. Because we've said this several times now. Because a lot of people say like, "Ah, your standard Ubisoft experience." Like, it's worse than that.
Yeah.
is used purposefully here to let you feel what it would be like to live in the Star Wars universe. Thankfully,
Doing
this is
this
something
again.
they get right not only in how the worlds look, but what's in them too. We find Gorak in the private lounge of the nearby cantina, which is where we learn that Gorak is the lead.
Can you believe? Sorry, that my brain processed that for a while. It's like not only do they get how things look, but what is in them too. Like, yeah.
That's kind of mostly.
I assume he means like aesthetics and content.
Of course,
Yeah,
no.
he
My
was
point
appealing
is
to the
like,
checkpoint
how
thing
could you
again.
deliver that in such a way that it's like, oh, they managed to get those both. Like, yeah, that should be standard. What the fuck?
Sort of the point.
Leader of the dominant crime syndicate in the area called the Pikes. Now, the Pikes are one of the 4 crime syndicates you can work with throughout this game, and with every syndicate comes a reputation. A lot of this game's side missions, and even some of the main missions, will have you choosing sides on which of these 4 factions to work with. Doing
how does
jobs
that
and
work
making
out?
choices that will help a syndicate will raise your reputation level. But
I think that, like, before he goes any further, I think this really is one of those super important, like, fundamental. Are you able to engage with video games honestly and realistically? Is by describing the faction system in Star Wars Outlaws
know-
for what it actually is, not just what it tells you it is or what you've been told by Ubisoft that
It's
it
the
is.
video game version of the thing we've come across a million times with films, where people will describe to you what they were told by the film as opposed to what happened.
Yeah.
like-
Can you separate your own opinion from what you've been told?
The
Yeah,
character
what is it
did this,
really?
and the character is this. And it's like, no, the character did these things, which makes them this, not what they told you they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, seeing people describe this reputation system so glowingly over and over again has been mind-numbing. It's insane how
It's crazy because it's fucking awful.
it is awful. Yeah.
Doesn't fucking do much.
generally, if you help one, you're hurting another, so that will lower your reputation on the other end. The higher you get your reputation with a faction, the more you unlock rewards as well as gain access to their territory.
Like, this may as well be an ad right now. This is how it reads.
Yeah.
There's nothing here that's analysis. It doesn't even feel like he's engaged with it.
But the lower the mercenaries. But the lower the reputation goes, the less you get, and the more likely they are to just shoot you on sight. At the lowest point, they'll actually hire kill squads to come and find you. Right now, we're trying to get on the Pike's good side, but Gorak seems to think we don't know enough about the criminal underworld and won't work with us.
So new to this world. Come back when you're not.
Yeah, and there's nothing you could do about that. That just plays out that way. You can't not choose to mention Waka. Waka doesn't inform you that you shouldn't mention his name. There's no, like...
Which you should.
There's no amount of any leverage you can get beforehand that's different. It just plays out the same every fucking time, because nothing... One of my favorite ones, Rags, actually, was one of yours where, you know that cutscene at the beginning of Kajimi? Most people here will be familiar with it, where they say, like, you work for the Crimson Dawn, and everyone was critical of the scene because Case, like, what?
No,
I don't
I
no.
totally don't.
You can do that cutscene while wearing the Crimson Dawn uniform. It is the dumbest shit. Like, you have their emblem front and center, golden, shining in their face, and you're like, I don't work for the Crimson Dawn.
Why would you think that?
And it changes nothing.
If you wanted to do this right, you would have a story that changes. Like the main story beats would change depending on your various factions and your reputation.
Absolutely.
With them.
I think that's baseline.
Because
this is the selling point as well as the open world.
Yeah, because I mean, I think you mentioned in your playthrough, Mahler, that you were maxed out with the huts and you still had to go fight them at one point, and you're just like, well, I guess I'll just.
It's funny.
Main story just forces you to go against some factions at some times.
Yeah, I went with the huts. Rags went with Crimson Dawn, and both of us had a story mission that forced us to subvert or betray them.
Yeah.
It's like, why the fuck are you making me do this? I don't want to do this.
In a good game, you would be like, oh, you want something from the huts? Well, I'm like super buddies with them. Let me go talk to them and see if we can figure something out without having to shoot up the people I like. Because we don't do that.
Yeah.
So there's also a question. A few minutes back, I decided to look it up while we were watching this. In the last episode that we did on this game, I think we mentioned that this game sold. Was it 1 million copies in the first month? And 1 million copies,
something like that, yeah.
Yeah, 1 million copies, $70 a copy. Rough estimate that gets you 70 million in the first month. The game's budget was 300 million, and so that's kind of why this game is viewed as a failure, right? It's not making its money.
I think
back.
It should be viewed as a failure, even if it did make money, because it's not made anywhere near as much money as they'd want.
Yeah, I mean, I think they wanted to sell like 5 million, and to be honest, they'll probably sell 5 million over the course of the next year, but that's different than the launch window, right?
I mean,
so
plus when they have to open it up to Steam, which was definitely not in the original, hope list, so they're going to lose 30% of all those sales revenue just because of Steam.
So I looked this up. I can put it in the chat if you want to use it for something, Mahler. But I decided to check out the same numbers for Star Wars Jedi Survivor, because when Jedi Survivor came out, it made 800,000. It sold 800,000 units in the first month, and it was the same price. It was $70, and the budget for Jedi Survivor was also 200 million.
Interesting.
And Jedi Survivor is, I mean, it's not a super amazing game, but it's a better game than this by far.
So
it seems like, whether or not the game's terrible or whether or not or it's like it's an okay game, Star Wars just isn't selling enough to justify how much money they're putting into it right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Outlaws were a great game, it definitely would have sold more, but I think the sales are pretty not great anyway. As in, like, even I don't even know that the game being bad fully explains why they didn't sell more in the initial month, I guess. You'd expect maybe there'd be like a huge refund culture surrounding it, but there's still plenty of people who will play 5 hours, and as we saw in the last episode, they'll be like, you know what? You should give this game a chance. It's actually really fun. Like, it can pass a lot of smell tests for a lot of people who play it. But like we were talking about it, so many people aren't going to complete this game while also saying it's good. So many people aren't going to know anything about a lot of the deeper mechanics. Well, not deeper, mechanics that are further away from your standard sort of run through the game. You have to go talk to particular people, go on crazy quests, and all the I don't think anyone here except me probably did the veteran expert, the droid that you unlock the final set of abilities from. Like, I don't even think the world, like the 99% of players aren't going to do that. And what's funny, I guess, is that was the best the writing got was for me was with that droid. The point being, it's interesting how it's selling, and yes, Star Wars as an IP is not as reliable because they've done so much damage to it. I think is the only reasonable conclusion you could come to. Just
Yeah.
not
Someone in
pull
the
people
chat said that Star Wars isn't a free money machine anymore, and that's pretty much what it is because they expected to sell 5 million copies of this game in the first month, and they didn't get anywhere close to that. So I think at this point, it's not just that the because earlier in the video he was talking about just the state of Star Wars in general, and it's not just that the game is bad, though the game is really bad. It's also that I think they have just too much expectations
Well, they should stop
for
fucking
the
around.
IP at this point.
They
Yeah.
should, the big combination of things should be make the thing good, which I know is just revolutionary
What?
as a concept, but also
Get
make
outta
it a
here.
thing that people want. I know those two things don't happen at the same time. You could have some in. I think it's safe to say Andor was not something people necessarily wanted, but it was good.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have something that like a Kenobi show. Yeah, people definitely wanted that, but it was not good. And if we had a single project from them that we would say like, oh yeah, that's what the whole fan base wanted, and it was good. It's like, no. It's just not happened. And that's since they've taken over, technically. I think you could argue that TFA would have been that, considering the results of it, but it didn't. I guess maybe if there's a third aspect of, like, stands the test of time or is considered a classic, like, they've definitely not gotten that for that.
Yeah.
But people say, like, it's Ubisoft's, like, what would you expect? It's like, I'm just saying, irrelevant of companies. It's Disney, like, what do you expect, you know? Like, we're never going to be able to...
Yeah.
But still.
It's not just Ubisoft because I mean, Jedi Survivor was made by EA, and it was a better game than this, and it still, did not sell as much as they wanted it to sell. But I mean, at least EA got their money back because Microsoft handed EA $300 million to put it on Game Pass, so they at least made their money back. That's not happening with this one.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna try and make as much as they can out of it. That's just the stage that they're in. How do we lose the least amount of money on Star Wars Outlaws? What do we got to do? Put it on Steam. Like that's a good idea. Like okay, step 1, step 2.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of a DLC to come out with a mission or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Suicide Squad, where it's just like, how do we bleed the least, basically.
They just released a DLC for that for all the 200 people that are still playing that game.
Yep.
There's like 2 seasons. Didn't they make like 2 seasons for Suicide Squad?
I think they're on a 3rd season now. They just released fuck, who was it they released? That one guy's daughter who really shouldn't be a playable character. No, that's the previous season, Mrs. Freeze.
See, I'm out of the loop, you see.
Yeah, they released fuck, was it Deadshot's daughter? Basically, yeah.
I've seen
it's like,
images and stuff. It looks cringe as fuck. I saw a bio as well. It was terrible, but all of them are in those games. That game, rather.
Yeah. Isn't the whole point of that character is that they're like young and innocent and they're not part of this? It's like, oh, now you can play them. Oh,
no, badass
right.
lady with gun.
Time to go seek the competition. Most of your jobs or contracts will come through brokers in the world. Some of these are limited by faction reputation, but Danka here, who's the first one that you meet, will work with you whenever. She's currently got a contract from a
Yeah, it's kind of broken in that she's clearly like aligned somewhat with the Crimson Dawn, and no matter what you do to the Crimson Dawn, she has no commentary for you. And you can fail her contracts, you can betray people, she'll never say a thing.
She's just there to be like, well, I'm the NPC that tells you about the things you need so you can do the stuff. All right. Indeed you are.
In a better game, there would be like 4 of this character, 1 for each faction, and they'd all be the intro into the
Yeah, and one of them would say
faction,
fuck off if you betrayed them like 4 times. They'd just be like, I'm not interested in giving you contracts, you're cunt. You've ruined everything. Yeah. They hate me now.
The game should be willing to be, no, you have, by your decisions, you have locked yourself off of being cooperative with one of these factions, because of course you went and murdered a bunch of their people, and you keep doing it. They're not going to work with you.
That's way too
You need to do another playthrough and if you want to try a different thing. This game is afraid of you having consequences for your actions.
The most you get
which is the exact opposite of what you want in an open world game. I want there to be consequences for my actions. That's why I do them.
A reputation system that's a prominent part of the marketing.
Yeah, the one vision of this is sort of almost in a thin way happens is that if you don't have excellent reputation, you can't access like the big contracts. But that's it. And the big contracts only refers to a good payout. That's all.
mystery employer to go and steal.
Oh, and I saw someone asking why is there no plushie link. It's in the description. It's all there. We'll chat about them a bit later probably, but they are
But
available.
thanks for
still.
asking, my dude.
Don't you worry. I haven't got like a bot that posted every once in a while though. You got me there. Chat will have to find their way to the description. And I see how I didn't say description down below, because who knows? Maybe it'll be on top of the video in future. You never know what's gonna happen because YouTube's crazy.
Some information from the Pikes. Now this is where good rep with the Pikes would come in handy, because we could just walk straight in the door and take it. But because we don't, we've got to find a sneaky way into their little base. Sneaking into these districts is still pretty easy. It just requires some patience and bonking people on the head a bunch.
You know what's funny is all of us found it incredibly frustrating the first time we did it, because just how like it's all very crafted to be played one way, and so all of us trying different things kept getting punished, and we're just like, this is fucking lame. Like,
Yeah, because this is one of the segments where they just enter you and put you into a failed state. It's like, oh, you've been seen, caught, and then you just get thrown back outside and just have to do it again.
Well,
Yeah, it's the same vent. They never actually boarded it out. They never figure out what's going on. It's like, oh.
The best one is the
Again.
Ashiga, where just to their right there's a huge hole in the wall. They're just like, oh, yeah, we should probably put a guy on that, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, the big thing is they prevent you from using your gun, which has your primary use of like the stun takedown is really fucking useful for stealth, but you're not allowed it for some reason. It's so useful, by the way, that you can take someone down who's right next to another person and they won't even notice. They'll just be like, huh, there goes
Yeah, but
John.
they give it an insanely long cooldown to keep you from abusing it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, they knew. They knew.
Oh yeah, they knew, and they knew that the best way to limit the player with this incredibly powerful tool is just to say, yeah, value of cooldown 7 trillion. We are good game devs.
It's captured beautifully, and when Fringy first enters this area, and he's just like, you know, you can't weapons off. You're not allowed to use them. You're just like, why?
Why?
Yeah.
There's literally no reason. And then you step just far enough into a different, like, across a border, and it's like, now weapons are hot. You're like, why?
Okay, yeah, I guess that's how it works.
What was the reason for any of that? It's like, shut up.
When they catch you, though, is when things get a little more difficult. And by that, I mean not difficult at all, because this game has a huge balancing problem. I'm not generally somebody who goes out of their way to play hard games, but I like when a game is at least a little bit challenging. This game is so incredibly easy, it's kind of annoying.
This is very funny footage.
I'm with him completely, and even on the hardest difficulty, what'll happen is like it's just difficulty spikes. And when I say difficulty spikes, I don't even mean like levels. I mean just randomly the game will have all of them instantly kill you. And then randomly...
Oh, because the AI decides, this time we hit you.
It is like they're rolling a dice every time, and if they hit anything above a 6, they'll insta-kill you on hard difficulty, but, you know...
I mean, that's the same way I died on just the normal difficulty, when they just randomly all start hitting you. It's like, oh, guess I'll die now. Okay, do that again.
I should have said above a 5. I mixed up my own dice in my own head. Sorry, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
Idiot.
Okay, above a 6 on a D10. Sure.
There you go.
Told you not to fuck up the dice in your head.
But
the
thing is, I was thinking about it. I was like, no, that's too often though. It's like if it was a D10, it'd be above 8. Then they can kill you. Because most of the time on hard, I was just running through. They miss all the time.
You would think that since you can just adjust the values for accuracy, one of the things they could do is say, oh, this faction is more accurate than this faction. These enemies are more accurate than these, other enemies and stuff like that.
And the Empire,
so at least make you...
they never hit you because stormtroopers can't aim.
Stormtrooper bombed head.
Ruffle.
Bumped the difficulty all the way up to the highest setting, and I still felt like I was God. Honestly, I wonder if this isn't like a bug or something. Because no matter what difficulty...
Honestly... 10 times out of 11 when you say, is it a bug? It's just the way the game works.
It's just bad design.
It's just how it works.
You're on, you can always kill somebody in 3 hits, which is insane because you can't even kill them with 3 shots from the blaster. I'm trying to say like a punch from KVS is stronger than getting shot.
I think that this is a balance / video game thing. That is a very complex and long discussion on how come my punches are really deadly, but my blasters and guns aren't nearly as deadly.
So you know what I think it's funny? Everyone says deadly, Because I think they want us to think you knock them out with the punches, but there's literally no difference between punching someone down to
Yeah.
knock them out
Yeah.
and shoot
Well,
them.
you can explicitly hit them with the stun shot, and it will do the exact same thing as hitting them with regular blaster shots. So.
And even the dialogue will not change between like, oh, if you go up to punch somebody, then I think the AI or the NPCs, if they see the body, they act like the person's dead. And of course, they don't try and wake them up. They don't splash cold water in their head or slap them on the face, get them back up like they can do in other games. They're just done. They're gone. It's the same state whether they're knocked out or dead.
The dice roll on flavor dialogue is some of the funniest shit in this game because you'll have it right next to each other of like, oh no, an officer's down. It was probably nothing. You're like, what? how did you put those two together? Just like,
With a futuristic gun, thing is, I like when a game is made easy enough so that a casual player could experience the story and just enjoy the game overall without having to be a power gamer. But I wish it was just a difficulty setting.
I mean, contextually, we've had full episodes about that topic.
Yeah, in general, I think I agree, but there should be hard games that require power gaming. But
I still had an option to make the game hard enough to engage my brain at all. The exploration and quest structure are so much fun, which makes it so sad that the actual combat, the thing you're going...
Like, why is the quest structure
Star Wars
so
Outlaws
fun?
is better.
I was waiting for something there, but yeah, why?
I think he
exactly.
thinks that's all couched in his explanation of the reputation system, and also you get a speeder, I guess, being like, I think he thinks that's enough to like get you on board with the quest structure and the exploration being fun. I can't say I agree, but
to do most of the time is not rewarding in any way. Give me like a difficulty setting that lets me kill people in one shot, but also I get killed in one shot. That would add...
Oh, bro, it would be such a fucking shit game.
That sounds like a really terrible option for this game.
It sounds like Dante Must Die.
Well, I was going to say, yeah,
actually, that mode's called
specifically,
Heaven and Hell.
They have, in the Empire strongholds, they'll have snipers, and if you haven't spotted them, you'll just be running around doing all kinds of, and you're just like dead. And you're like, oh. You got to keep an eye on it.
Yeah,
The idea that everyone can do that to you at any time, I don't know. You might get a boost of tension in a good way, but you'll simultaneously just get more and more annoyed, and you'll turn it off.
Yeah. One-shots in particular are a really special deal. I do like the idea of everyone just taking more damage as a setting, whereas like everything's just deadlier in general, but the one-shot stuff, a lot of the time that can be like, ooh, anything? Ooh, boy.
I don't think this game
Also,
really makes sense.
I think the most annoying thing about the snipers is that they functionally work the same way as the guy who runs over and hits the alarm, because a little thing appears above their head and a wheel fills up, and it's like once that wheel fills up, the game ends because either you get sniped and killed in one shot, or the alarm is hit and then a bunch of guys run and then you put your hands up, and so the game stops either way. So
well,
it's the same thing
to me. I've had snipers from like 50 meters away like arrest me because they looked at me.
Oh my god, it's so
some
stupid.
bar filled up. You'll notice it when you watch through my playthrough. Is when I was on Akiva, and I was just bumming around fighting Imperials, and then a sniper, like he's like up on top of a wall, at least 50 meters away, arrests me, and I put up my hands and I'm like, oh, I give up. And I'm like, what the fuck? And the game just said I can't play anymore.
Well,
What's going on?
In the initial district areas, you were sneaking around, and I think this is before you'd learned this is just how it works. Someone walks up to you and you do fast talk, and you are used to, at that point, fast talk leading into stun shot. But you don't get to do that in the initial district areas. All you can do is fast talk, which is pointless. Fast talk delays them such that you have the opportunity to shoot them, but you're not allowed your gun in those sections, so it's just you can delay them from arresting you, but you'll still be arrested.
Great.
Well, even outside of in that moment where I was saying about the scout trooper sniper arresting me, I think like right before that, I had to just accept another restart because I was not given the option to do anything as the trooper was approaching me with a little handcuff icon coming up. I was just not allowed to do anything. I was like locked out of being able to access any options, my blaster or anything like that. So sometimes the game just decides that you just can't use your gun. You just don't get to play anymore. Restart.
Like Kay is an unstoppable force in this world. She can take down 1,000 troopers in a row, but sometimes she'll just be like, okay, you got me. Oh, I think so.
Way more stakes to the whole stealth thing you got going on here. And while we're at it, how about we make K-Vest not punch harder than the Batman? And if you want to get really crazy, let's replace
It's a matter of aesthetics and how you do it. She can't be punching. She has to use a stun gun, or she has to like do something. She needs to have a piece of kit, a piece of gear that she uses, and then it's much. But the problem's basically resolved with that for the most part.
Some of these stealth takedown animations with ones where she actually looks like she's putting any force behind it at all. I mean, they clearly took inspiration from Uncharted, right? And yet
No, from Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Everyone has made that reference because it's just like one to one. It's so bad.
yes, while realistically Nathan Drake probably wouldn't be able to punch out that guy in one hit, it still at least looks like he is putting a lot of force into that punch. There is punch to the punch. Does that make sense? In the back of the Pike District, there's
visual
a
comparison
locked
might
door.
have been nice, but
I mean, I totally agree. Like the Uncharted games make way more of an effort to one, convey the strength of Nathan Drake, but also convey the vulnerability of Nathan Drake. They put a lot of effort into emphasizing that, in a sense, you were meant to take him for a regular guy, even though the feats that he ends up accomplishing are insane. But in this case, I mean, we don't need to spend more time talking about how
that the unlock you get late in the game that allows you to take down the heavy individuals with a takedown. You get the stun, like actual like taser. It's just like, why did she just fucking have that the whole time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dumb fucking game.
I was saying you need to have a stun implement.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that they have it in the game, but they don't use like, you know what I mean? Like, it was all there. They just didn't.
Yeah, they made a design decision to say throughout the entirety of the game we're going to give her these stupid, silly punch animations to take down everyone instead of just utilizing the thing we've already put in the game.
Clever.
And behind it is the computer that we have to hack to steal the data. Now, the lockpicking and the computer hacking are two of Star Wars Outlaws' new mini-game. I love the lockpicking, I hate the hacking. Crazy opinion.
You love the lockpicking.
Why?
It was
okay, I guess we'll find it was
I mean, it
novel.
was pretty neutral to me. Meh.
Yeah, it was like
I was neutral,
quick,
and then I
at
got
least.
annoyed because there's like 5 different ones you do. And
That's it. Yeah.
5? I thought there were only 3.
See?
Yeah.
It's like a basic rhythm game, right? You just beat it. Yeah.
It would have been cool if there were like, you know, you could crank it up to expert mode and it was playing tunes and stuff
Like
that you know.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Yeah, like it is actually difficult. And you had to
Funky
sit there and
Town.
wait.
I actually think the lock...
That should be the
Oh
one
my
that
God.
unlocks the big chest in, you know, Mos Eisley or something.
Well, that would be a fun Easter egg, like 1 out of
Yeah.
every 100 locks or something. It's like the special funny reloads in Battlefield where there's like a 1 in 1,000 chance of it playing. You know, it's just like a little fun little Easter egg. Let's see, it's the Cantina music.
Picking mechanics here are the best of any game I've played recently. It's
Whoa.
basically a little rhythm game where you have to listen to the different clicks and then you have to click on your controller and match up with those. I don't know. It's
Don't say click on your controller. You're combining the.
fun. It scratches a very particular itch in my brain. That hacking minigame, though, I don't know whose idea this was, but it was not a very good one. So a while back,
It's just awful.
Just say bad. Just say it's bad.
Oh, that's all he
please.
said about the lockpicking?
It's
All right.
just
I mean,
awful.
there's not really. I don't know how much you could really talk about the
game
lockpicking
lies to you.
minigame,
Yeah,
I
I
guess.
was gonna say he almost
Oh,
said
sorry,
everything
go
you can say about
Yeah,
that.
that's it.
No.
He should have said there's only like 5 patterns to
They're
actually
really easy, and that's
know.
that, yeah.
there was this game called Wordle. It's a little game where you have to guess a 5-letter word through process of elimination. When you guess a letter that's wrong, the square it's in will remain gray. But if you guess the letter right, it's just not in the right place, then it'll be yellow. And if you guess the letter right and it's in the right place, it'll be green. It's basically like a crossword puzzle for TikTok-brained individuals.
There's not really anything like crossword puzzle, but carry on.
Now to hack into computers in Star Wars Outlaws, you gotta play Space Wordle. It's like regular Wordle, except you're not actually guessing a word. You're just pressing stuff and seeing what the color.
To be clear, there's no meaningful, real distinction between you're just using words and guessing symbols is essentially the same thing. We just assign meanings to the letters that are symbols. Okay.
Color is.
What are you talking about?
I mean, kind of, but you can guess a word though. You can't really guess the symbols.
Yeah, that's true. If the symbols actually referred to something interesting or the symbols were related to one another, that could be like a level of depth and interestingness
Well, yeah, that's his
that
point.
could apply to it.
Because that's the main criticism of the Space Wordle is there's no words. There's no... If there were symbols that led to things like
It's
the words
just
lead
dull.
to things, then
I was
It's
thinking,
no word.
is
It's
it
just
spelled?
it's just dull, not wordle.
The symbols, yeah, the symbols have no interrelation that actually informs guess making.
They probably should have had it be Space Wordle, but the word library was all Star Wars stuff. That's probably the way to do
Or
it.
they would have to be like alternate, or the symbols were different like colors, and you knew that the colors always alternate, or something, so that you could kind of like that a Q and a Z are probably just never going to be together, so there's no point guessing them. Whereas if you had the symbols be like a certain color or shape, you'd know, oh, that's a circle and that's a horizontal bar. Those are never beside one another. Or part of one symbol kind of leads into the next, like they're supposed to be connected.
I don't know if we want to.
Or it's just dull.
They should have just copied Wordle. They decided to take Wordle and then remove one of the most important aspects of
word.
Wordle, making Wordle
Yeah.
pointless.
And they made it
They
worse
could have just like put,
because the correct
lightsaber,
guesses.
blaster, whatever.
But
Just
they
put
also made it
Star Wars
worse with the
terms.
correct guesses, right? Like, because as soon as you get a correct guess, it locks it into that slot.
That's another huge
So
mistake they made. Yeah.
Yeah, it is objectively worse Wordle.
So wait, what are you referring to? Because I've never actually played
So if we get
Wordle.
back to that Wordle, so can you see how it's got SPORT and O and R correct? His next run,
so-
he can still choose 5 wrong letters. And you might be like, well, you fool, you should be putting O and R in there, right? Because you got them right. It's like, well, no, it's a waste. I already know where our O and R go. So now I want to try 5
So at
letters.
the end, you could cash them in.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
I gotcha.
In
Okay, I see what you mean.
Space Wordle, they lock it in and it just takes a space to the point where it several times made me quote unquote lose because I could no longer test out more. But ultimately, the final problem with this game is there's no consequence for losing, so who cares?
Yeah, so who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Sure.
The game pretends like there is and goes into red, but it actually doesn't do anything.
There is
But if
one
there
thing that
were-
it does, and it
what
makes
is
you don't get as much money, I think, for completing it.
Oh, no.
Okay. Oh no, not
I
more.
didn't
Oh,
even
the one
notice.
thing I constantly needed.
I was
in
about
this
to say
game
most
is money.
everyone didn't notice that. But the thing is, why would you? When it goes and then red lights are flashing, like, oh god, the alarm is going off. It's like, no.
Because sometimes I'd hack an Imperial like outpost terminal, and I'd get like 800, 400, 1,000 credits, and I'm like, holy shit! And then sometimes I'd get 100, and I'm like, but why? Why? How come the huge difference in the credit payout? Is it random?
It's because
I
you
don't
failed
know.
the Wordle.
I don't think I did, because I mean, you succeed most of them. The ones
It's
you
just
fail is
terrible.
only because you get to the end and it's just, well, I only have one chance, quote unquote, one chance left, and there's 3 mystery symbols. I have a 33% chance of getting it right. 1 in 3. I hope this is it.
Also, I
You
think I
don't
spoke
fail
over
because
you
of-
a couple times.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Oh, I don't remember.
I kind of
So-
hate
so-
Wordle, Space Wordle, if we're calling it that. It's so bad. They fucked it up in so many different ways.
It
So-
is.
Yeah.
It. At least the lock picking, it's quick. Which
Yes.
is like at
Yeah.
Yeah.
least for all of its simplicity and lack of anything interesting, it is quick.
The fun,
To be fair,
funny bit
if
about
you
the...
wanted,
Go ahead.
if you want to do this quick, you can do it. You just like A through it really quick. You'll eventually get it.
I don't
Yeah,
even know
but there's
that
a
would be
sort
the
of-
quick way, honestly.
That would probably make it slower.
Yeah.
There's a kind of like awful messiness to just clicking away.
You need to
that
unlock
it-
the first upgrade, and then it becomes incredibly fast.
Very, very fast.
Mhm.
Yeah. With
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
upgrade.
Actually, okay. Do you recall in the last episode we watched? I forget her fucking name, but the person who was shitting on the
Lana?
indie games.
Lana
Yeah,
Pierce, yeah.
and how there was that one indie game that actually looked kind of interesting, and she just like pressed down, just went through all through
Enter the dungeon. Yes.
Yes. So basically, I remember getting to a point where I could just do that with Wordle. I just
Yeah.
press the button and just be done. It's like, oh,
You probably
not
unlock
even
the
a game anymore,
upgrades
it's
because
yeah.
to be clear for anybody who's listening, like the upgrade makes it so it binds. See how you can only have 3 correct answers here? It would bind each one to like another 2 symbols, and if you guess the correct one, it knocks out the other 2 as a bonus. Meaning,
Yep.
if you on your first
Oh,
try
that's what
hit
it does.
2
Okay.
correct ones, you might knock out half the board straight away, and you're just like, oh well. let's
So
do
funny,
it.
because I was about to say there's these upgrades, but I never even
Oh,
bothered
that's
to figure
not-
out what they do.
That isn't one of the Joker upgrades, or whatever the fuck they're called. I think I mentioned them on the last stream. Once you get them, the game becomes fucking joke. One of them is it places all of the yellow ones for you.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Great.
Oh shit! Wow.
that's what I mean. This fucking
That
game
like
is a
that
joke.
like triples your success rate.
It's insane.
Because you
It
don't.
reminds me of Sabak, where it's like the first cheat you get is insane and it'll make you win. Then it's like, yeah, we got 2 more that you can infinitely use. It's like, okay, I guess.
You know, that's the mark of a good game, is that the game gives you a way to bypass that game.
Yes. Dude, I love it in reviews when they do that. When they're like, don't worry, you don't have to do it for that long, and eventually you can just skip it. Woohoo.
Pressing
Mark
stuff
of approval.
and seeing what the color is, which is stupid, right? That's the whole point of Wordle, is just to work. The worst part is that if you fail the minigame, there's no consequence. You just try again. So the only real consequence of failure is just how much time you have to spend on this stupid minigame. My opinion, if they wanted to make Wordle, they should have just made Wordle. You can't take the word out of Wordle, because then it's
What? Yeah.
Yep.
See the 8 on the left, the 8 symbols on the left.
Oh.
That bottom left one there is that it's that circle, and the left is white, and the right is black. Like that could be a way to link the symbols together, where the colors always alternate, or the top is white and the bottom is black, and then they have to alternate. So it even tells you like a clue for something else going on.
To be
in another
absolutely
adjacent
clear,
square.
this game is played by all of us like 1,000 times.
Yep. You play it a lot.
Mhm.
In this game,
lot.
and you could tell which ones are are necessary for the story because they're the most unfailable, easiest of them all.
Yeah.
I did
you
them
can't take the word.
blindly at one point in a stream. I just hold my hands in front of my eyes and just clicked.
My opinion,
then I
if they
won.
wanted to make Wordle, they should have just made Wordle. You can't take the word out of Wordle because then it's just ul, and that's not fun. Also, give it a
You gotta dress it up as something. You can't actually have it be Wordle in the Star Wars universe. You gotta do something to it to make it Wordle-esque.
Well, if you
without
can't
it being
recreate
actually
Wordle as Wordle without destroying it, then do something else.
I
Do a
feel like,
different
yeah, we're back to
system.
the drawing board.
Yeah, then just do a
Yep.
different system.
consequence if I
Like 'em
fail,
all rhythm
you know? Like throw
games.
some enemies at me or something. Anyway, after a riveting game of Space Wordle, we get the data that we were trying to steal from the Pikes, and it turns out there's someone within the Pikes that's looking to overthrow Gorak. Now all we got to do is take that information back to Donka, but when we do, we get to meet the person who really hired us for this job, Illyra. She's the leader of a rival.
Remember Alira? She's in the game for about 10 minutes, and then she's gone.
Yeah,
forever. I don't know.
Who?
there is the Crimson Dawn.
It's so odd.
Representative lady.
She's introduced as the Crimson Dawn person, and then you go to a different planet, and you're introduced to the Crimson Dawn person who is not Alira ever again. You're like, okay, bye.
I don't even remember.
It's
I'm
a regional thing, you know. It's
Oh well, I
Listen,
think it literally is that. It's just that story-wise, it doesn't work so well, right? Like, your interactions with the Crimson Dawn through Alira, she's the lady. You gotta blah blah blah, and then it's all through Emilia Clarke from there on.
Listen, this might sound like slightly racist, but all the Twi'leks look the same to me.
well,
It does
They're all
sound-
just interchangeable.
they all
Yeah.
do
Right.
kind of, yeah. But that's just like kind of all the characters. They all have the same general facial structure. There's no one who's, there's no one who's pretty in this game. There's no one who's
Yeah.
like interesting or stand out.
There's like a green one. There's a blue one. There's a gray
Yeah,
one.
it's
Wait,
basically it.
Rags, you met Jabba, right?
True.
Just making sure. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
I
what
assume
a-
we're
what a-
leaving him as an
what a hunk.
exception because it's not.
yeah,
the,
of
Jabba
course.
doesn't
We
belong
don't
to the
even-
game. He comes from something else.
Oh
so it's
yeah,
fair,
yeah.
I
He's
get
not
you.
of this. Yeah.
rival syndicate called Crimson Dawn.
The Pikes are on
Cringe.
top here, and Crimson Dawn is making moves.
And it's here we're given our first of many choices on who to side with. We can either give this data to Illyra, who can use it against the Pikes, or we can withhold the information and bring it to Gorak. This
And let's be
choice is
fucking
gonna-
clear,
It's
there are
just
no
which bar you want to
consequences
go higher.
other than and there's nothing in the story
It's
or
literally it.
mechanically ever that ever changes based on this decision. It is just bar go up, bar go down, and bar going up and bar going down doesn't do a huge amount. You can describe it such that it sounds like it does a huge amount, but it doesn't.
Yep.
Put us
The-
in good standing
Th-
with one
this so when you look at the screen and you see there's two selections and you see like the meters and you see the person's looking at you pensively. It feels like if you're playing like a Witcher game or a Mass Effect or like a Bethesda game, that you're right now you're making a choice that will change the way the next bit of story unfolds.
Sure.
And it's
No.
it's the exact same.
Story
Yeah,
is
because
fucking
then-
rigid.
Even in
Yeah.
in The Witcher, there's no like morality system. It's just here are the consequences of a previous decision you've made. It's that this happens now, and that's the consequence. You don't have a little meter with a reputation going up and down. You don't gain or lose karma. It's just here are the consequences of your decision. They're actual consequences.
I mean,
Oh,
you do
and
have like an informal rep with some factions in Witcher 2, but still, like I know what you mean. Yeah.
I think as well, if this was supposed to play in any way, shape, or form, quote unquote, realistically, and I don't mean to say that it's better if it is more realistic, I'm just saying that if you expect a reputation system to go a particular way, what do you guys think would be harder? Reaching maximum with every syndicate, or reaching, like, they want to kill you at every syndicate?
I would
It should be
assume
harder
it
to
is
get
Max.
easier to.
Max.
Yeah, it should be hard to get max because to get. I mean, well, first off, just the nature of to get people to hate you is extremely easy.
Yeah.
Any random person on the street, you can get them to hate you in 10 seconds, right? But to get them to love you, that takes time and work and effort. So I would assume in the game, obviously it's easier to get people to hate you. You just go around shooting everybody and murdering.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. So all this is very, very true. It is a fucking nightmare to get every syndicate to hate you. It takes fucking ages. You have to do all kinds of insane grinding. Meanwhile, getting them to like you is incredibly easy. You can just farm these shipment missions in space over and over again.
Oh,
And when I say over and
Mahler,
over
actually,
again, I mean you can maximize all of them within like an hour at most.
Yep.
can I ask you, is there any point in this game where you can attack the bug people? Who are they? The
Shiga.
Ashiga. Is there any area in this game where you fight Ashiga, where you can fight them?
Well, it depends what you mean. There are story missions where you have to fight them. Like
Yeah,
when
the
you...
story mission, but that doesn't even like count because it's two
mean-
factions of Ashiga. But like in the way that you could go around and like attack Pikes or anyone else, does that exist for the Ashiga? Is there ever a place where you can
in the
fight Ashiga people?
in Kajimi, in
Ashigans.
their little district, you can do like do you count like the takedowns? You can do stealth takedowns on them in the district.
Oh, in the restricted zone.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
places like that. yeah.
I guess that counts, but like open combat.
I guess you're talking about things that'll actually lower your rep with them, right?
Oh yeah, well,
Well,
I don't think he's asking that
Ashiga
just
only-
because you know I even showed you, Rags, like how I farmed the Ashiga negative reputation.
Yeah, because the difference between the Ashiga and the other clans is that they're not just like around in the world, because on Kajimi, there just doesn't exist an open world for you to
No.
explore, where you're just gonna have Pikes and Crimson Dawn and Imperials just walking around doing stuff, and you can go out and kill them. So I don't think you even have the opportunity to go around on a murder spree on Ashiga.
Well, they've
The game
also-
there's no zone with them.
Something got fucked up when they did the Ashiga too, because they're the only faction where you can walk toward them in their district, and if you're on low reputation, it'll automatically count as trespassing. Not even walking in, just walking up to them. They'll capture you.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know
that's not
why.
what
It feels
trespassing
like
is.
it's something they fucked up.
That whole area feels less finished than the rest of the game, which already doesn't feel finished.
Also,
mean,
just real
I'm
quick,
sure you
'cause,
guys recall.
Rags mentioned
Okay.
it, the lack of open world. All of us have that moment where we're like, right, I've done the main city area of Kiva as Kijimi, so now off to the open world that you can't find it.
Yeah.
And,
that sucks.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
that
yeah.
realization.
I love the idea that the dev is with you while you're playing the game, and you ask like, "Oh, I can't wait to see the open world for Kijimi," and they're like,
Because I just assumed that okay, we've got our ice planet to explore, and we got our big ravines and snow things, and I don't know. It probably looked visually pretty boring, probably with how they kind of explain it. But hey, it's different. It's a change of pace. We can fight Wampas, right? That's Empire Strikes Back, right? The Wampa, or was that
Yep.
yeah?
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
that'd be a thing, but like
Oh, and for
I
the
don't know,
record,
like,
someone
ice
said who
planets.
thought Disney would let you be a bad guy in this game. They do. You get to do all
You
kinds
are
of
a
bad
bad guy.
things. You're a piece of shit, but they don't recognize it.
They don't recognize it. Yeah.
They do not accurately convey to the player exactly how much of a piece of shit you are. Very early in
You-
this game, you murder a couple people.
Oh, even as a
And-
child, she doesn't give a shit that her mom got shot. Like,
There are
I wanna
so many
keep
things.
Nix. It's like, fuck you.
Jeez.
The game
True, though.
likes her a whole bunch by the end, but she does horrible things throughout that she does not get punished
Yeah.
for.
She's a fucker.
Well, she's a standard Disney female character. She's
Yeah,
this
morally
complete lack of
reprehensible and gets away with
self-awareness, no real like arc or learning or difficulties. Everything's handed to her, but she'll constantly complain about everyone, like being the problem. The part that really fucking hit me was when she said all the syndicates, the Empire, the rebels, they're all horrible and they use everyone. Says lady who just steals and abuses everybody she comes across.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating fucking POV.
In game that encourages that behavior.
Yeah, but all in a very, I was about to say in a sterilized way. It's like a hollow way. Like
Yep.
be an evil person. Go steal from that cop. And you're like, ooh, here I go. Here's some of his
What can I steal
pennies.
from the cop? Grenade.
What?
What else?
Go
Grenade.
and
There is only
betray
grenade.
and backstab the reprehensible crime syndicates. No one else, just them.
And I think
Yep,
the
you
ultimate
can't like mug
fact
anybody
here-
or.
Dude, oh yeah, that's just they'd never do it, but they should. I'd love to play that character. Like I said, we
I
brought
will
it up
say that
before,
the
but Salacious B. Crumb with a knife, mugging people, that would be so fucking good.
Yes.
I think the
Yes.
single most the biggest single thing that you can point to on the fact that they don't want you to actually be like truly evil is that they do not allow you to have any reputation or ally with the Empire.
Yes. Even though
They do not want you to
They're,
ally with the Empire. They don't want it.
whichever DLC is coming out, someone asked their official account if we can align with the Empire, and their response was, "You can indeed work for the Empire with the new thingy." But they obviously worded it such there's like they're not going to be a faction.
It'll be one mission.
Yeah, but
You
that
can
you
work
can
with them,
do
yeah,
something.
exactly,
And it'll
that's
probably be
gone.
nothing but subversion. She'll be saying like, "Oh yeah, we got to do this for them so that we can do this," that sort of shit. As opposed
It'll
to
be
what we
whatever
want, which
it
is,
I'm
you know
sure
what?
It will be terrible.
The Empire are good for the galaxy. Let's fucking sign up and crush this rebellion. I love the idea that Disney are like, "Oh, how could you say that?"
No, but the Empire is bad and the rebels are good.
Bad, I'm gay.
Whereas I'm like Battlefront, I'm like Empire every fucking time.
I always play the CIS. I love the droid army. It's great.
It sure makes sniping. It's the easiest sniping that there is. To snipe those big bucket heads on the clone troopers,
Yeah.
whereas they have to hit the little battle droid heads or the wonky front-facing super battle droid heads, and you're like, oh fuck this.
Faction and bad with the other. This is the reputation system in action. And while it's not the most robust, mind-blowing faction system you've ever seen, it still makes this entire game and its side quests a lot more interesting. See, for the most part,
A lot more interesting. Not just a little interesting, somewhat more interesting. A lot.
Fine.
Very
I mean,
interesting.
Need more justification.
Yeah, there's not much to
Okay,
say. Like
man.
saying it could be more robust. It's like, dude, it's like tier 1. Like
It couldn't be less robust.
pretty much. Yeah.
I like the story of Star Wars Outlaws. I think, save for a
Here
few
we
goofy
go.
choices and a lot of plot armor,
Tell me what the
it's
story
an
is,
interesting
please.
story with some cool characters. But
Why? Tell me why. Why are you skipping?
Yeah.
He
Stop
says
it.
some cool characters. He's implying there's more than one, and there isn't even
It's
one.
gonna be ND5. That's gonna be the cool. He's purpose built to be considered the cool character. That's what he's. It's just like Nyx. It's the purpose built to be the cute character.
He's
Isn't
not
that really
cool
what
though.
kept
He
me
sucks.
Yeah, Nyx isn't.
interested in
Yes, he
playing
is. Take it back.
through the entire game. What really hooked me was the fantasy of living as an outlaw in the Star Wars
Oh
universe.
come on.
You
Okay.
cannot. They do
And
not
you-
allow you to order an alcoholic beverage at any of the many bars.
Can we save this credit for the game that actually does that, please?
Yeah.
Or like
Taking
makes
con-
even a passing attempt at doing
A passing
that.
attempt would be nice.
You can't order alcohol. You can't mug anyone on the street. You can't like get a prostitute or a stripper. You just none of that.
Oh, can you
None of that.
fucking imagine?
That'd be
Oh,
awesome.
there's no way they'd ever let you have a prostitute in Star Wars.
Boo.
I mean, they were kind
That'd be
of they were
horrible.
flirting with it in Andor, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
it
Yeah,
exists.
because-
Just
Yeah.
I want to
it
pay
does
those
exist, they
Tatooine
just won't
10s,
let you.
dude.
Unfortunately,
Tatooine
Andor has a
test.
spine.
Andor's the
Star
standout.
Star Wars doesn't.
yeah.
Andor is
From
a
either
weird standout, yeah.
It is indeed. Andor season 2 coming to a Disney Plus near you.
of living as an outlaw in the Star Wars universe, taking contracts from either of these factions or faction number 3, the Hutts. Stuff like gaining favor with a faction, only to use that favor.
Why did you say no? There's 4.
Well,
Yeah,
3 out
yeah.
of 4. I guess he's introducing them that way. He's like done the Pikes and Crimson Dawn, and now he's done the Hutts. So.
Walk straight into their base and find where they keep their secret vault and steal their treasures. Coming across faction battles
Do they
throughout
care
the world
about that?
or in space.
No, and
Not really.
Yeah, who-
even if they
Damn, that's crazy.
even if they catch you, as in like you are seen, you get the detection. That is like it won't matter. None of it would matter. You can steal the most
you
private
pesky
collection
you.
of Jabba the Hutt's precious materials, and he'll just be like,
Gonna get all his hut goo.
exactly.
Hey,
you can
you-
steal the
you
entire
get out of
here.
vat of Hut cream, and he won't matter.
Don't you
Give
dare
me
sneak
back
in the
my
way you
hot
did
cream.
already again.
and either getting involved or just watching it play out. I mean, this is the Star Wars Underworld simulator that people have been asking for.
No, it's not.
No, it is. I can't order a
It is-
drink at the bar, you fucker.
It is a cardboard cutout of the Star Wars Underworld simulator that people have been asking
It's
for.
a poster. It's nothing. It's a lie.
For years. I get that there are a lot of things you can shit on this game for, and rightfully so, but there are a lot of things worth giving this game credit for, I think. And the way they've crafted this believable fantasy of living as a scoundrel in the Star Wars universe is absolutely one of them. The next few hours of the game are really just meant for...
No, but is he aware of how like allergic the game is to the player exercising their agency in any way whatsoever?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
the game really doesn't like
Well,
that.
and what bothers me is whenever we get to the criticisms, he'll have oftentimes clips to show what's going wrong. You know, explain some of the things about how it like doesn't work. Take the puzzles, for example. When it gets to the praise, he describes the system broadly as though it's the back of the fucking box.
The praise is like nebulous and vague and
he's just talking
kind of
to
a
the
pitch.
camera.
Well, it's kind of a pitch, right? It's like what Mola said of almost like reading it off the back of the box. The way so many of these reviews that like review the game positively feel like they're almost pitching the mechanics to you on behalf of the developers. You know, the reputation system where you make choices and those choices will have an impact on the, you know, your experience and they replay value. 7 out of 10. There's like no analysis. This isn't an analysis. It's describing the system, saying it's good.
Saying they're reading the box is a
providing
really
an
good way to
analysis
describe
about
it.
why it is. It's almost like
These are
Man,
mechanics
that's the
in
nature-
game.
Well, it's just the nature of making positive. I get. Well, criticism should be a neutral term, but you know how people get.
Yeah.
Like if you're affirming something or if you're offering praise, it's like you need to like actually build. You need to qualify it. You need to explain it, not simply describe what the system is in a general sense and then say that you like it, or rather bake in your positive feelings about it without even showing or explaining why or developing your thoughts on it.
for you to engage with these 3 different factions and play them against each other. You do things like break into...
You can't, like, play them against each other. What do you mean play them against each other? You
can't.
can't encourage them to do anything to each other.
Yeah.
Like, there's no... You can't bait them into fighting each other. That's not something you can do.
Oh, dude, when remember one of the last levels where it says like who are we gonna pin this on, and she says pin it on the rebels. They already hate the rebels, and it's like, why can't I choose? Why can't I sabotage one of these syndicates? What the fuck?
Yeah, like, I mean, of course, you know, someone might say, oh, well, this would be too crazy to implement, but bearing in mind how much money this game costs, fuck that.
So,
why isn't there ways to create emergent opportunities for you in the open world by actually manipulating the factions? Why isn't there, like, a persuasion system, you know, like a conversation system that you can use to manipulate certain players into doing things for you to make your life easier? What if you were able to initiate a war between 2 different factions that just made it so that it was easier for you to steal something from one of their bases, for instance?
Something that happens emergently in games like RimWorld, where if you have 2 factions that hate each other's guts and they come onto your map, they're going to start fighting, and you're completely neutral potentially. So you're just like, we're just going to sit here and pick up all the pieces, or like whatever. Like that just happens normally in other games. Other games, it just happens because, of course, that's just what happens.
You know what's funny too
Theoretically,
about
go ahead.
Just the one that we were referencing, right? It's like, oh yeah, that'll be difficult to implement. It's just like you literally could have had it be, who should we frame this on, and then it just pauses the screen, brings up 4 options, or including the rebels or whatever. So 5, and it's just like, just let me pick. It wouldn't even need to actually substantively do a thing, not a thing. But let me choose one of the 5, and I would have at least been like, hey, I'll let you choose. Even if there's nothing that happens as a result.
And yeah, maybe it would be difficult to make a robust, fully functioning reputation system between 4 different syndicates, should be 5, but 4 different syndicates in this game. Yeah, that's what you decided to put in your game, though.
If that's
it sounds like that's a tough job.
Yeah. If that's going to be the underpinning element of the game, then perhaps that might be a good place to allocate resources to make it functional, rather than putting them into gratuitous graphical fidelity that doesn't even impress anymore, or
this game wasn't
acres upon acres of open world space that doesn't see any real use.
Yeah, this game was in production for a long time, right? Like, and it's backed by a
Like 4
big
years,
fucking.
I think.
The idea that
As a
we could
developer, you can
ever,
choose where you put your resources. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, the idea
And
we
it's
could
like
ever be at a
backed by a
point,
big fucking company. Like, you have the resources. You can't tell me otherwise.
the idea that we could ever be at a point where the response is, yeah, but that's really hard to implement. Like,
Yeah,
okay, all
Yeah,
right.
that's
sure
my
is.
job.
I'm
That's
sympathetic to
why
the
you put
difficulties of
$200
development.
million in 4 years into developing it
But
because
it
it's
just
difficult.
sucks. I don't know if we're ever going to get back to an era where games are competing on a mechanical level ever again.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
yeah, where you have like the Bungie behind the scenes, you know, good enough sucks. You can't do good enough as a just sort of a guiding principle.
Not in the AAA sphere.
Marketing on mechanics, showing off new systems, new technology in that way. Like, God, I miss those days.
It was like the last time that was the thing that was happening regularly was on the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360. You know, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Now it's graphics. Like, there hasn't been.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, with something like Star Wars Outlaws, what makes it like meaningfully, substantially different from a game that is on PlayStation 3 in terms of like its mechanics? You know, what is it about this game that would be impossible to achieve on older systems aside from the graphics?
I think that the street food minigame just wouldn't be possible on older hardware. I just don't think they'd have the computing power to be able to put up.
It'd be funny if God of War had that game. It would have been him with like a fucking imagine the food he had. He's like slamming it into the ground, getting a fucking machete, just chopping pieces off it. Like and you have to and the QTs would probably be difficult. But no. At least they nailed that part. I've not seen anyone experience bugs in that part, so at least they nailed that.
Yeah, good
I mean,
job.
that part looks particularly polished, and I think it's because they were trying to go for like the immersive quality of see, you got your little buddy here, you're eating the weird space food. Look, you're in a place, there's aliens around. Look, there's some stormtroopers back there just walking around. Isn't this Star Wars? You love being in Star Wars, don't you?
Right, it reminds me of the
funny. Go on.
The sequences in when Vale first meets you. I think when Walker betrays you, there's a couple of when you escape with Vale from the outpost. There's these little spectacle sections where, oh my God, things are falling apart. People are shooting at you. The whole world's coming down. And it's like, oh, the TIE fighter's above you, and you have to run forward and jump and run forward and jump, and the music is blaring, and it's just like this was. Yeah, this was probably something they worked for a while on because it's supposed to capture the cinematic feel of being in the Star Wars world.
Have you played Dying Light?
I've played it.
If you haven't, you should. It's a lot of fun. But in that game, there are sequences where you have to escape detection from essentially these alpha zombies that come out at night, and they're very fast and agile, and they chase you better than other zombies. And it doesn't tell you how to do it. It's just said you have to get away from them. And so during these different sequences, you always end up escaping from them in different ways because you're in different areas. You have access to different movement skills and abilities and things of that nature. So every time that objective happens, you fulfill it in a different way. And sometimes it may take a while. Sometimes it might be, easier than you expected, but it's always kind of different. And so that's just not something that pops up in something like this. It's so on the rails.
The game does a pretty good job of incentivizing the player to behave in such a manner that aligns their mindset with that of their characters. You generally want to stick to the rooftops, avoid conflict where possible, and not get bogged down into fights, not be roaming around on ground level, don't go out at night, those sorts of things.
Which is until you get the jump kick, because once you get the jump kick,
the jump kick is
fun.
The jump kick's fun.
I think that game's at its worst when it's letting you actually fight things, and when it gives you the grapple and stuff like that. But that's a slightly different topic, I guess.
I think so, but the game does a good job at being like, you know what, if you don't have fun with this thing, you don't have to do that thing. You could stick to what you actually find fun. And Dying. I haven't played the second one. I heard it's good, but first Dying Light, fucking excellent.
On that note about directing people somewhat, I don't know how many people I know Fringy will be, but the nature of the relationship between, I forget who is he even, the character who's advising Arnold Schwarzenegger in that film, the president. What is he what's his role? I forget if he's it doesn't really matter. The point is he presents 5 plans and then he pressures for one of them in particular. And
that's what he does, the second time around.
That's what this game is. It'll be like, you've got all these options, and then it pushes one toward you, and you're like, I don't want that one. It's like, yeah, you do.
Yeah, it's the best one.
Like, no, I don't know. And it's like,
Obviously.
you do, and you will die if you do the others. So they're like, well, then the others aren't options. And they're like, yeah, they are.
Yeah, you see it right there.
Options.
Imperial bases to steal stuff for a syndicate, or you go up to a cool space station and get that Pike
What
trader
cool space
for Goran.
stations?
The space exploration.
There are no good space stations. Holy shit,
He-
Rags.
Sorry, he
'cause I've
mentioned
been...
cool space station, and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah, I've been going through
None
your
of this
playthrough. You
space.
fucking hate space, huh?
I hate space. Fuck space.
Fuck space.
Here is also pretty good in my opinion. Again, not mind-blowing stuff here. We're not reinventing the wheel, but for what they set out to do, I think
Did they even... Is it even a wheel?
It's just a square. They
Yeah.
just made a square and said, "This is our wheel," and
We're
it's
not
just
even following the
clunking along.
blueprint for the wheel.
Clunk.
Ubisoft has had their wheel for quite a while now, and we're not even able to manage the wheel.
No.
Ubisoft used to make good wheels.
Maybe once
Damn
upon a
it! What
time.
happened? They
Pretty
made
well.
fun wheels.
And it was fun for me. Outside of each of the planets, there's a little chunk of explorable space. And on this planet, there are some debris fields and 2 space stations you can explore. First one is more for story reasons, but you can go back to it later if you want to. And
One of
Can
the things I
you-
was thinking, you paused at the same point as me. I was thinking, one of the things I thought was interesting, a random thought that occurred to me, is that the 2 space stations, the little tiny ones you can go into, they didn't even have the fucking dignity to flip it and reverse it, so it's the same ship, just like inverse. It's just the same one.
See,
Exactly.
I was about to ask that because I was like, I thought, was there one or was it 2 and they were just the same fucking looking station? Because
funny.
They were the same one.
Did
Mahler.
anyone
They
else-
were the same one.
for me, I tried to drive into one manually and it just stops you really awkwardly at the front where you just sort of ram into nothing in the hangar. And then you have to press like land and it'll just port you back a few meters and then you land in the cutscene. I thought that was so fucking lame. I can't manually land. It's like, God, this game sucks.
Well, in Star Citizen, as far as I've been told, you can choose to manually land your ship, which is obviously more difficult but much more immersive and engaging, or you can use like an autopilot feature to where it does it for you. So you just
That's
have the
the
option.
way.
Both of them work.
the other is an Imperial base that we get to infiltrate. But
Listen, I like
Why are
you,
you
but the
talking
way
like
that you
that?
describe things makes me upset sometimes because it's so lame, like in the actual game.
The guy on the left, he has that stupid hat. It is the dumbest hat ever. Like,
Talking
just
to that.
wear something with the hood or wear a hat. Don't try and combine the two.
You know, Rags, when they gave that as a concept, they were like, look, sci-fi hat. And you're like, what?
Sci-fi hat.
It's sci-fi because it's stupid.
Sci-fi hat.
messing with the
Sci-fi
Empire
hat.
is going to come with a wanted level. Which really doesn't mean shit, to be honest. The inclusion of the Empire in Star Wars Outlaws was actually something that was very interesting at first, very intriguing. But
Because they were the Empire? As in, that was
Because
the
they were
interesting
the
part?
Empire,
is
yeah.
that they're the
Mhm.
Empire?
Isn't
You're
that
the
novel?
Empires here?
Interesting.
Look, it's the Empire.
I just think that at this point, Disney and through like, because obviously, if Disney's gonna if they give up the Star Wars license and stuff, there's things that they have control over in terms of you're not allowed to do this, you can't do this, because they have they want to protect their brand or monitor it in their own way. I just think they're fucking terrified of the idea of letting players engage with the Empire and exploring the Empire and doing all that. Andor's the closest that we've got to
Yes,
that,
it
and it
is.
actually does it interestingly. But Andor again is the black sheep. So
I
to
would
speak.
say,
It's
Ranks.
just like its own weird special thing.
In a perfect world, we'd be saying Andor sort of kind of addressed a bit of how the Empire works. Unfortunately, we're in the world where we have to say Andor did a thorough examination compared to everything else. So we've gotten so little information in an interesting way on the Empire with everything Disney have done. It's almost made it embarrassing and awkward, and you kind of like you sort of do the cringe face of like let's not. We don't need to don't include the Empire. Just leave them alone.
I think it's more that they don't want people to sympathize
Oh
or
my
empathize
God.
with Imperial
The
characters.
bad guys. Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
the
Whatever.
That's,
That's a part of it, but
literally
like
is
they
good
cannot
versus
portray
bad,
them
yeah.
properly anyway. They want when you have what's
Even
his
as
name?
evil, they can't. Yeah,
the Gus in Mando. They want him to. You can guarantee they want him to be intimidating because he's supposed to be like cool and stuff. But they make him a clown every time. You know, he's defeated.
Giancarlo Esposito.
It's they don't know how to do fucking anything. The idea that like it's all being held back because they don't want anyone to think they're too cool or to want to join up or some bullshit like that. It's like I don't know. At this point, that's just an excuse for how shit they are at doing anything.
It's definitely
portrayal.
part of it, yeah. Because even when they want to portray him only as evil, they're shit evil. They're stupid evil. They're
Ugh.
incompetent clowns.
Okay,
No, it all went to plan. What are you talking about?
Give me back Grandma talking.
I'm gonna post something in the chat. I don't know if you want to bring it up or not, but
Right
I
now,
think it was
our moment of triumph.
I think it was you, Metal, who's doing 10.
You what?
Someone sent me a picture.
Yo.
Someone sent me this picture and said Tatooine 10s.
Tatooine tens.
Heyo.
Wait, is that a,
all right?
is that a lady Tuscan Raider? Is that what's happening?
They're called
Yes.
Tuscan Raidress.
Right dress.
Raidress.
My goodness.
But it
I'll
quickly
give her my
fell
gaffy stick.
off and became one of my least favorite parts of the game. When you first get to this planet, it's clear that it is occupied by the Empire.
I don't agree. Why are people
I have a
saying this?
question.
Why?
I've got a
Empire
question.
around. That's about it.
Whenever he does,
I feel like I've lost the thread here. What is he saying is the least?
He said
favorite
the
part?
Empire were like super interesting at first, and then we
Oh, the
joked that it
Wanted,
was literally
right.
just seeing them. But then he said he got tired of them real quick, and now he's introducing the idea that so the Empire have a big old grasp on Tashara, which they're around.
they are around.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
And then you steal all their grenades and put them in a little pile because you can only have 3 at a time.
That's stupid.
One of the things I will say that bugs me about this editing a lot is because you see this in webcam videos and things of that nature, where people say like a sentence and then there's a cut, and then they say another sentence or part of a sentence and there's a cut. Like they can't string together one measly short paragraph of thoughts before there's a cut. They can only do a sentence at a time, which is doubly weird when you're watching a video where he's put time and effort
Listen,
into
Rags.
compositing himself.
I don't know why you're attacking me personally.
Yeah, that's me. Also, you get that on Nebula, okay? That's where the big bucks end up getting.
Oh, no.
Pro video.
High production
Wait,
value.
you get that on some TV shows, for fuck's sake. Like I recall watching, I think it was season 3 of Star Trek Discovery, and there's a scene where they clearly did like a fade or a morph in between 2 takes. It was supposed to be one long take, and you can't tell. But I like looked at like the edge of the screen. You can see like a little blur, and I'm like, you guys couldn't do one take. You had to do this shit.
It's fucking weird, especially when you're just sitting down and you're facing a camera. It's like you couldn't just remember a few parts, or just look slightly off screen to your script, or
think it's
just
for
have your
pacing,
script
to be
and your
fair.
bullet points. And
Well, I'm
You
sure
can
they'd
just
also
do
say
another
like
take though, right?
they'd also say
yeah,
they
you
got to
can do
get their shit
infinite
out.
takes.
You know, like they've got other videos to make and stuff. Probably.
It started to.
There's a line, and they wouldn't consider it worth the time to fix, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
There are stormtroopers posted all around the planet, sometimes harassing you or other citizens,
Now, okay,
or otherwise.
But
Doing
in
a cut in
stupid
the middle
ways.
of a sentence
yeah,
immediately
that's what I'm
after
saying.
that conversation.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's like mid-sentence. They will do
Mid-sentence
cuts.
is pretty bad.
They can't do a sentence without fucking up, and so they have to intercut a different saying of that same sentence and then composite those two together. Like it's bad
Yeah.
enough that you can't say a paragraph without fucking up, as if oratory is just this divine, arcane, hidden, occult art that no longer can be studied or practiced. That we have to cut ourselves to pieces. Ugh. Don't cut yourself.
Is that guy's hand absurdly long?
That is a very long
It's
hand.
really long.
Wow, you're right. They make hoods out of those hands. Oh my god, that's a big hand. You know what they say about big hands?
Big gloves.
Big gloves.
Big head hats.
Getting involved in various activities. Like, for example, one time I went to a merchant.
By the way, even the background cuts too, when I thought that would be its own separate
Oh yeah, you wouldn't need to
layer
do that.
thing. Why does the background also cut whenever he has himself?
His video
cuts
getting
the-
cut to pieces wouldn't change anything about the background one necessarily, but
Strange. I wonder how he
Maybe he's
decided to
recording
do
it directly into OB. Like this is the background on his OBS, green screen. He's not green screening it.
that
It'd be weird to do
seems
it
less
that way,
efficient, but yeah.
Yeah, that seems odd. Like it would just be its own thing playing constantly. Like you'd get your footage of the background, and that would be X minutes, and then you just
Imagine
put it
a
back
slap from that guy.
Oh my god! Now if he was going around slapping stormtroopers, I could believe that they'd be out of hands.
And I was just talking, and all of a sudden a stormtrooper comes waltzing up and demands that this merchant pay him a fee. I was given the option to either use
Yes,
my
they're
connection with the
cartoonishly bad all
Pikes
the
who
time.
have an in with the Empire, pay off the bribe myself, or just kind of stand back and let it happen. The problem is I didn't have a good enough reputation with the Pikes, so I was locked out of that option. There's examples like this all throughout the game, and honestly, I think this is a really cool angle to show the Empire.
Sorry, what was the example he gave about would you need to have any particular reputation with the Pikes to say something on behalf of the Pikes?
Well, so that's interesting that you say that, right? Because you could just lie, in theory.
Yeah, you could just lie.
This game is not fucking capable of that. What he just described is one of the most complex interactions that are even possible in the game. The fact that you can walk up to someone, they get accosted by a Empire dude, and you can choose to either trick, bribe, or leave. You know, so like the fact that that's even happening is amazing because it happens so rarely. But of course, what you'll find is most of them lead to the same result, other than you lose credits or gain reputation or something like that. You know, it's always very, very shallow. But yeah, having a good reputation with the Pikes means that you have an in with the Empire somewhat because they're connected, and you're trying to help this shop owner or whatever. But
does the game ever say that?
Yeah, that's the intro to the Pikes, is that they have a connection with the Empire. I'm pretty sure.
All right.
Occupying a planet, but you're playing a character whose main goal isn't exactly to fight the Empire or anything. You're just living under their rule. There's opportunity there to create this realistic feeling of this imposing government all around you that you really can't do anything about because you feel.
Well, you're not allowed to.
That would require, for starters, to make them competent and actually worthy of my respect and fear, which just doesn't happen.
But
so
it's
already
easy,
making their
it's easy to
presence
fight
felt
them anyway.
mechanically.
It's easy to fight them.
Well, yeah, you just
Like-
Dark Souls roll punch on everybody just like everybody. There's no differences. You never have to change up your tactics or strategy based off who you're fighting and what their capabilities are, because everyone's a moron, and you could just Dark Souls roll around and then punch them.
You know, you can
and
roll in
restore
other
your
games,
health
right?
on a take
Properly
before
follow
Dark
through.
Souls.
It's funny though, so it looks like Dark
It
Souls.
is pretty funny.
It is funny.
To properly follow through on like a fantasy like this, you probably shouldn't be able to successfully fight the Empire in any real capacity.
Oh no!
That would
yeah,
be,
especially
yeah,
when
like
the
a
Kay
meter
should not,
fills up
right?
once.
Kay shouldn't be able to fucking punch out more than one person with great success, really. Like, especially in like
ignoring concerns of like punching people out, even like let's say combat plays in a way that's even remotely like apt to the experience or whatever. If the Empire, if you piss off the Empire, that should be very, very bad for you.
Yeah, it should be
That
GG
should be
basically.
the game's. That should be the diegetic way of the dev saying you're getting way too unruly and crazy. The Empire's gonna come and get you if you don't.
yeah,
tone
like
it the
send
fuck
maybe
down.
Death Troopers after
Like
you. Wouldn't that be nuts?
Yeah, like a no, they don't. No, but they're gonna plan their meeting 3.2 kilometers away. Go and
And
get
then-
them if you feel like it.
Yeah,
but
then they'll
it's fine,
shout,
it's
"Come get
fine."
us, Kay, you bitch!"
Well, you know when you get 6 stars in Grand Theft Auto, and so it just lets you know that hey, down at the police HQ, boy, they're really planning something big to
Yeah,
stop
they're
you.
coming for
all
you.
right? So you better consider that.
You know what should happen immediately
It's
is
so-
anyone you're on top reputation with should contact you, being like, "What the fuck are you messing with the Empire for? What are you doing?"
If they find out you're working for us, they're gonna be on our ass too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's so funny because the syndicates are way better at hunting you than the Empire because they actually send death squads towards you all the time.
Yeah.
Well,
they
the
are-
Empire's
it is
like,
so funny,
they
yeah.
sent the best of their best. Oh, where are they? They're over there. Go grab them if you
Remember
want.
the,
It's like, what?
If you max out your Pike rep, you get the Empire outfit, and it's funny because you'd be like, "Oh, does that mean I can go into bases and they won't actually start shooting me?" It's like, no.
No.
Okay. What's
Why would
It's
you even think
literally
that?
just for the bonuses and the drip if you care about that sort of thing.
Yeah.
At
Feels
least
so
they let you
small in
change
comparison.
aesthetics on your gear, so that's something that was pleasantly surprising to
Just-
see. I'm like, oh, that's something.
I find every genuine compliment to this game is always in the format of, at least they let you do the thing that you obviously should be able to fucking do. And you're like, yeah, I guess.
we gotta beat this game on its level. All right, the people who made this game clearly don't like play games, and they maybe actively despise video games.
At least I can change the color of my thruster color. Like,
Yo, that's true. You can orange.
and you know what, Rags? If you
supremacy.
do, it makes the white text more readable.
Oh yeah, that's right. I had that
Nice.
issue at the beginning of my game where I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
so
the
stupid.
UI of the text UI for subtitles when it's over your health bars, you just can't read half of the letters because it's white on white. Thanks, game.
Good job.
Always love when that happens.
Woohoo!
this imposing government all around you that you really can't do anything about because you feel so small in comparison. The problem in this game is that when you do cross the Empire or do something like, I don't know, rob an Imperial base, it is so easy, mind-numbingly easy. If you thought the takedown animations were funny before, they are 10 times funnier on the big bucket heads. I should not be able to walk up to a full group of stormtroopers, fully armored, on the hardest difficulty, all holding blasters, and just start punching them out like Batman.
There's no combat system. There's no real combat system. You hit the square button 3 times and then you win.
Yep.
That's the combat system in this game.
It's really good. It sounds like you're implying it's not.
They didn't think about what might happen if the player doesn't buy into the fantasy at face value without being given any mechanical incentive to do so.
Give me 1 second, actually, because on this topic, I can't resist showing what happened on my, the last time I ever streamed Outlaws.
Show off.
Even though I streamed it for way too long, it was kind of huge, horrible error in a way. But
let me pull up the Strumble here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, because I can't drop it into Watch Together as easily. But
oh, James says Metal has seen this clip. Oh, then probably it was some. Oh, then I think I know which one it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you had. But just on the
I mean,
note
people
of,
just send me shit.
I'm surprised he wouldn't have played a clip of doing it, since everybody's been there. But this felt like the extreme version of.
That's really funny. I can't wait.
Just,
yeah.
Finding a spawn and then just going to town on all of them.
Oh.
And she can hit multiple people, as many as like 3 or 4 in one fist.
Yeah, that's something I didn't even know is possible.
Monster, K-Vess. You can't stop her.
That just looks so stupid, dude.
Well, no, it's what I like is how
camping?
he could probably have gone into it a bit more, but someone could easily make the thing of like, what do you mean you can't do that? It's their game; they can make whatever they want. You're like, no, you should not be able to do this. This is insane and embarrassing.
You can see them like spawning in there in the dark.
Yeah, those poor fuckers. They don't know what's happening. They're new to this world. They were literally born seconds ago.
Reminds me of a video. I don't even know who made it. It was basically someone just grinding goblins in a cave, and then some other goblin comes to us like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "I'm just farming caves." Like they'll be back next time they respawn. It's like, no, those are extra people every time. Those are new people. Just pans over to like a big pile of goblin corpses. It's like, ooh.
Because yeah, there's plenty of stormtrooper sort of opportunities to do this with them as well. But this is near the beginning of the game, and I mean, if they drop a rifle too, you can just mow them down because it's like one shot and they're dead from there.
On what difficulty is that? Is that on?
You can do this on any difficulty.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, the harder the difficulty, the faster they will be able to kill you. Oh yeah, did you see that bit? That's.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeet.
Whoa.
Hey man, 7 out of 10.
Oh man,
Physics. Woo.
All right.
Funny game.
7 out of 10.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny to have incorporated this into like one of the scenes surrounded by stormtroopers or on the Empire base? I would have thought it'd be kind of fun to have that.
Yeah.
That would be funny.
Pussy! The world around you reacts to the Empire as though they are this imposing, insurmountable force. But when I go up against them, it's just a couple of shots from my pea shooter and they're down. It completely rips away any stakes or tension, and it's not just the gameplay that does this. The story continuously flip-flops on how they portray the Empire. I would have loved to have been worried about the Empire, careful about when or even if I engaged with them. Doing something like raiding an Imperial base should have been an impossible task. I think narratively...
Hold on, but wasn't he just praising the way that Impact is felt in the game? Like, in the way it's presented?
I can't remember if this whole section has just been shitting on the Empire, because he opened with saying they were interesting at first, implying that But he did say something about how it's like clear that he's not the only person who said this. Like, he's like, oh, the Empire have such a.
Yeah,
they
I
have
mean,
a
he
grip
said
on the
that
planet.
it's clear that they have a grasp on the planet, but then he went on to say it's like it's actually not the case because
I remember a long spiel about how their impact is felt and stuff within.
Don't
the
you talk
confines
German
of
to
the
me,
game
Theo?
world.
What the fuck?
Didn't even realize. My bad. Completely lost my train of thought.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Wait, am I hitting play then? Or...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm back.
There's no going back, right? But from a gameplay perspective, a lot of this could be fixed by a difficulty change. Or maybe some tweaks to the wanted system.
I swear to God, making it so that the stormtroopers can hit you in one shot would not fix what happens in those dumbass Empire bases.
Difficulty is a start, but it's not. The issue is more fundamental in terms of their engagement with your ability to interact with the world.
Yeah, there is a point where difficulty might just lead to frustration instead of like a challenge I want to overcome, especially with how broken this game is.
So that being wanted by the Empire was actually a thing I was even scared of. That really is just my major complaint for this game. It's so easy that it's boring. There are some other cool.
That's a huge problem, man.
That's a huge problem.
How is that
It's so
your
easy.
yeah.
It's so easy. It's boring. You're right. That is a huge problem.
Okay, I'm sorry. This can be your favorite game all you want, but I don't believe you would tell me in your video that it's boring. If you say to me that this game is boring, I don't understand how
didn't
this
he
would
say
be
this
your
is his favorite
favorite
Star Wars
game.
game?
Yeah, his favorite Star Wars game.
I don't know how
Also,
that would happen.
It's
Jesus.
so easy. It's boring.
What does that
You're
mean
right.
about his
That's
opinion
a
on all
huge
of the Star
problem.
Wars games? Damn.
Yeah.
They're so difficult. They're exciting. Like what? Like
I'm just so
Well,
confused.
he
'cause
did
the
get a
only-
free.
The
Go
only
ahead, go ahead.
positive we've got so far without mitigation is there is a speeder that you drive around on, which
I
was
love the speeder. Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Everything else has come with plenty of asterisks about how this is actually really badly designed.
Sorry.
So he did get the free copy, right? And he did
Yeah.
say, you know, the first 5 to 10 minutes of this video was lots of praise. So maybe now he's thinking like, okay, Ubisoft's not watching anymore. I can start putting in. I can now start like saying what I don't like about it.
Even then, the fact he has to think about, oh, Ubisoft isn't watching anymore. I could be honest. Like, ooh.
They show of the Empire, but those are on the other planets, and we actually have to get there first. And to do that, we need the final part for the Trailblazer for Waka to fix it. And that part can only be found in the wreckage.
We get into the real difficult part to watch where Waka betrays you. It's
By the way, this is the segment that ended essentially my first stream on this game because it actually made me sleepy. It made me drowsy and sleepy. The third-person platforming in this game I think it's
Also-
my least favorite part of the game.
Rags, you know, the death of Waka and the hyper driving away from Toshara, that is technically the end of the tutorial. That's what people
I
refer
think
to.
you're right. Yeah.
Isn't that insane?
You got ND5 now. You're on your real mission to assemble your crew. Now the game can really start. And I'm like, but I've already played for. Oh my god, is this the fucking Twilight Princess tutorial? That's 89 hours. Fuck me.
Of this High Republic cruiser.
Whoa,
That's pretty goddamn cool.
why?
A little Uncharted
Is
style
it?
platforming.
It what? I mean, what can I say?
Hold
Except,
on.
What a piece of junk.
Here, go back like 5 seconds, maybe. Okay, let's just play it a bit.
Of this High Republic cruiser.
Okay, that screen tearing, is that in the replay, or is that
Yeah.
That's his
that's his
footage.
game?
That's his footage.
He
yeah.
does
Oh,
not
God.
have. He doesn't have the G Sync because he's a loser.
Just
Okay.
change your
That's
settings
pretty
to not have that
goddamn
Like
anymore.
that looks
Oh,
fucking
that's
terrible.
Man.
bad. Oh,
Yeah,
I know,
that's
I've
pretty
got a
bad.
very good computer at this
That's
point, but it's been
pretty
a while since I've seen that. Like,
Well, yeah, I
It's
haven't seen
mostly it's
screen
like
tearing in
some
years because of G Sync.
yeah. Mostly you can
same.
fix it with like one option. I think it's like
Yeah.
some form of AA or whatever, if I remember correctly. Just need to switch it off.
Doesn't just VSync do it? Just
Or
match it on?
VSync. When,
I
Yeah.
think so because it limits your frame rate. Because
I-
screen tearing happens when the frame rate of like the machine in your monitor is like not quite.
yeah,
Um,
that's probably
yep.
it.
So
I always forget which option that is, but that sounds right. Yeah.
every
After a
once in a
little-
while in gameplay footage, I'll see screen tearing, and I'm like, oh man, I used to remember like many years ago when that was a thing I ever had to deal
Yeah.
with.
Yep.
Thank God it's gone.
Uncharted style platforming, we find the piece we need in the bridge of the ship. And as soon as we grab it, we realize we're not alone. A couple of Zarek Besh agents have found us, and they're coming to gun us down. They don't know Kay's middle name is Batman. See, ever since we stole the Trailblazer from Sliro, he's put out what's called a death mark on Kay, which is essentially...
Which is definitely not... He doesn't want you dead, just to be clear. He wants you captured, so he put a death mark on you.
That's very smart.
I would have put a capture mark on
Yeah.
instead of a death mark.
Just a bounty
Sliro, because that's usually killed K Vest. Like, wait, you did what? You put a death marker on it. Yeah, it's like...
Pretty big kill. But how did they find her all the way up here in this wreckage, though? What could they have possibly... No way! Waka!
Wait, them finding you has nothing to do with Waka finding you, right?
Waka tells them.
Yeah, Walker tells them.
But why?
Right.
Wait, does he? Why would he do that? Because that gets him killed. Like, technically speaking, anyway.
He gets killed by someone else who's working for Sliro.
No. So Vale works for Sliro, who is Zarek Besh.
Yeah.
So Waka killed himself by letting them know that.
Yes, but he didn't know that when he made the phone call.
Why would he assume that Zarek Besh would be pro Waka?
Well, look at him. He looks so reliable and cool.
Should be an extra stat in the game.
Is he supposed to be? Yeah, I guess either way it's a problem. I would call them Walker for some reason.
Walker.
If Waka is a member of Zarek Besh secretly, then they should not want to kill him because he's one of their agents. But he's not. So if he just does the job because there's a death mark, well then, why? If they don't honor the death mark, then that means that whenever they put out a death mark,
He didn't even. He just wanted the Trailblazer. You know, like
but he could have taken off with a Trailblazer anytime she wasn't present,
and he could have shot her in the back with a stun shot whenever he wanted to as well.
Yeah.
So
Waka's too dumb to live.
Yeah, no, he's not allowed to be alive. He's too stupid.
How could this have happened? Who could have foreseen? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What? Are you kidding? He was just like fixing shit up for no reason. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
here?
and Kay trusted him.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's a stupid story.
Kay is really dumb.
Yeah.
What are we even talking about?
I wonder about stuff like this in some people's videos because he's playing with it, but I'm like, so we agree it's stupid, right? Like badly written.
That is a problem. You're not just lampshading or like poking fun. This is an issue narratively. Kay is a retard, and so is Waka.
Yeah. I just wonder if you would ask him right now, it's like, oh, do you like think this is a problem, or do you just I don't know knock this off as that's just what you do in writing?
Yeah,
I think he would tell us this is in all stories. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be mitigated as like commonplace, tropey, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Been on this. Like, we're not, brother.
Neither can I.
Who are you again? There's actually a whole bunch of stuff that happens.
Isn't that her intro kind of like seeing her physically? I don't think we've only heard about her up to that point.
Yeah.
But to be fair,
I think so. Yeah.
I did completely forget about it by the time we get to like the end.
I believe anyone would have the reaction, "Who are you?" as if you can't remember if you've met people or not.
Oh yeah, like the moment of wait, am I supposed to know who you are or not? And the game is like kinda.
Kinda.
It's all compact right here, so I want to explain it as simply as possible.
All right.
But the Zarek Besh agents show up. Kay kills them. And then Waka walks in, and he's gonna kill Kay. But when he goes to kill Kay, a bounty hunter for...
He had to cut. Did you hear the cut when he was reading that line?
That was a tough set of sentences to say. You know, person kills person, person kills person.
He's not even on camera. He could just read it. He could the little symbols that make words. He can just say those. And
Zarek Besh shows up behind Waka and kills him. Her name is Vale. She's a bounty hunter. She's really not like that crucial to the story. Kind of comes up.
She makes it so that they win at the end.
Yeah, she is instrumental in the.
We just do another fucking synthetic bad Agrabah doesn't do anything in the story. It's like, yeah, sure doesn't.
A little bit later though, she killed Waka, and now she's gonna take Kay in alive. But Kay runs away, and she gets saved by a robot. There's a whole lot of stuff going on. All that matters is Kay got the part. There's a bounty.
That's funny, by the way. The idea that Vale had to stop Waka from killing her, even though So Waka didn't care about the death mark. He just wanted the Trailblazer.
Yeah, he was just gonna get rid of everything.
Oh, okay. Well,
this is what I mean. It's so fucking confusing.
And there is a robot protector named ND5, who's actually the best character in the video game.
There we go.
Who the fuck are you? Why are you awesome?
Now it's Danka.
Why are you That was the coolest motherfucker I've ever met in my life. I love this.
Really?
Guy. Putting a droid in a trench coat.
In a trend, yeah, because that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
My
all it
God,
takes.
it's so shallow. It sucks.
Needed to be done sooner. I don't know why it wasn't, but whoever did it, he's a genius. I wish I could have played as him. It's a whole roller coaster of plot armor, but it ends up with Kay escaping.
You didn't say anything about his character. You just said he's a droid
What
with a trench
character?
coat. That's it.
And getting back
What
to
is
the
this character you
Trailblazer,
speak
where
of?
her ship has been invaded. That droid, ND5, is actually owned by a guy named Jalen Vrax. I know I'm throwing around a lot of names right now. These two are really the only important
3?
ones at the moment. See, Jalen's been watching
That's
Kay,
a lot,
and
okay.
He's impressed by the coulda heard jib. Jalen wants to rob Sliro's mansion again, but this time actually take something. And he figures since Kay got in there once before, she could probably get in there again. And considering the death mark that Zarek Besh put on Kay, she doesn't really have much of another option than to strike back at Zarek Besh. Kay accepts.
She could refuse.
I was about to say, couldn't you just say that's like the worst thing to do? As in, make
Yeah.
the death mark worse, potentially?
Or just like, I'm going to go to a faraway
I thought
planet
that-
and just lay low.
Well, because the
for a long
logic
time.
was make as much money as you can to basically outclass the death mark, right? Like to go away somewhere forever. But like striking back at Sliro is not the point of this mission for her.
The job, and Jalen tasks her with putting together
Jalen
a
wants to
crew
strike
to
back.
infiltrate Sliro's mansion with. He also
Yeah.
leaves behind ND5, who
Yeah,
becomes
we also
our
left out
awesome, cool
the
robot.
hilarious detail that she says, "Oh man, now that I was betrayed, we're doing this alone, Nix. Promise." And then 2 minutes later, "Oh, we got his job now. Guess we'll go get a crew of people we don't know." Like, oh, okay.
Robot co-pilot. This is where the game fully opens up, and we can choose between
Fully
3
opens
new
up.
planets.
Now
to
the game
explore. Each one of
starts.
these planets has a potential crew member for you to recruit. And what's so cool about it is you can choose which one you want to do and when. You can even bounce between the different planets.
Yeah, and then the
whenever you want.
game
This
breaks because the
fully-
game doesn't know what to do when you do different missions first.
Can you believe this? Open world Star Wars game, and he says you can even go between planets whenever you want.
Whoa,
Wow.
Incredible.
that sounds like an open
unbelievable.
world game.
Yeah.
My space game? Pff, I don't think so.
There are
That's
graphics.
rich.
You can
That shit
shoot
out of
guns.
I think I
Right.
said this last time, but I mean this is just Mass Effect 2, but a lot worse. It's the same sort of, recruit a team, upgrade things,
Yep,
but like
the mission at the end. Yeah.
Yep.
What there's a mission. There's 2 dedicated missions for each of the people. The one where you find them, and then their loyalty mission that focuses on them and their backstory and character and everything. It is not a
Yep.
complicated formula, and they did it really badly because the writing is shit and the story is shit.
in this game that you recruit a guy and then he sits on your ship, but he also just doesn't appear in any cutscenes because you might not have actually got the other guys yet, so they just
Yep.
deleted them from the game.
Yep.
utilizes the open world format and lets you tackle the story as you please. Each one of these missions.
Yeah, but they didn't want you
Let's
to
say
do
one
that.
of
Yeah,
what
'cause
they
it-
could
it's
have
re-
done.
Go ahead.
Okay, they could have just said that the main story takes place on its own track, independent of what planets you go to. So you can go to planets and everything. You don't have to do the main stories. Like instead of tying it to, you unlock playable areas based off of your story progress. Not okay. Now all of the planets are open. Do them at any order, and we're gonna do that terribly. They should have done the other way, where it's just
Yeah.
okay. Here's your we're going to Tatooine first or whatever. Here's your massive Tatooine open world, and then you finally do the story that opens up the next place, so that you can ensure that people do it in order, but it still unlocks massive open worlds for people to play in. And that would be a way better thing than them going just do whatever. There's literally, it doesn't make sense, but whatever.
Yeah,
you can always
'cause-
go back.
Yeah, because now we have these hilarious things that happened to me. I did the mission where the droid gets shot, and then I fuck off to another planet, but the game wanted me to go to the planet again to actually start another cutscene for the main story. So I did a whole planet where ND5 is actually shot, but it's not accounted for. He's just normal. And then then I go back to explore somewhere else, and it triggers the cutscene they wanted me to see. It's really good.
There's loads of
It's a good game.
interactions like that. The big one being if you end on Akiva being your last selection of a teammate. Akiva's the only one that ends its story with putting you in space and telling you to run. Like, leave, we don't want to be in this area. And then you're like, okay, next mission's on Akiva. And you're like, well, you want me to leave? It's like, nah, go back to Akiva. You're like, okay, I'll do that.
to find a new crew member, as well as the planet you get to explore throughout it, not only makes the game feel bigger and bigger as you get to each new one, but also keeps exploration so fresh throughout it because
it had the opposite effect on me because I was seeing the repetitions of the limitations everywhere I went, just with a different coat of paint. And so even though I went to a new planet,
It's
I
all
was
the
like,
same.
oh, it's just the same issue. It's
Yeah.
the same stuff on a different. So the whole galaxy is just really shitty. I don't even want to go there if I could. At least when I started the game with Tashara, I was like, oh boy, I was filled with wonderment. What could possibly be waiting for me in all of these places? And oh wait, it's shit. Never mind.
Okay.
Oh well.
each one is so different from the other. The first planet I decided to visit
aesthetically
was Kijimi.
Whoa!
Wow, that's what it looks like.
That's the planet without a real open world.
Yeah, that's all it
Fanta.
looks like, in fact.
Food.
A food.
A shop.
The floor.
The
Whoa. More of the stuff
Obvious.
that I saw before.
Hey,
A place.
you know where I can find a good cantina? You know, the ones the locals go to?
It's on your map.
A couple of credits would jog my memory.
Fucking get a job.
That guy
bum.
sounded like a Team America voice. Couple of credits to Jack man.
Well, they look. I don't know what species these are in Star Wars. I'm sure someone in the comments will, or the chat will tell me. But like, it's weird to see people who are Mon Calamaris and these guys
Yes.
and whatnot, and they just sound like normal humans.
It's so fucking weird. Like, you have
There's
the
no
occasional one that has
filter.
like a bit of a muffled voice because there's tentacles in front of his face, but that's about it.
It's
Like-
really weird to hear.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're just the voice actor for you is just a guy talking.
Hmm.
You didn't even try to make you sound like an alien or
Mhm.
like put something on his mouth or have him hold his lips in a particular way so that you have to. No, none of that. It's
Yeah,
just
there's a-
I'm guy.
This dude
Yeah.
who
All
looks like
guys.
that, who has like a really posh British voice, is.
Oh, that
completely-
guy, yeah.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
And I think it's actually a worse than normal sin to do it in Star Wars, because Star Wars is kind of known for that trope where everyone speaks a different language and the audience doesn't know any of the languages, but everyone in the universe knows them all. Because Chewie's always going, "Rrr," and everyone knows what he's saying. You know what I mean? Yeah, and everyone knows what they're saying, and they just don't do that here, even though they really should do it here.
I don't think they do that much in the Disney trilogy at all.
You got
I don't recall.
the robots all do binary, right? And then, yeah, you got Hutties is relatively, but
He's nuts.
these nuts that's just another language, yeah.
Star Wars? No damn way. The way the snow falls on the people and the environments, it's impressive, and it gives this location
No, it
a unique
isn't.
feel.
Kijimi, stop it. In
Stop it.
Battlefield, okay,
is this
in
really all it
Battlefield
takes?
5, when your soldiers in Battlefield 5 go into water, they will get wet up to the point that the water on the model got up to, and then it will slowly dry from the top down the longer that you are out of the water. When you dive onto the ground, your character model will have dirt based off the side that was on the ground that you were on, and it persists. It's like, guys, we've got to stop giving these super amazing praises of the shittiest versions of those things in other games. Like, I sometimes I wonder, man, like, oh, there's snow on your character when you're out in the snow. It's like, yeah, you don't get bonus points for that. It would be a negative if you didn't have that.
Yeah,
I mean,
years upon
wasn't this
years
done-
past this being impressive.
Yeah. Well, wasn't this done in Uncharted 2? Like, you go to the snow area in Uncharted 2, and I think this happens to Nathan Drake in that game. I mean, more simplistic versions of it happened in like GameCube games. You know, like Link would get wet in Wind Waker, and he'd like drip around. You know, like this is now like 20-year-old, graphical effects that we're talking about here.
Yeah, this has gone from something that's neat to something that's cool to see to something that is expected. If you don't have this in a game, especially one that's this expensive and looks with this graphical quality, you just have to. It's a thing you have to have now.
Mm-hmm.
The next step is to make it reflected in the played experience, which we seem to be roadblocked on for quite a while.
Technically the smallest location in the game, but that's because it doesn't have one of those big outskirts areas.
Bro.
Yeah, that's
What do you mean
pretty-
technically?
that is an explanation, isn't it?
What?
This
It's
area
the smallest
is
because
the smallest.
it's
Yeah.
it's the smallest
Yeah.
because it doesn't have an open world. Oh, okay. How did
Yeah.
you feel when
So-
you first discovered that, Guy?
We talked about this earlier, and I think Mallory said we all had the same reaction of just like what the fuck. But
Yeah.
I recall specifically leaving the town for the first time, and you're in like a covered highway, and you can summon your bike. It's like, okay, let's go. So you hop on your bike,
Oh,
and you
yeah.
drive for like 15 seconds.
Oh yeah,
and
that
it's just a
section.
straight road, and you just get off right at your destination. And it's just like, oh.
Dev,
So
Yeah.
did that make you think of Novaria?
Yes, actually.
Yeah,
From Mass Effect
I
1,
knew.
yes.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It made me think of that too. Where like, okay, it's not like an open world, but this is like a story segment. We have the research station that you have to get to, and this is the vehicle segment where you get to the two that connects them, and it makes it feel isolated and claustrophobic and out of the way because it's like the research station for not that great projects and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, this is like Novaria Mass Effect. And then like 2 seconds later, we're here. Like, oh, all right.
Yeah, and the fact that the quest that you're given is like, okay, you have to go and infiltrate the hideout. It's like, okay, got it. It's just down the road. It's the only
Mhm.
road. It's like, oh, okay.
The
This
only
is
road
really,
I ever
this-
known.
Down the
this is
only
really a
road.
hideout here.
Is like the others. This was really just the main city. That's not even really a bad thing.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Okay, I would say that if instead of an open world, you had a super expansive city to the point where the city was the open world and everything was urban related, like a Coruscant-esque, you're in this massive city. There's no like speeder bike open world, but you have so many options in the city that it feels that way. I'd be like, okay, they're trying something new and it feels different. But that's
Contextually
not what they
bad
did in the game.
because
Yeah.
the city has
There
the same
was a
amount of
Deus
shit
Ex
in
game that
it
did that.
as your average fucking Mos Eisley, and so it's just the same thing but less. That's all it was, so that's why it's bad.
It's probably got less content in it than the Tashara city.
Probably.
Do you think it has more or about the same amount or less?
It would definitely
I
be
think it
less
has
than
less.
Toshara. It would be interesting if it was less than Mos Eisley. I think it is less than Mos Eisley as well. I think
damn.
Kijimi is probably the place they finished last.
Least development time.
Yeah. Especially
People in the
considering
chat are saying
the Ashiga don't even
go
get
ahead.
to be in the game for a long time if you don't go here. Like, if you go to all the other planets first, they're just not even incorporated. Like, they're not even relevant.
And that's probably why they told you to go
first,
Jimmy
yeah.
first,
Unlock 'em,
so
yeah,
that
make
they
you
could be
feel
yeah,
like
you've
it's
got the
bigger.
four- Exactly.
That would be
I went there
weird, yeah.
second. It's really funny because I ended my stream after I finished the part, the main story part. It's like, okay, next stream I'm gonna do the whole Outworld thingy, see what's up. And I was like, oh, it's probably down there, right? And
I can believe
wait,
we
I
would've
can't
had
go. I can't leave.
It would have been like a Hoth planet or something. They probably did have ideas for an open world where you could go across
I'm sure they did.
all
Yeah.
kinds of yeah, and it's just
But
like
that's
fuck
just-
it.
That's just the review of the game. They probably did have ideas.
Yeah. I can't
yeah,
imagine
people
what
in the
those
chat are
concepts look
saying,
like.
they could have made it like Yakuza. I was thinking there's a Deus Ex game that does it, but yeah, just the idea of having a larger city where stuff just happens in the city, or like Cyberpunk. There's lots of examples of what they could have done.
Oh, well, I mean, of course. I mean, if you're talking about Deus Ex and Mankind Divided, there's one hub world, but the hub world is incredibly dense. Like, every door, like, every building has an interior. There's one building that's 6 stories high that you don't even have to go to for any of the mandatory story missions. You don't have to go there, but it's filled with things to do. It's huge. And that's not even an open world game. Deus Ex is not an open world game.
We can even go back further. The Citadel in Mass Effect, the first time you get there. One of the complaints some people have is that it's a bit confusing when you go there because you don't know where to go because there's so much stuff. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. It's like a massive ring in terms of a map that you can go around and you can do all the things if you want. There's so much to do and see and different people and stuff. And it's like, yeah, this is like, hey, this is our science fiction world. Check it out. And you're like, yes, I would like to. This is interesting.
Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines from way back in the day did this pretty well. Yeah, like a living city. Like there's this sort of thing has been done, and it's been done 10 to 20 years ago. So they could have done it.
Yes, they could have. Yes, they could have.
This area is so densely packed.
No.
And full of activities. If anything, I'm glad
Densely
it's more
packed with
focused and not
furniture, with
Not
moving
densely
furniture.
packed.
Just call them
With
moving
snow,
furniture.
basically.
I don't expect to be able to interact with every NPC meaningfully. That's an unrealistic expectation for the most part. But if you give me enough of them to interact with, that's fine. It still feels real. It feels
The
like a
thing
real
is, in a game
place.
like Red Dead Redemption 2, you can fucking any person that you walk past, you can have an interaction with them.
Yeah, you can, even if it's just
You can
bumping
say
into him,
howdy,
pointing a gun at
you
him,
know?
having him.
Hey there, mister. You can do that, and then you can
Yeah.
antagonize them, and then you can fight them.
No
Like-
one talks to you. There's no like interesting background chatter. You can't bump into people and they go, "Hey, watch it. It's Slim Ball, Nerf Herder." They don't say anything like that. It's all it's empty. They are just moving furniture. That's all they are.
Just needlessly bloated. And when I got to Kijimi was the first time I ever actually looked at the cosmetics in the game. I figured it was like a snowy area. I might as well put on like a big coat or something. And you got 3 options here. You can change the top, the bottoms, or the belt. Different pieces of equipment will come with different stats, but luckily you're given the opportunity to just use things aesthetically, which I actually really appreciate because I hate wearing the ugliest thing in the video game just because it has the highest stats.
Yeah.
Sure. That was what I did, though. Not necessarily that I wore the ugliest thing, but I wore the stat-related thing. I didn't choose for aesthetics. You can't... Some games do this. You can't do it in this game. You can't choose an aesthetic thing and then a stat thing. As in, I want the stats of this, but I'll have the aesthetic of this if you'd let me, game. That would have been cool, but they don't let you do that. You can't.
That's in this game.
I couldn't do
that. That is in this game. That's... Maybe we're talking about different things. You can choose the aesthetics. Every slot has an aesthetic option, which is what you want it to look like, but then it has the actual stats. That is in this game.
Where in the menu is that?
It is change appearance. Why? Right there on the right.
So you can... nobody... I never even got to play with that. Like I never even came across it. That's fascinating.
Mauler, the only reason I know about it is because someone in my chat said so.
Well, because I have missed full mechanics in this game because they like don't introduce them. Remember the whistling thing? Like I had no idea it existed.
I used it twice, and I think once was by accident. Yeah, I fat fingered it.
It's the kind of
just
thing
pressed
that
the wrong button.
We never really get a chance to talk about because I thought this was solved. The introduction of mechanics, you know.
The first time I open a menu, if you pause my game to be like, here's what everything does. Are we good? Okay, off you go. That's like, okay, sure, it's a bit clunky, but it gets the point across. But in this, yeah, it's interesting that you never...
I never knew it was there. I definitely would have used it if I'd seen it. But yeah, I missed it. Well, like I said, it's not the only thing I've missed. So, in fact, it's probably because I've not done the Jet Cordo thing. After seeing what you went through with just one of it, I decided I'd never touch that in a million years.
Jet Cordo?
That's the
Remind me.
When you
remind me of my own experiences, please, because I forgot
that little device that beeps where it.
Oh, fuck that! Oh, did you saw my playthrough of that thing?
Yes.
Oh my god!
Like I said, I'm not 100% of this game, and I don't intend to. I don't want to.
Jeez, that was frustrating. I remember when I did eventually find the button, and even everyone in my chat was like, "What the fuck? That's what you were supposed to find? Holy shit! That tiny little fucking button."
You gotta do that a whole bunch of times, and I was just like, "Yeah, fuck that."
Yeah, that was the part in the game where I said, "Yeah, whatever dev thought of this should kill themselves." Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's like there's a lot of busy work in the game, and like it's just why would I, you know? What would what do I gain from this? It's like, well, you get more credits. You're like, I'm alright. Jet Cordo's story. Do you want to know his story? It's like not considering the other
that guy
in this game, but
that we learned about through a recording or two. I don't like it. If that's just a mechanic in video games that dies and never comes back, I'd be happy. The idea of the beeps get faster the closer you are, or depending on the location that you look at, and you have to go by the beeps. I'm like, I think I'm okay with that mechanic just going the way of the dodo.
Well, a big
and
problem
never
you were having
showing
as well
up ever again.
You weren't sure if it was up, down, or around
up or down,
or
yeah,
underneath shit, yeah.
You just know like a general kind of area, but there's multiple layers, and it sucks, and I hate it so much. And I hate you, Dev, who put that in the game. I hate you. I don't know you, and I don't need to.
Damn.
Sorry about that, Rags.
Yeah, you hate Dev, huh?
Wow, Dev. You're the one. You're the cause of all my. You're the cause of all my suffering. You fucker.
Plus 1 point for the you can choose. Apparently, I can't confirm. I'd have to go do it myself, but I can believe from that option being there.
You don't believe me?
Wow.
Actually,
you can trust me on this. I wouldn't lie to you about Star Wars Outlaws, man. I'd lie to you about other stuff, but not this.
Very important
This is serious shit.
at the cosmetics in the game. I figured it was like a snowy area. I might as well put on like a big coat or something. And you got three
Smart
options
guy,
here. You can
smart
choose
guy.
The top, the bottoms, or the belt.
Well,
Different
when you
pieces of
have
equipment
it,
will come
I
with
guess you
different
can do
stats.
that.
What is it? Does it display 2 jackets then? One for aesthetic, one for stats if you put the different ones on? Or is it...
If you go to change appearance, it gives you basically another menu where you choose what you want it to look like.
Deb, did you really just post us what we discussed for the past 10 minutes?
Dev's proud of his work. He's the one who put it in the game.
The idea that he says, I guess I might as well, rather than actually considering it as something that would be worth doing within the context of the game, to me, like, says something about a failure on the game's part.
Well, you want an immersive Star Wars experience, be like, it is really cold on this planet. If you do not wear this kind of gear, there will be negative repercussions. You can still play, but there's going to be a negative aspect if you don't wear like a coat or something. And that could be one of your first missions. How do I get gear that is appropriate for this world on this world? Or one of the first
Massive
things
has already
is
done that, right? Like Massive has done that in The Division, where you had to get clothing in order to stay warm outside. That's a function or a feature that they've already put in their previous games.
that could be your opening mission for this place. Is Kay is like, holy shit balls, it's fucking cold in here. Jesus Christ, it is so cold. And Indy laughs at you because he's a robot and he has no feelings. And then that's your first mission, is you have to find appropriate gear, and then that leads you into the stuff that happens on the planet. And like that's a good way to do that.
That's the thing they do in the new Zelda games. It's like, oh, there's this new area that's cold. Guess I now need to find a way to be warm, and then you have like different options to do that.
She does actually make a comment about how cold it is, but it doesn't affect anything, obviously. Like,
Oh yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's dark.
So long as it doesn't affect anything, it's just set dressing, and kind of, I think, should be disregarded. Like,
what
Yeah, it's
dialogue?
like the,
it needs to be made manifest in the played experience, or else the dialogue doesn't actually like count for anything.
Not really, no.
The cold should be more than just an aesthetic in a game like this, especially if it's about immersively exploring the galaxy, the Star Wars world. Like, you know what would be a really cool way to make planets feel different is to have them feel different. Actually feel
I mean, a lot of
different.
games
You have a different
crazy.
human being.
That's
put
crazy.
A basic
Take that back.
A lot of games put a basic effect on your stamina, right? That's like a really obvious way to do
Could
it.
do that, yeah. Yeah, like there are some, depends on how harsh you want to be, but there are negative repercussions of not wearing appropriate gear with in a certain environment.
It's
If you want to go back really far,
Always take
if
it
you want to
back.
go back, if you want to go back really far, someone in the chat mentioned, Zelda Ocarina of Time on the N64, 1997 or whatever the fuck it was. You had to wear the red tunic to go into the lava areas, or else you'd start getting hurt.
What do you say?
Like
lava?
this is something that's lava.
Lava.
Sorry,
Lava?
You mean lava?
What?
You fucking
Lava.
Canadians.
Yeah, lava, whatever. Anyway,
Like a
point
lava
is,
lamp? It's the 70s, my dude. Get out your groovy lava lamp.
Lava.
I say lava. Yeah, okay, fine. Canadian accent, got it. But anyway, yeah, like this sort of thing has
Can we
just
have
been
fellow
a staple
Canadians
of games.
confirm this? That this
Yeah, I
isn't
don't think
just a
this is
Dev
I've
thing or
never
a
heard this
Canadian thing.
before.
I don't want you to be
You
able to
heard
get
lava
it.
before?
You can't squirrel your
Yeah,
way
Mel
out of
always
this one. I think
uses
this is a
Jim
Dev
as
thing.
an excuse. We don't let him get away with it. So.
Yeah, we don't
No,
let him.
I'm not excusing anything. You guys just shit on me, and then I get sad.
Lava.
Lava.
So in any case, this sort of thing where you have to like wear different clothes for a new environment has been in games for a very long time. There's no excuse. It's not in this.
Yeah.
But luckily you're given the opportunity.
Oh, and by the way, like, even if it was just aesthetic, even if it was just like as she walks around, she huffs, she holds her arms, like rubs her arms or something, kind of hunches over a little bit, even that would be like, well, that's something, I guess. That's some level of immersion just to see
And-
aesthetically some changes. That's
Ubisoft does that
something.
in their other games too, right? Like Ghost Recon, both Breakpoint and Wildlands. If you're in the cold, your character will rub their shoulder. All these things are in other games that they make. Like, it's different when you're, oh, Red Dead Redemption 2, right? But it's not just that some other game from, you know, a multi-billion-dollar company did it. It's that Ubisoft's own games do it too.
Even Luigi's
Even though again, it
Mansion.
shouldn't even fucking matter because it's Ubisoft is a big company. I mean, obviously they're
200
declining
mil.
at the moment, but like, it's a lot of money. I think it's fair to and people are going to compare it to Rockstar. Sorry, they're going to compare it to the other games that they see because they have the same fucking price tag.
Which is totally fine. It's just that you
It's
don't
not
even
just fine,
have
it's
to.
good. We want to increase people's expectations as games come out and we see what games can do. It's a good thing that over time the bar for what is expected of games goes up and increases.
I agree.
To just use things aesthetically, which I actually really appreciate because I hate wearing the ugliest thing in the video game just because it has the highest stats. You're given a couple base cosmetics, and there are some that you can get from merchants, but there are also exclusive cosmetics that you can only get through maxing out your reputation with any given faction.
A little bit underwhelming with those, I thought.
Yes.
I was really disappointed the Pikes didn't get their own thing. I didn't care for the Huts one. I've almost forgotten what it was. You remember what it was, Regs?
It looked like the hut ones were the shitty painted looking ones. Like there was like random paint splotches on the brown gear.
Yeah, and then Crimson Dawn have the sleekest looking one. And then
That's why I chose them. That's the only reason I chose them.
Ashiga just like it's just an outfit you wear if you're cold. Like that's the shit. It didn't feel like, oh, this is the Ashiga gear. It just felt like, oh yeah, that's a
this
coat.
is like cold stuff for the cold planet. Like, yeah, I guess that's what they would have. Yeah.
Crimson Dawn, I think, the only ones that actually got to feel like they had Crimson Dawn stuff. But
they had the insignia on the front, and it was black and kind of simplistic, and it was supposed to be like it's the best for stealth, but lol stealth, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what I meant about like the stats. I felt like the Ashiga gear just fucking slaughters all the other ones. The stats on them were
once
insane.
you realize that stealth is a complete waste of time and effort, then it's like, yeah, the Ashiga stuff is just clearly the best.
The problem
what
I'm
curious
with
about
this,
now is did we even need a gear stats system in the game to begin with? Is this effort that could have gone somewhere else more usefully? Do we need more like tacked on RPG mechanic adjacent stuff in the video game?
What I will say is that when you look at like a broad, if you unlock them all, let's say, and it's like, oh, you got like fucking 50 different jackets with different stats, time to read them. It's like, yeah, but all the scope will all relate to more health regen, grenade slots.
Carrying more vials.
Exactly.
And
Yeah, like
grenades.
the scope is so
That's the only
narrow
thing that matters.
that it's just variations on that every single time, to the point where one of them will outclass. There'll be like 5 choices at best, probably. Statistically, anyway, because a lot of them are just worse versions.
Yeah, realistically.
Mm-hmm.
Is
very
the
easily
Huts
put
out?
that elsewhere.
Oh, see, look at that. That's the Hut
Looks
one, isn't
awful.
it? Like, who would wear this?
Yeah, they have like the weird Durasteel pattern underneath it, but it doesn't mean anything. And also, it's like, what is it? It's purple, orange, and red.
Why can't you customize the colors?
It looks like it looks like shit.
It looks like it's from Fortnite.
Yes.
It looks like it's from Suicide Squad.
It doesn't look like it's from a thing I like.
Outfit sauceless, no point.
Here, I grabbed
Crimson
all
Dawn-
4 real quick.
Yeah, that's them. So, like I said, I don't like the Empire one. Would probably be something I fucking wear if I was trying to pursue an Empire.
Role play as an
but-
Imperial like
But that's
contractor.
the Pike one.
Yeah.
It's so weird that they just threw that into that. They clearly wanted you to be able to unlock an Empire outfit, but they were like, where do we put it? It's like, the Pikes, I
Also,
guess.
a little bit of an elephant in the room, but there is no head customization. There's no hats. There's no visors. There's no all that cool Star Wars stuff. The masks and the helmets and all that. None of it. Nothing.
With how flumpy
No
the hair
options.
is already, I don't think
Yeah.
they wanted to go
Do
near that
it!
shit whatsoever.
Well, listen.
Different hairstyles all glitching
Well,
out.
really, they would only have to make a couple bases of what happens to her hair if you have certain like helmets and stuff on. You have like the hair sticking out the bottom or like out the back, or it's completely covered. So they'd only have to really come up with 2 variants or 2 or 3 variants of it, because it's all for a single hairstyle and character to build around. So it wouldn't really be.
Obviously, the way to go is
at all for them to do.
to have the Han Solo outfit for the whole game anyway.
Han Solo,
Hell yeah.
Han Solo.
Oh god.
It's just so cool.
Dawn, weird looking, a very military, not feeling it. The Pikes, get out of town. I'm not putting that on my body if you pay me. The only
What? He says that he
Okay.
says the Crimson Dawn one looks military. No, it doesn't. What military are you talking about?
I don't know.
Space military.
that the Hutt's outfit, sauceless, no point in it. Crimson Dawn, weird looking, a very military, not feeling it. The
That is okay. Whatever.
That is a
Kind of
bizarre
military have
opinion,
you
my
been?
dude. That is a
Pikes, get out of town.
legitimately
I'm not
strange
putting that on
opinion.
my body if you pay me. The only cosmetic I actually liked from a faction came from the 4th faction in the game that I haven't mentioned yet, but they are specific to this planet, so I wasn't going to mention them until right now. Get off my freaking back. Is the Ashiga. That's it though. There's 4 total. Those 3 other ones have their place in Star
I
Wars.
like how you show the Ashiga queen, and you're like, oh, what's the outfit? It's like, Hoth outfit basically.
Random,
You're like,
yeah,
what?
Hoth. It's Hoth outfit.
What does that have to do with the Ashiga? And you're like, it's cold.
Cold
It's
planet.
cold.
Because they're a bug race, so they really like cold planets. Don't think about it.
Makes sense.
Okay, that's weird. That's a thing. And also, all their faces are covered, so they didn't have to animate anything. But all right.
Oh, you could tell. That's why they. It's funny though because they don't fucking animate anything else anyway. People's faces. The amount of dead souled people you find in this world.
And were pulled from various pieces of Star Wars media, but the Ashiga were created specifically for this game. They kind of look like bug people, and they don't really have much territory.
No, they don't.
They don't.
They don't look like bug people.
bugs.
They look like humans with masks on. There's
Yeah.
nothing
look
buggy
like
about the way they sound, the way they
Japanese
behave.
XPs.
They don't even move differently than humans at all.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, they don't get any points, none whatsoever. There's nothing buggy about them.
Planets at the start of the game, but they do have some of the best cosmetics in the game.
Why?
It's a
Yeah, they look nice. Yeah,
coat.
But
I don't.
it's a nice jacket, nice coat.
Relatively
Alright.
neutral
As
to
soon
me.
as you arrive on Kajimi, you're confronted by some of the Ashiga, and they accuse you of working with Crimson Dawn. Apparently, the Ashiga rule Kajimi, and Crimson Dawn has been poking their little nose in over here too. So a lot of the faction war on this
does that
planet
mean?
are those 2. The crew member we're looking for here on Kajimi is named Ang.
A lot of it.
best safe cracker in the Outer Rim.
You can't say cracker. What the hell?
Yeah, of all the crackers, she's the safest, so it makes sense. Yeah.
Without her.
She is just this crazy bomb lady. I love her so much. Naturally, if you want information as a scoundrel, you
Give me 2 of her traits.
He is erratic and
Lumbo.
all right.
You can't say short. That's not allowed.
Damn it.
Small.
I don't know, Glumbo.
Small. Damn it.
Tiny.
Ah,
He's like meh, 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 meh. There we go.
vertically challenged.
go to the nearest bar, and that's where you can find a bartender who will tell you that Ankh is in debt to pretty much everybody, including the Ashiga. But this debt to the Ashiga is a pretty big one, and Ankh is working off that debt in the factory probably for the rest of her life. Turns out there's a little family drama going on with the Ashiga, though. You see, they call themselves like a hive, and they've got
Bit of a strange format because like you wouldn't need to really summarize all this, would you? You could just say, get it. I guess
It makes me somewhat wonder how
He's-
this has become the fate of the best safecracker in the Outer Rim. Surely someone could think of a better thing to do with them.
I just feel like you wouldn't know the identity of the best safe cracker in the galaxy, but that's just me.
You might have an alias to go off of, I don't know, but yeah,
Yeah,
you wouldn't
an
have
alias.
them, their face,
Well, that's how
their
you
home
find
address.
Garrus in Mass Effect 2. You don't know it's Garrus until you like go there because he's using an alias. He's only known by the alias.
I've seen Alias.
Elias?
I bet no one has even fucking watched.
Shut up, nerd.
I don't know
My
what
alias
you're
has
on
watched
about.
it.
a queen, but the daughter of this queen doesn't
My
exactly like how the queen is running things.
Our expansion has made us vulnerable, Mother.
It will make the hive stronger.
We don't need the outer.
By the way, all of this backstory about the hive expanding and everything, literally nothing. It's nothing.
you
It's
have to
just
see
like
it happen.
textual. Yeah, it's just textual backstory. It's like a little narrative, but there's nothing relating
Well,
to anything happening. Like it
It
doesn't
feels
matter.
like an
This doesn't
essential
exist.
sort of an essential promise of the game is that you should expect to see that your actions will create consequences that are visible in the open world. That if there are certain sides that you're helping more, that them becoming stronger will become more apparent. That it should be the case that they can gain control over new planets instead of it just being, oh, here's this zone where they are, so watch out, or alternatively, hey, cool, but like it doesn't result in any meaningful changes.
Well, it causes narrative
is the
issues, if
end.
anything, because if you're the best allied with the Ashiga, then they don't want to get involved and expand into these Imperial. Like, why would the Ashiga ever, after all that you've learned about them, why would they ever attack the Empire? That would be insane, right?
Oh, but they will.
So all this backstory does is just create a narrative issue.
I think it's best sort of summarized by the fact that if you choose in this storyline to side with the Queen, Krisk dies. If you choose to side with Krisk, the Queen dies and she takes a little helmet thing at her scepter, thus meaning
Yay.
you can't tell the fucking difference no matter what you do. It is so funny how I'd be curious to check. You see how the colors are a little bit different on their shoulders? I wonder if Krisk's color changes to the Queen's one, like a scene after he takes the helmet off her.
Ooh, that'd be fun. Because it's the same texture, because they all wear like the same outfit, because that's cheaper to just make one model.
Well, yeah,
and
it's
just copy and paste it to all the Ashiga people.
Every time it's that thing of like they make this joke about Bethesda, right, where it's like you get asked a question, it's like yes, no, but also yes, or yes, I'm thinking, but no. Like all of it leads to the exact same fucking result.
Yeah.
Rim, our place is here. We have decided.
So she scurried on down to Crimson Dawn, and they've been conspiring to overthrow the Queen. Now these two have agreed to help you get Ankh out and let you leave with her if you will assist in their overthrowing of the Queen. You can choose whether to
You
side
couldn't
with
finish that in
Crimson
one
Dawn
sentence?
or the Queen, but this is a situation where the conflict is very much coming to a head, and you have to make a decision.
Makes no difference, except of course. It actually does make one difference that it shouldn't. I'm talking to Fring about this. It's annoying me. Krisk, if you side with her in Crimson Dawn, it'll boost your Crimson Dawn rep. That makes sense, and it'll. I think it doesn't change your Ashiga, but if you side with the Queen, it'll lower your Crimson Dawn and bring up your Ashiga rep. It's like, wait, the Ashiga rep should go up both ways, because when you side with the Crimson Dawn, you're going with the Ashiga.
Exactly.
Siding with the winner
Queen.
of the Ashiga winner. Yeah.
The game is too stupid. I just realized.
No, it's a really interesting and cool mechanic that's awesome and really great.
It's pretty good.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Because someone is not making out of it alive. Before things get too big and crazy, though, there are some side activities on Kajimi that I think are fun.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
Please talk about the fucking stupid mini
I
game.
hope he mentions that you can't fail these.
Oh, it's
I also
so
noticed,
funny.
Available
I guess-
QPs are a thing of the past.
I guess he's playing on a controller here. On PC, if you're using this, Metal, you'll probably know because you played it on PC too.
I did.
They use weird ass buttons for
It's
the
just
PC
random
quick
buttons on your
times.
keyboard.
It's like J, I, K, L, E, F, C. It's like all these random
because
ones.
I thought what they were going for was like, oh, I'm probably going to use WASD and then maybe something like
K, and then
JKLI or something.
For Nix because they're left and right. But as
Yeah,
far as
but
it was just
Then it
really
goes to
weird.
like P or V. It was like, what?
That's why I hated it, because I had to see the button then look, because I'm a really good typist. But when you're telling me to like press quickly this one random key when it's not contextualized by a word or anything, I have to like look at it and hit it. So I was constantly looking up and down from my monitor to my keyboard to make sure I hit the right buttons. It was really not fun at all. It was a chore to do. It wasn't like a fun like in Resident Evil and other stuff. Generally quick time events, there's only a couple different assortments of them, like L and R or A and B, or if you're on a keyboard, it's like maybe like Shift E, like stuff that you're used to pressing anyway. Not like search and find the letter on the keyboard in the correct time that you never use for gameplay. Like L. L is the button, really. I have to go L. Oh, all the way over here. All right, and what's the next one? Q. Oh, that one's over here. J. V.
Just cannot understand what they think this accomplishes. Like, do they think this is a useful use? But like, if they think this contributes in any way to immersion, that's like, I wonder how they ended up making a video game. You know?
Well,
No,
in the
I
planning stage, in the planning stage, what they created these was for pure immersion. Look, you're eating your weird space food. You got your little Nyx there. You got your character. You're out here at the street vendor. You got all these people sitting next to you. The robots chopping food. The background is the planet. Is like that's what the idea was behind it. To the point where you can't even fail it.
Me inputting the Konami code to eat my food somehow adds to this in some way. Someone in the boardroom or like the ideas room said, and nobody looked at them funny.
I guess it's like an immersive food minigame was how it got pitched.
Because a lot of the time, a lot of the time QTEs like this are used to like punctuate particular bigger motions, right? Like even in their words uses, right? There's like some like to dodge something coming at you or whatnot. Yeah, Resident Evil 4.
Tap A as fast as you can to replicate the frenetic energy of you running for your life away from a boulder. It kind of connects you with a character in some way. That's like a QTE at its best, potentially. It's some way to get you to exert yourself in a way that's supposed to mirror the character that you're controlling. And this is just like it's just press the buttons so that you can progress to the next stage of
and then they let you hold down the button, but then you can just stop and then it just goes back down. So you go like your hand moves and it's like it goes. It's especially
I'm gonna eat it. No, I'm not.
Especially funny this one when Nyx gets the tongue cut on the ice.
Yeah, that's terrible. Fringy, I saw Fringy playing this bit, and I was like, he and I had the same reaction. Like, oh no, that's what terrible pain you've put him in.
That's gonna be horrible.
Why would you ever do this? That's awful.
As I understand it, if your tongue gets stuck to something because it's cold, ripping it off is a bad idea.
Very bad idea.
As I understand.
You get warm water and you pour warm water over it. Yeah. You don't rip the tongue off of the thing that it's stuck to. Like it's freaking A Christmas Story, okay? You're hurting him. You're supposed to be a steward. He's your pet. He's your friend.
Well, it's just weird that there would be a meal that could like seriously maim and injure the person who's eating it because they don't realize that they're not meant to eat it. Like it has an instruction manual.
Yeah, you think you'd say, hey, don't lick the ice ball. It'll freeze to your tongue. You're supposed to melt it first. And you'd be like, okay, thanks, man. I won't do that. Because if I did, that would be really bad. And I would sue you.
There's this little mini game that you can play with Nyx. It's like a bonding experience. It is a glorified, like, quick time event, but just
no, it's not a glorified quick time
event.
No,
it's a literal quick time event.
It's just a literal quick time event. It's not even a quick time event because quick implies that you have like a timer. It's just a time event.
Yeah. It's a long time event. That shit goes on forever.
Yeah, it does.
It's an extended button pressing sequence.
For the two eating noodles or something. It's cute, right? It's cool. I'll shit on Disney all day long for creating these little money makers, but at the end of the day, I like him. It also helps the dude is crazy.
Why?
It's why not make it a cutscene?
Why is this cute and cool?
It really should have been a cutscene.
Why do you like Nyx? Why?
He's an
QTE
angel.
part of this like strikes me in this really weird way. Like the game's just gone and got an ice cream, and you're standing there next to it while it eats it, and it just sort of like guiltily offers it to you. You know, it's like, oh, I guess you wanted to do something too, huh? Right. Sure. Press some buttons while we play our cutscene, I guess.
And I would have been fine with that. I would have been okay with just watching a cutscene that is totally optional, and if I want to see them, bonding. Totally fine. I would have been fine with that.
Sure, especially if it was skippable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can attack people. He can distract people. He can sneak through stuff and open up vents.
What a strange place to talk about Nyx.
Then. Yeah, like, oh yeah, I like him. He can do two things.
Nyx is
also like gameplay functionalities, and I don't have to safeguard him in any way.
Well, yeah, the thing is, Nyx is from a mechanical standpoint, Nyx is insane. He's fucking bonkers. He could do everything. He could do all the things. He tells you where enemies are. He fetches items. He distracts. He sets off grenades in people's pockets. Nyx does everything. He holds doors open for you. He presses buttons that you can't reach. He is this Swiss Army knife of insane mechanical, abilities.
I mean, you say that, but at the same time, it feels like that's kind of not even the case, that there's a whole bunch of things that you can do. It's like, well, there's a very limited set of ways that you can have him interact with the environment, and that's kind of like the deal. right? If ever you hit a wall, oh well, yeah, just wherever there's a button, get him to press the
I guess,
button.
yeah,
That's
it's
like
weird
not
because we're
anything. That's not
basically
worth complimenting.
we're kind of like both correct in that he can do a lot of stuff within the very strict parameters of what you're allowed to do at the moment. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
you can't use him
There's a limited
creatively.
set of,
That's the thing.
yeah, pretty much. Like, there's nothing that you can do where you'd be like really surprised by your ability to have him interact with the world. It really is limited, despite the list of things that you can purportedly do with him.
It's like yeah, he's like the key that can unlock the single door in front of you all the time. It's like, yeah, I guess it's insanely useful and it can do everything as long as that thing is whatever the door is in front of me at that given time.
You would also be
As for like
wanted by everybody in the world.
Yeah, goddamn.
Well, remember
his
on Tatooine, they really want that Mercall?
Oh, well, because of his rarity, but
Niax.
I'm saying like they'd want him because who wouldn't want this creature? It can just do everything. Like in terms of,
He can
as
sense,
you said, with the limited
electrical
scope,
currents and people, and he's extremely intelligent in
understands
terms of the commands
exactly
that
what
you
you
can
want
give.
him to do every time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he always does what he like. He's it's like calling him a dog feels like, well, no, but he like seems to fucking understand like English, like in a very robust sense of the word. Like,
right?
he can, yeah.
Yeah, and he clearly has like expressions and vocalizes them. It's just like a super pet, essentially.
And the game makes a promise with the sheer wonder creature that he is that it can't fulfill upon in terms of how things should go eventually. Once people know about Kay and know about Kay's little fucking goober companion, people are going to start shooting it when they see it if they are hostile to her.
Yep.
They should shoot at it regardless of whether or not they know what it is. The fact that it's jumping on them or jumping on their friends,
yeah,
or it's just like this big old creature is like it's one of my issues with Kay, like as a character, is she sends this creature that she allegedly loves into these insanely dangerous scenarios where she should reasonably expect he can get hurt or killed, but she doesn't care. She treats him like a tool.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Without any real consideration.
In turn, the game is unwilling to follow through on the promise that this thing really should be able to get hurt.
Rags, who do you like more, Nyx or BB-8?
Nyx.
Why?
Oh, I just like his little smile, his little noises, and the way that he looks at me, and his eyes gleam, and he's just a beloved, lovely little, great little critter. Look at him go. I just like him a lot.
Who do you prefer, R2D2 or Nyx?
R2D2.
Why?
Well, does this count the time he tried to murder C-3PO weirdly in Attack of the Clones?
That is a good element of his traits, alright? That's one of his, holy shit, what a badass.
R2D2 seems to be like he has like a bit of a character to him, and he doesn't seem like he's it makes more sense that he would be in the scenarios that he's in a lot of ways. That like he belonged to someone, and he's being used by other people, and that he can interface with things reasonably, like his ability to like do stuff. Nothing that he can do seems like it's just a believe me. Like Nyx being able to sense both everybody around and convey that information to Kay, as well as sensing electrical like currents and everything. It's tough for me to wrap my head around that, both of those being things that he could do. Whereas when R2D2 does stuff, it is typically stuff that you can believe a robot to do. He can hack into things or access computers and open doors and stuff, but he has to have like a connection to it. And he seems like he's used in more ways than just essentially just a problem solver. And he also has like a camaraderie with C-3PO as well.
I feel like the comparison between R2D2 and Nyx should emphasize why Nyx sucks and R2D2 is awesome. R2D2 has like a real personality. He has like a real kind of unexpected personality. And it has to be conveyed through non-conventional means. Like, he doesn't have a face. He like shakes back and forth and makes beeping sounds. but you know exactly who he is. You know what he values. Like, all of that comes through clearly. Nyx is just like a space dog, like a space otter dog that's always friendly and nice. Like, and then does everything.
He needs to be saved. He needs to be rescued from Kay's cruel clutches.
There's nothing like particularly inventive or interesting or clever about Nyx at all compared to a character like R2D2.
R2D2's great. I really like Nyx. I like his little smile, and I like his little animations and his goofy jump over the countertops at bar.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I thought it was me.
Run away.
Nope.
He's run away.
Oh shit! I actually wanted to ask Rags a question about this. I need to wait for him to come back.
I got a real good follow up. I'm curious how he's going to deal with it with this stupid like. Oh, it's cute though. Come on, Rags, slither back.
Wow, slither back. Jeez, that's rough.
If he takes more than 15 seconds, I got something else.
Well, go ahead, I guess.
Well, fucking
Let's count it. Yeah. So while one of my fans who's watching DM'd me a PDF, and it's of an Edge magazine where they were talking about the making of this game. I'm gonna put one page in here real quick while we wait for Rags to return, because it's actually about Nyx, and apparently, according to this page, they made a model of Nyx, and they mocapped the puppet. They made like a Jim Henson style model, and then they did like puppet stuff, and they mocapped the puppet and put it into the game.
Huh.
And I'm just sitting, I'm sitting here thinking like, what an incredible waste of money.
A little bit, yeah.
Why would you do that?
Almost seems like you would do that because, yeah, Star Wars, they do puppets, so we're going to do puppets even though our thing is 100% animated.
That's basically what they say in the second last paragraph of the article.
This is the kind of shit I mean when I talk about Star Wars being inbred. Like, every single aspect of its construction is so self-referential and like constantly contorting in on itself like a fucking Ouroboros in this way.
Yeah, it reads, if you've been thinking that Vess's alien companion Nyx resembles a Jim Henson creation, well, there's no coincidence. There are so many practical effects in these movies that are phenomenal. Nyx's mocap was recorded using a puppet, and his in-game model is designed to match, utilizing shaders specifically created to represent a sort of latex material. So yeah, they wanted it to be puppet-like, yeah.
But it's not, though. He isn't even. Like, he's animated, like, fully. Like, in a way that goes beyond this, like, what would be practically achievable with, like, a real puppet.
Yep.
So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even... It really seems to be like, oh, yeah, Star Wars has puppets, so we're making him a puppet. Even though he's not a puppet. Even though he's just a fully animated character.
Yeah, because it's in the video game that's all animated. It's so silly.
To be honest, there's a lot of glazing in this article. I don't know if you want to look over another time, but yeah, I just wanted to point that part out because we're talking about Nyx.
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting.
My computer blue screened and restarted.
Oh, shit.
So I'm having some sort of an issue where it started happening a couple days ago. Where it started happening in Helldivers 2. But I think it's more. But it like I have like games are crashing again. Normally just to desktop, but sometimes my computer will just restart. It'll just restart unprompted. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of it as to why this has happened, because things were totally normal, and then a couple days ago, like this started happening. So I need to figure out what's going on. So I'm saving some of these errors and warnings.
Do you get
a memory leak? Could be.
So this last the one that just happened, I got a blue screen that said IRQL not less or equal. So I've saved that to look into that later.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll have to do something.
I find it funny that everybody in chat, like, there's a whole bunch of people in chat with a variety of different things. Like, yeah, I mean, a blue screen could be like any number of problems.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking for the blue screen. There's normally like an ID on it that you can check out.
IRQL not less or equal.
Just like, oh, CPU, GPU, memory. It's like it could be anything.
I know, it's
three comments, one after the other.
I'm not a
dying RAM
guy.
sticks, maybe a memory dump. PSU could be on its way out. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, so
I guess it could be.
What if it is your air conditioner?
It might be.
My air conditioning's not on. I don't have my air conditioning on.
But it was on before.
Maybe that's the problem.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's,
maybe
it's
you
not.
need to use your air conditioning.
It's not that
yeah.
hot. It's a really pleasant time of the year here, where you don't need air
Maybe it's not
conditioning or
pleasant for
heat
your
or anything.
PC.
So
Is that the error, Regs?
IRQL not less or equal is what the error is. I saw it before it. Yeah, I read it before it changed.
I posted it in the chat. Yeah, that's like the
That's the
most
thing, yeah.
generic Windows error. That could
Yeah,
mean like your
so-
hardware is dying, like your hard drive's dying, your CPU's dying, your RAM's
Well, the air
dying. Like, that could be
conditioner's
like anything.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's weird that like such a huge stretch of time went where I had no issues whatsoever, and like I thought, oh, the PC's finally fixed, it's all good, no problems, because I used to have that bad crashing issue, and now in the last couple days, it seems to only happen when I've got like a game or an application running, because I had like Minecraft up and I was testing it to like run as administrator and stuff like that, but then it just blue screened and it just computer just restarts. It doesn't do any damage or anything. It doesn't say anything's wrong apart from the blue screen. It just reboots right back up. And so I'm like, well, that's something for me to solve later.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Those are
So
always
Rex.
fun.
You had a
Yo.
question, Mauler.
Oh, I had a question too, but go ahead, Mahler.
No, Dev, you can go first. It's all right.
Okay, so you're doing these comparisons, Rags, and let's do an apples to apples comparison. Okay,
Between
so
what and what?
Nyx and BD1, since they're both companions.
BD1. He's the one from the Jedi games, right? The
Yeah, the
Outlaw,
little robot
or
guy.
Survivor. Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about him.
Oh, okay. He honestly has like a very similar personality to Nyx, because he just kind of
Oh.
hangs around and beeps and boops and helps out.
What a cheerful guy.
I don't know. I think I prefer BD1 just because he seems kinder.
I mean, if
Sure.
they're identical in terms of personality, I'd be more partial to the robot simply because, like, a robot means that as the creator, artist, whatever, you're embracing challenges that are harder to overcome. Like, Nyx is so much like a real animal that it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, he's like a cute animal, so that's way easier than if it's a robot. You know, robot
Yeah.
means you got to try harder to convey personality and emotion. You have to be a bit more unconventional, and it feels like that should be worth something, right?
So you can't send BD1 to go and steal things. You can't do that. But for the most part, they kind of fulfill the same gameplay functions because they are your little companion. They both do like the room-wide scan thing, and they tell you where enemies are. Like all that sort of thing is done by both companions. But it makes more sense with BD1 because he's a robot and you can actually scan things. He's not just an animal, you know?
All right, then.
Indeed.
What was your question? Does Rags like this? Or?
Yeah, I just want to know if Rags, you knew if you played those games, which
I
companion
played the
character
first
did you
one
prefer?
for like 4 or 6 hours. That's it. I just
okay.
don't really remember much about it.
Well, I was going to ask about Baby Yoda.
Yoda.
Why doesn't he get the benefit that Nyx is getting?
He's an ugly fucker, and he's a big jerk, and he eats babies.
Oh man, if only you knew the horrors that Nyx has gotten up to.
Oh my god, is it the grenade thing?
Is it all the things? He seems to have a unique understanding.
Well, yeah, I mean, Nyx is a participant in the wanton violence that
It's Kay's
that Kay
fault.
perpetrates.
She's mind controlling him against his better nature. She's a corrupting influence on him. He needs to be rescued from her vile clutches.
So since we are on tangent land right now, about 10 minutes ago, I left for a minute because Fringy, you mentioned something, and you said something about the Ashiga basically having no consequence in the story. I think it was about 10, 15 minutes ago. And that triggered something in my autistic brain. So I went to go look something up. And that's not true, actually. It turns out that there's actually some wide lore implications regarding the Ashiga in this game. Let me just pull it up here real quick. So yeah, the Ashiga storyline was made to give this character more backstory. Let me just post it here. You see that red blob that they're running by in episode 7?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Rob.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is
So
that is a guy from the Ashiga.
Wow.
Did they take? So did they just take like a background goober from the movies and say we're going to build a faction around this random person?
That's our guy right there.
That's what they did.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with that if they built like an interesting faction.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't have a problem with that actually at all. But yeah,
that's his only appearance on screen. Is just this blurry shot as you go by. But this is what they're basing him on. Now I did dig up like a costume photo of like behind the scenes, and so here's what he looks like. So you can tell it's the same race.
There it is.
Yeah,
there it is. So I guess they really did see like some picture. Maybe they were thumbing through like, hey, we're gonna make this entire faction. Let's go ahead and connect it to Star Wars by being like, yeah, actually this background guy over here, that's a whole faction, and he's got friends and allies and a people out there somewhere.
Yep.
Which he's probably not very happy about, considering the execution quality, but, you know.
And everyone in the chat is saying glup shit over. Yeah, but I decided to look his name up. His name is Sarko Plank.
Sarko Plank.
Sarko Plank. That is
they really have a way with names.
Disney all day long for creating these little money makers, but at the end of the day, I like him. It also helps the dude is crazy useful.
Are you not self-aware enough to realize?
That's what's annoying about
also,
it.
Also, you rags applies too.
Yeah, like it's the recognition that it's just a cynical attempt to get you to on side with their creation, but they're not putting in like any real effort. But now it's like actually just a thing that they can do reliably to make money. Like Baby Yoda has made Disney so much money. There's so much merchandise.
I ain't out here buying Nick's keychains and plushes and saying the game's good or anything like that. I think that.
You keep talking about Nick's being awesome. He's not.
I think he's a cute guy, and
There's
I like
nothing
him.
about him. That's the thing. Like that's like the frustrating thing. There's nothing. It's not like they like put in the. It's just like he's cute. That's it.
You're
He's
like when
a cute
girls
space
see
dog.
Baby Yoda, they go nuts. They're just like, oh my god, he's amazing. You're like, no, stop.
Yeah, like
Resist.
the only difference is whether or not it's a particular aesthetic that like just grabs you, more so than like, hey, what if it was like a cool aesthetic and they like kind of went above and beyond in terms of creating a character. And you know, we've talked about it before, but yeah, the Salacious B. Crumb, if that was a companion, that would be way cooler.
Yeah, he has to work to get you to like him because he's an ugly critter.
Exactly. If that's the bold choice, that would be the daring choice, is to get you to have that guy sitting on your shoulder and getting you to be really passionate about him.
Stab him, Kay. Get him. Get his money. Take his legs.
It's the same, by the way, if we just kept saying Andy is awesome, and all we ever said was he has a trench coat.
Yeah.
He's not awesome. He's kind of cringy in the fact that they relied solely on his trench coat.
Yeah.
He can sneak through stuff and open up vents. He just opens doors for me randomly. He also gives you eagle vision. I don't know how they're just finding that one.
Yeah, was it randomly?
And this little mini game is fun. Now, the other cool thing here on Kijimi is there's a secret sabacc table that you can find if you listen closely enough. Kessel Sabacc is a popular card game.
Actually, I don't know if you guys did it, but if you're doing the eating mini game and you fail, it just goes infinitely.
Mm-hmm.
You can sit there and like tug of war with Nyx over the food for like a half an hour.
Where were you an hour ago?
Oh, oops, sorry. I was probably looking up stuff about that.
We were beaming about this. Yeah, you missed it.
My bad.
Star Wars universe that I think is their version of like poker or something. See, as a famous outlaw, you gotta be good at gambling. So naturally, I played a shit ton of this. Basically, how it works is you're given.
I'm offended on behalf of poker, but.
These two cards, and you have to make them into a pair of the lowest numbers possible, while also keeping as many of your coins as possible. And every time you draw a card, you have to deposit a coin. And you can either draw a card from the main pile or the discard pile. Not all the cards are numbered cards, though. Some of them are specialty cards. Like, for example, there's one that will match the number in your other hand. So say you had a 2 in your right hand, and you had that card in your...
Man, I feel like so much of this review has just been describing like systems as they exist, not like providing analysis of them.
For the record, I'm fine with describing them as details you want if you had analysis to back it up. As in, like, equal amounts, if not more, of analysis. But no, most of it has been just describing it.
Yeah. Sabak is the beginning of a cool idea. It's not like it was neat the first time as I was learning it, and then when you get to the end of the learning process and you're like, oh, this is the entire game, it's like, oh, that's it. And then here's some cheats to make it even more insanely OP. I'm like, oh, shit. And here are tokens to where that are just built into the game that you could use to even be more powerful. Or like, oh, okay.
So I didn't actually I played like one hand of it and I kind of moved on, didn't really do anything with it. But I always thought, just for the the 30 seconds that I was in the screen, and maybe they do this because I don't know, but I always thought that it'd be interesting if you could have Nyx, since Nyx is all powerful anyway, to have him go around and like look at people's hands for you.
He does.
Yeah,
he does.
That's one of the things that.
That's the cheat. That's part of the cheat thing. Yeah, because you basically have two different side abilities. You have your like power tokens that other players can actually use. They're part of the game, and you unlock more as you play the game. And they just give you stuff like you can get a coin back, or everyone else has to deposit a coin, or you don't have to pay for a draw. Just little things like that, but you can just keep using them over and over. And then you have cheats, which is like Nyx looking at people's cards and stuff. And it's just another layer of your power.
Some of those cards you were describing, like the power ones or event ones, whatever they're called, some of them are just better than others, as in you can unlock ones that are like refund 2, and then the next one you unlock is refund 3. So it's like, oh well, I'll have the 3 one. That's just better.
I think even like the default ones you just start with, like some of them are just better than others.
And then with the cheats, yeah, you can see everyone's cards. You can draw an extra card, as in you'll have 3 in your hand at all times. Or the final cheat is then getting the dice to roll whatever you want. You can use them all as many times as you want, and you can use them all at the same time.
Challenging.
Yeah, really.
I played the game once and I was bored and I didn't bother.
Yeah, I find it pretty boring.
I tried it one time, it's like, oh, boring. And then they made me play it one more time to get Flimbo's coin back. And then, yeah, that was that. Very cool. Very exciting.
Left hand, that would mean you had 2 2s. And then there's another card that's like a dice roll. So if you have that card at the end, you get to roll 3d6s and pick whichever number you want. The game's pretty simple and straightforward, but it gets more complicated when you add in the like assist cards. I don't know exactly what you call them, but you can buy them from vendors and stuff, and they can let you do things like make someone else deposit multiple coins or let you get all your coins back. I only ever used those base ones, but one time I was playing with another guy and he used an assist card that switched our hands over, and then somehow he still lost. That's another thing about this game.
Because he took a risk, because you don't have a way of seeing other people's hands. So it's just, I have a shitty hand. It's better if I just take a gamble on what another person's hand is, because mine's bad.
That's the funny thing, though. They don't. You can. You can look at everyone's cards and then choose which one you want to steal.
Because of the cheat, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
I mean, it just ruins the game. Not that there was much of a game to begin with. It's just like, well, that's that.
It's very easy. It almost feels like sometimes you win and you probably shouldn't have. And then there's the fact that your 30-pound dog can run over behind somebody, sit on their shoulder, and tell you what cards they have. I don't think anybody's going to notice that.
He helps people cheat in card games.
Well, he's clearly on the chair, not the shoulder.
Yeah.
So fucking good at Sabak. How does she do it? The thing is, I don't normally like these kind of card games that are shoehorned in to open worlds, right? Like
Honestly, nothing comes to mind to me for shoehorned in card games and open world games. I usually welcome them if they're good.
I'm assuming you're going to talk about Gwent.
I mean, they made a whole Gwent game based off of the like a whole standalone Gwent game.
I don't think so, but I think that's what he's going to suggest.
You
that's
can
the only
completely
thing that
ignore
makes sense.
Gwent if you want to ignore Gwent,
which
or
I
you
did.
can participate in Gwent, and you can get spies and break it.
Maybe like Liar's Dice or some of the
Azak,
Dead games.
I guess.
Maybe. I don't know what I don't think any of those are shoehorned, but I bet he mentions at least one of them.
I don't know what he even means by shoehorned is the problem.
But yeah, I hope he tells me why that's shoehorned and this isn't.
Maybe when he says shoehorned, he's talking about a game where you have to at least play one round of the card game to advance the main story. And
like Sabak?
It's like, well, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, like Sabak.
Yeah, well, yeah, that sucks anyway. Yeah.
Do you have to play Sabak to finish the main story?
Yeah,
more than once.
I only remember playing it the one time. Maybe I just
Yeah,
forgot.
same. I don't remember playing it once. Yeah, but
just at the beginning because of curiosity. I don't.
Well, you definitely have to at least play it once for
I know
one
there's
of-
like a side quest line for doing all the Sabak stuff, I think. But I don't remember the main story requiring you to play it.
I'm almost certain you're required once, but even if I wouldn't mind that. Like, there's a way to introduce you.
Especially if the story or that mission had different endings based off of you winning or losing.
Here we go.
The Witcher 3, I really did not like Gwent. They always wanted me to play goddamn Gwent. I don't want to play Gwent. But in this one, I like it because I think it makes sense, if that makes sense. In most games, you have some...
Witcher 3 is very, like, non-insistent about Gwent.
Yeah,
Gwent's just
every
there.
once in a while, someone will ask, you want to play Gwent? And you see people playing it, and you can join in if you want. And I played it a little bit, and Gwent is way more complex than this. Gwent's got a lot more going for it than... The problem with Sabak is that it's like I said, it's the beginning of an idea. It's so simplistic, and it makes you too powerful at it. We need more coins, more rounds. There needs to be more to it to make it fleshed out.
Is Gwent's totally made up, right? Like it was invented for The Witcher, or is it based on a game?
I believe it was completely made up.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I guess that's the interesting thing is that because in like obviously in Red Dead you can play poker. And it's like, oh well, that's like a real card game,
right?
A card game that you probably already know the rules to, that or blackjack or any of these sorts of things. And it feels like any time that you ask somebody to learn a new card game that you've invented already, it's like, all right, so now you've got to like cross that bridge of people even wanting to be willing to learn the rules of a new card game. The more complex it gets, the more that can be like an obstacle to doing it. I suppose it's funny in this case. It's kind of like that's not really the problem with Sabak. It's just like not very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as I was like when I only played like 2 games because I wanted to learn it, but then you learn it so quick, and you solve the game shockingly quickly because that's it. It just kind of you stop learning things because that's the extent of the game. And so you're like, well, I'm done. I've experienced all of Sabak after like 2 games. This is it. This is the game.
All the Sabak.
I am all.
Big pressing objective, and there's no reason to sit down and play, I don't know, a board game. But in this one, I mean, you're playing as an outlaw. This is kind of something that outlaws do. I'm a role player at heart.
But playing cards and gambling is kind of like something outlaws do.
Are
That's
you like
something
death marked?
Do witches play card games or no?
I guess the person, people play
like,
card games.
Where's the appeal to the actual mechanics of Sabak rather than like, well, whatever the game is, I just want to role play as an outlaw, so I'm going to be playing card games. That's a weird way to praise a card game. It's like, yeah, but I want to role play.
Yeah.
What shouldn't it just be fun?
Yeah.
Just be it?
No.
Nice pen, look at it. See, look at what I can make it do.
And I make it wiggle in front of him.
Gambling does come second
What
to
was
the main
that?
I don't
Like
know.
a
Role
inside joke,
playing?
maybe?
no.
Possibly, because I don't get
Maybe
it.
a channel meme or something.
It's the thing where if you hold a pencil or pen and you move your hand up and down, the optical illusion is that it looks like it's bending when it really isn't. It's like what you learn. It's like when you're like 6 years old, you learn about it. And
That's what they were talking about.
yeah,
No, I'm now more confused.
What was the scream for?
I don't know what the scream was for.
Okay.
quest, though. And that picks
Moving
up
on.
when the Queen's daughter and the leader of Crimson Dawn.
Oh, so that's it for Sabak, I guess, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. We
I mean,
just described that it exists, and that there should be a card game because you're an outlaw.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things where if you just do a game that already exists, like if you're playing Yakuza and you can play Mahjong in Yakuza, right? It's a real game you can play in real life. You don't have to like invent a new game. You just if you like Mahjong, you like Mahjong, and it's in the game. It's okay. Or if you play Go or something, or if you're playing poker, like you said, Fringy. But if you're inventing a completely new game, it has to be more interesting, I guess, than a game that actually exists. If that makes sense, because it's now it's a mini game in a video game, and there should be a reason to play it. So, if you look at like the Final Fantasy card games, they're usually pretty high quality. Whether you're talking like Queen's Blood or Tetramaster or whatever. If you're not just doing a game that already exists just for the novelty of it, you have to make a decent mini game, and this one just wasn't.
Dawn wants you to steal something called the Origin Strand. I'm still not exactly sure what it is, but it seems like whoever has it controls the hive. Once you grab it and bring it back to the Yashiga base, you have to walk through all this wreckage, death, and destruction that this uprising has caused, an uprising that you were involved in. And it really makes you think about what you've done up to this point and informs what you do.
No, it doesn't.
Stop
Come
it.
on now.
Come on.
Stop it.
Why
you
are we-
were hook, line, and sinker.
People need to stop falling for this shit in games, man. You can do so much more to actually make the consequences of the players' actions feel like them being made manifest.
See, look, the whole story is totally different. What will the repercussions of this be? Is like it's all empty. There's no changes. Nothing happens as a result of this. There's no point in going either way. It's a bunch of people you don't care about and shouldn't care about doing things that ultimately are meaningless.
Nah,
There's
man,
nothing
it really
behind
makes you
this.
think, Rags. What are you talking about? We live in a society, bro.
We do live in a society.
It doesn't have to be so thin.
It really reminds me of Karl Marx, really. Just to mention an old meme here.
With it from here. Inside the palace are the two would-be rulers, the original queen of the Yashiga and her daughter. You have the option to give the Origin Strand to either one of them. Giving it to the daughter will increase your rep with Crimson Dawn, and giving it to the mother will increase your rep with the Yashiga. I decided to give it to the original queen. I don't really want to get mixed up in all this, but at the second that I did,
I mean, it's funny. There's nothing to get mixed up. There's nothing to get mixed up in.
The idea that this entire like power struggle thing boils down to you have a stick that you can hand to one of two people to put them in charge.
That's for you to figure out. I
For
say
some reason,
figure
this
out.
is
It's
a
just
decision you get to make.
the decision is just where do you want the thing to have to not the reputation. God, I'm fucking stupid.
Did I see that right? Does it show you reputation changes when you take an option?
Yes.
As in, like
sometimes.
before you commit to a choice, it tells you this is how it will affect you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that because that tends to like the problem with morality or reputation or faction systems like that when they're made explicit to you before the point of making a decision is that they can have a tendency to boil decision making processes down to optimizing the right number that you want to go up.
Yes.
Like if I'm playing like let's say Renegade Paragon, for example, I can end up in a position where I'm not like making the decisions that I would want to make. I'm pressing the Renegade button because I'm doing the Renegade run or something to that effect.
100% that is what this game is. Yep. Right on
playing you from the start.
We are all the hive.
We're all the
Even
hive.
you. Drop your weapon, daughter.
How spooky.
oh shit. It's some family drama I really did not need to get mixed up in, but hey, you know.
What I appreciate about this is he's saying, you know, like, oh god, I didn't even really understand the stakes of what's happening here. It's like, yeah, you wouldn't. if you knew everything,
Yeah,
you
because
wouldn't.
you don't get anything.
What unfolds is just, oh well, that's unfolding. There it goes. All right, and then nothing changes going forward.
Because you get the mission, it's like, hey, grab the thing. It's like, okay, I got the thing. Now give it to me or to me. Oh, okay, why would I do this? Because then I'm the queen. No, I'm the queen. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I don't
what a
care.
crazy thing. It was like Game of Thrones. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, who gives me more money?
Yeah, you don't learn the two characters well enough to actually care who sits on the throne. So it's just like, oh well, whatever fits my meters.
And the interesting thing is, if this would be like an actual game where you're an actual renegade, that could actually kind of work in a way. It's like, oh yeah, I don't really care. Who's gonna make me a better offer here? And then you can fucking hash it out because I actually don't give a shit. But we don't really do
Imagine
that.
if you could make decisions like that, and if they would then reflect upon later interactions people have with you. Like, I'm not going to put any loyalty in you to, you know, do things that would benefit my cause because you've made abundantly clear through your actions that you're only out for your own gain.
Yeah, or you just go like, oh, I have the stick now. I'm the king, or the queen. Fuck off. Kill them both. Wouldn't that be interesting?
And the act of loyalty was enough to buy Aang's freedom, and now she can come with me back to the Trailblazer and join up as a permanent crew member. There's plenty of other stuff to do on Kijimi, different side activities, and a lot more to those main missions, but there are a lot of other planets.
Oh, we're moving on. We're done with Kijimi. Spent too long there anyway.
Explore. And the next one that I chose was Tatooine.
Don't do another.
Don't
fuck's
do it.
sake.
Tatooine, baby.
You guys ever see Tatooine before?
Look
This
at
is
them
the sandy
standing there.
one.
Look at how the stormtrooper kind of kept jutting over to the left there. 'Cause the pathfinding isn't very good.
It's just
Look,
like
an NPC looking
Also-
at something and nothing else because that's the only thing that they can do.
Damn.
Just look at the polygons on. Is that a mirror on the side or something, or the pipes?
Oh,
on the,
shit,
on the
yeah.
roof?
God.
Like
What is that thing?
Whatever
it is, it's
it
not
could be a
loaded
lot
in
of
properly,
things.
I don't think.
Like you guessed a
Jeez.
mirror because you have no clue.
I have no fucking idea.
But it's just, yeah, it's Tatooine. We know what Tatooine is, man. We've been here for fucking years at this
we
point.
keep coming here to this one fucking place on this huge ass planet. At least go to another place. Fuck.
Look at all those NPCs that you can't interact with.
You can
Look at
interact
the
with
job
him.
which you can't. I mean, you could to buy stuff.
Yeah, merchant boy.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
But you can't talk to any of the other ones. You can't do anything.
If you're familiar
Jabba's
with any of the Star
palace.
Wars movies, then this
Whoa.
What happens if you try to shoot one of those banthas? What happens? You know what happens?
Nothing.
Oh.
Nothing.
It may have
Sparks
been
fly
worth.
off of them like they're made of metal.
It may have been worth a consideration for the developers of this game that Tatooine is quite literally supposed to be a dust bowl where nothing fucking happens. And maybe it would be worth thinking about that as a place to set part of your big open world adventure game. I don't know.
There was
It is
never,
actually the most exciting planet ever.
There was never going to be
Everything's there.
an open world Star Wars game that doesn't fucking have Tatooine in it. That's probably one of the
No.
Yeah,
things
I
that were
know,
like, you
but
absolutely have to. No choice. And you gotta have Luke's house in there, and you gotta have people acknowledge it's Luke's house. They gotta be like, "Oh, it's so nasty that the people here died."
Luke.
Did you see the movie? Yeah, I saw the.
I remember that.
planet
Makes
and
the
a
world
ton of
feel so small.
the stuff on it is going to be very familiar to you. I mean, this is the planet where Luke Skywalker started his journey.
Wow. Wow.
You guys
oh my
know
goodness
about this?
gracious. Wow.
Did you
What
guys
is-
know about it? Hang on a
Wait, they
minute.
wait a second. They made movies for Star Wars?
I think so. There was one
I
in
think
like
there's
the
like 3 or 4 of them,
the
right?
50s or something, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some
so it's probably
stormtrooper
really
bumped his
shitty.
head, right? That was
Oh,
really funny.
dude, it is so old and silly. I'm so glad
Yeah.
now that we have like
Someone
updated
bonked
stuff.
their head there, so now it's all comedy and doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if you look closely, you can make out the clown nose on Luke Skywalker there.
Yeah.
Honk honk,
true.
motherfucker.
New Hope. And it's also the opposite of Kijimi with these huge open
Because it's
seas
warm.
and
And open
desert
world?
sand. Little to no life actually roaming the surface.
I agree. Little
Yeah,
to no
it's kinda-
code roaming.
It's really boring. I'd rather go someplace else. You know, you can have deserts that are interesting.
No.
Deserts aren't actually just rocks and sands. They can be full of all kinds of different creatures and life and cultures and everything. But this is boring desert.
I said before I don't
Oh,
like
no
when open
rags.
worlds are needlessly big, and that's actually a reason why I love this planet. Yeah, it's big, open, and empty, but that's for a purpose. Riding your speeder fast through the desolate sands of Tatooine creates such a distinct feeling, especially
I don't want
when
to
you
hear it.
compare
I don't want to hear it. Man.
Okay.
I'm trying
There
to
is
find
any-
a way to express
actually-
myself right now.
yeah,
There is no
Actually-
experiential value to riding a speeder through the deserts of Tatooine in this fucking video game.
Actually, the fact that it's shitty and barren and empty and boring is a good thing.
It's like I don't know. I find it offensive because I know this isn't actually what he's saying, but it almost feels like he's trying to put it in the category of things like Journey. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what was Shadow of the Colossus?
Yeah. The
Yeah.
idea that like movement through a location and just the quiet the quietness of just that experience can be something valuable in and of itself. Not in this game. Shut up.
If you want to have good downtime in between peaks, that's great, but you have to have peaks.
You have to have little bumps even.
to other parts of the game, like navigating the tight streets of Kijimi. Now, we're not here for nothing, though. Our second crewmate that we're looking for is a guy named Halls. This guy's reputation is pretty widely known, and he's also outrunning a death mark at the moment. So we are not the only ones trying.
Which means we instantly found him. Okay. All right.
Hey, you have to
You
get
find
the
him at
sheriff
areas-
who gets you the other bounty hunter who gets you the tracker fob who gets you to the that whatever area with the why am I blanking there? Fucking Tuscan Raiders who then get you on the mission to go get the pearl, and then you get Hoss, and then you lose Nyx, and then you have to go to Jabba,
But then he goes right-
and then he dies.
But in between there, he goes right back to gambling at a cantina.
Mhm.
Like, he doesn't have a death mark on him. So
Yep.
he certainly doesn't act like he's got a death mark on him.
It's great.
There's a slew of bounty hunters looking for Hoss. Rather than landing in the main city of Mos Eisley,
I feel like if Kay can do it, anyone can do it, you know?
The main city of Mos Eisley.
The main city.
They need to rename Mos Eisley to Tatooine.
Tatooine's a planet. I understand that to an extent there is a difficulty with depicting planets in all forms of fiction due to the fact that planets are, from what I've heard, quite large. They're rather a bit bigger than even a country, which we struggle with in terms of depiction. But having the big desert planet where we only ever go to one part of it, but the whole rest of it is just insinuated to be the desert planet, and then there's the cold planet, the jungle planet. This is a little bit... I understand why it is this way, but it's not exactly true to the way biomes tend to come to exist. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if there's any indication, we have cold places, hot places, like wet places, mountainous places.
Whoa.
It's
If
crazy.
Earth showed up in some sci-fi thing, it would be the ocean planet, and everywhere would be water, and you would only ever land on like remote Pacific islands.
Yeah.
The problem is that the audience is stupid, and I mean that's just kind of how it is. I know. Early in the development of Mass Effect 1, they actually tried to make Noveria not a snow planet. They had like a temperate area. And basically everyone who play tested it said, I don't remember going to a new planet when they got down to the forest. They're like, oh, fuck. Okay, we'll just make it all snow. Fuck.
I want to be kind of charitable because I think it is a problem developer side as well in terms of... I think it's a problem just in terms of how we conceptualize new places. In large part due to the fact that we haven't found another like planet that we live on yet as such, or we don't know of biomes on other planets as such. So it can be difficult to extrapolate in that way. And even then, even more difficult to extrapolate in a way that an audience can understand as meaningfully distinct places that all still feel like the same place in some way, like multiple different parts of a planet still feeling like part of that planet and not two different planets.
If you're gonna make forests on different planets, then make the trees a different color, or so you gotta do something. It has a mistiness to it, or there's something, because you might forget if you make them too similar, and also they are on different planets. You probably should make them different. You know, it's a totally different planet, completely different evolutionary ecosystem.
Rags, you have to make the snow salt.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's salt.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Fucking salt planet.
The best part being
the ground.
He tells us all it's definitely not snow. All right.
Jerry, did you just eat the ground?
Yeah,
No.
It's salty.
down in the desolate outskirts in a little town that only has a single person left in it, which is a cool sheriff lady. We help her take out a couple of guys gunslinger style, and she tells us pretty much the same thing she's told every bounty hunter that's come here looking for Hoss. She gives us a vague direction, and all we've got to do is follow the trail of dead bounty hunters until we eventually find it. And this trail takes us into a moisture farm, up around into the
into a loading zone,
through a little crevice, and to a familiar group of raiders.
Don't do it.
Whoa, I don't want
I love how bad the lighting is in this shot. Look at this.
Yeah.
They've been guarding that crevice all day, just in case someone waddles on through.
Hoss is being held by the Tuscan Raiders. If you've never heard of them, you haven't watched enough Star Wars, go watch the damn movies. The Raiders
You haven't watched enough Star Wars? You haven't watched the first one?
They're in, what, 2 of the films?
Yeah, they're in one a little bit, and another one a little bit.
Hey, Anakin did not slaughter the Tuscan Raiders at their family for you to forget them, okay?
Isn't it interesting that instead of using game information to explain to us what they're like, he says, just go watch the movies?
Analysis.
We've got to go and do some little quest for them. It's pretty simple. You go and you get a thing for them and you bring it back and they let them go.
God, you make it sound even less interesting than it was. Like, when they say collect a great dragon pearl, it's like, whoa, what are you? It is like, yeah, it's just a thing in a place.
Wow. I, as KVS, a person looking for a whole lot of money, whatever could I possibly do with this crate dragon pearl that is apparently very, very rare / sacred / extremely valuable?
But if you, Rags, if you don't give it to the Tusken Raiders, you might be forced to kill them or something. That'd be crazy. You'd never choose to do that.
Oh, good, because it's always morally acceptable to kill Tusken Raiders. That's what Boba Fett taught me.
Admired the developers of Star Wars Outlaws for going out of their way to provide a new perspective on the Star Wars galaxy. I think that is exactly what we needed from an open world Star Wars game. But I do appreciate
a new perspective on Star Wars with the Tatooine.
What's the new perspective?
What's the new? Yeah, what is the new perspective? What is it? Is it that the Empire are cartoonishly evil? Is it that, like, what's the new perspective?
This is a pretty common perspective from what I'm seeing in just about every regard.
I am ready to learn.
I'm on Tatooine as well, with all the references to the movies and other bits of lore. And trust me, there are
new perspectives by referencing
old I don't understand what's happening in this section. What am I supposed to be impressed by?
a lot of references and characters.
So many references.
You might be familiar with. If you're not that familiar with Star Wars, this ain't gonna make a ton of sense, but just stick with me. These are a couple of the references I found.
What?
Really? What does this have to do with the? This is insane. We get all these new perspectives.
I don't care.
What the references from the movies?
What? What a fucking stupid statement.
It's not even a new perspective because in the Kenobi show they went to the fucking Skywalker moisture farm. So we've already done that. It's not even new.
Wait, what is happening? I just grabbed something to drink. I just heard M through my headphone. I heard M in my kitchen through my headphones.
You gotta bring it back for metal.
Did not have on. So what is happening?
Never heard of them. You haven't watched enough Star Wars. Go watch the damn movies. The Raiders don't plan on letting
you're not gonna. Okay.
So we've got to go.
Wait, we rolled it back for you, fuck.
Yeah, we rolled it back. We played it.
No, I was responding to what he was saying.
Yeah,
like,
we rolled it back to show you what he was laughing at. Fuck!
Yeah, no, I'm talking to the guy the video we're watching about.
Metal, shut up and watch it. What are you talking about?
Get out, Metal. Get out of here.
Go and do some little quest for them. It's pretty simple. You go and you get a thing for them and you bring it back and they let them go. I admired the developers of Star Wars Outlaws for going out of their way to provide a new perspective on the Star Wars galaxy. I think that is exactly what we needed from an open world Star Wars game. But I do appreciate that we get all this time on Tatooine as well, with all the references to the movies and
Wait, what do you? No, you said new things.
He acts like maybe he's acting as if all of the things he's been describing are new perspectives on Star Wars. When he mentioned, there's a shitty card game, there's some bugs on Kijimi or Kashiki or Kijimi, whatever it's called. There's there's a food mini game.
Wow.
There's
so
a little
stupid.
there's Wordle.
Yeah.
We
The
needed
new
to get a new
perspective is
perspective on Wordle.
references and lore.
They massively expanded out the backstory of that one guy from episode 7.
Yeah, sure did.
Yeah, you didn't get that before this, so fuck you. Now let's talk about all the references. What do you?
And characters you might be familiar with. If you're not that familiar with Star Wars,
I swear, if you're actually about to go, look, it's Boba Fett, look, it's Vader, look, it's
actually pathetic.
Please spare me.
of course, this ain't gonna make a ton of sense, but just stick with me. These are a couple of the references I found. So number 1, in A New Hope, Luke and his family live on Tatooine.
Oh my god!
Whoa!
Dude.
Wait, they do?
On Tatooine?
Did he already say this?
And they have
This is
a oyster
actually-
farm, which does.
This is actually sadder than a guy just saying references. This is a guy who's explaining to someone who doesn't know Star Wars that
We're at
the
that
things
point-
are references.
We're at the point where the Star Wars shills are all like, you probably haven't seen these old as fuck movies, so I'll have to explain it to you. And we're sitting, you're like, oh, what?
I'm just imagining cutting to like him mid-conversation with someone excitedly saying, and then it turns out that Vader is Luke's father.
You probably don't know, Vader is this guy from these
I need
movies.
to explain. is like he's trying to explain to you why all of these things in the game are actually really amazing.
And he's just gonna tell us where
this
they're
reference
from.
is really
That's
cool
it.
because the movie, right? Star Wars, the movie, it had this guy named Luke, and he lived at a place, and this is that place. Isn't that super cool?
Wow. What will they think of next?
Wow. That they'll do it again. They'll go to his house twice again.
What's funny to me is we're almost at the level of cynical that when they were putting these things in, they were like, imagine all the YouTube videos where they point these things out. Or,
Yeah.
Whoa.
Exactly what it sounds like. They harvest moisture from the atmosphere because there's really no other moisture on
That's
that.
crazy.
Anyway, in the movie, the moisture
You're not
farm gets blown.
explaining moisture farming? Oh my god.
You know what's really
Just say
one of
he
the things
stole it
that's
from Dune. It's okay.
wouldn't it be weird? One of the things that did strike me as a bit odd is when I was playing, ND5 explains to Kay that she has to go to a moisture farm. I don't think she has any reason to even know what that is. A moisture farm? What is that? It's a little bit self-explanatory by the term, but she'd be like, "Well, tell me about it." Like, because here on Tatooine, they need to get moisture, so they farm it and from the air and stuff. But this instant acceptance of like moisture farms and being on a new world that's unlike her own, it just happens so quick and casually. It's like, yep, another opportunity wasted to explore Star
Actually,
Wars
a
in
good point.
perspectives.
We never really get, other than, you know, like when we do those Nyx collectibles where it ends with her going like, oh, wow, look at the landscape. Like, she never does that when she arrives in any way. They're like, whoa.
Yeah, or makes a comment on like, whoa, like when you first get to Akiva and you're like, oh wow, this is like a big lush jungle place and aesthetically it's pretty neat, I guess. And he's like, hey, there's no real commentary on it. This is so much different than home,
Yeah.
or this is way different than, like, especially depending on the order of planets. Like after you leave Kijimi, she could say, God, I'm so happy to get out of that cold, frigid hellhole,
Well,
and I'm here in this nice jungle world.
Remember they did
Yeah,
it
there's no connection though.
once upon a time because there was a flicker of hope in TFA that something substantive might happen. That when Rey first went to Jumbo, whatever the planet was, she was like, "Oh my god, I've never seen so much green." Like, oh look.
Oh yeah, the water. Yeah, she sees like the water, like the
Yeah,
big
there's
lake
that
or the
too.
ocean, and she's like, "Holy shit!" Like, cause she's from Jakku, and that would stun somebody.
That was something.
Yeah.
Look at them go.
That was a thing. Those many years ago.
Up and his aunt and uncle just get fried. And in the game, you can actually go to that moisture farm where you can see the scavenged remains, even talking to some NPCs, mentioning how
Whoa, you can even talk to like
Wow.
NPCs.
This place has been picked clean, there's nothing left to loot. Number 2, you can find the Sarlacc pit from Return of...
Which was funny because people. I think it was funny that they said there's nothing left to loot, and I was watching someone's playthrough, and they jump in and there's instantly things
Yeah.
to loot.
Left
I was
to
like,
loot.
oh, okay.
Number 2, you can find the Sarlacc pit from Return of the Jedi. Number 3, you can...
No, because this is before Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, so...
Uh-oh, he even fucked that up. He
That's
was just
not
like,
even-
Sarlacc pit.
Yeah,
That's-
he just-
He referenced so hard in his brain that he just assumes if you see a Sarlacc pit, it is the Sarlacc pit from
They
Return of
Sarlacced.
the Jedi.
They Sarlacced.
It's
can do a
Sarlacc.
How come he explained moisture farming and where Luke was from, but then he's just like, and the pit, and then he moves on immediately?
He didn't do anything meaningful for the Law's homestead, though. He just said that's from that movie where that thing happened in that movie called Star Wars, and then it's here. That's all he said.
He did do the explanation part of it, though.
Sure,
It's
but
weird,
like,
right?
the equivalent would have been, if you guys don't know, in a film called Return of the Jedi, really old, is this little monster thing in the beginning called the Sarlacc, and it's in the Sarlacc pit, and they do that
Yes,
in this.
Why inconsistent is all I'm asking.
I don't know.
Cool little side quest with the Jawas. Number 4, the main quest takes you to Jabba's palace, which has a ton of cool stuff that I will show you when we get there. Number 5, the game specifically places you on the outskirts of Mos Eisley so that you can ride in on your speeder similarly to how they did in the movie. Number 6.
Is it like a movie?
Well, no, that's actually that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Because Mos Eisley is a spaceport. Why would you not just fly into Mos Eisley and land there?
Because it's like in the movies, Rags.
Oh,
I think because you had to go speak to Sheriff Dumbass first, since she's in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's kicking the can down the road, really.
6, you can go to the cantina that they went to, and even go to the booth where Han Solo sat and got shot at. And there's a ton of dialogue.
Oh my god, there's a
Right.
reference to it. You could talk about how someone got shot where Greedo sat.
Oh my goodness.
Motherfucker is spending longer on the references than he has on any game
The
mechanic.
mechanics. Has he even mentioned that you can't pick up guns and keep them?
Maybe he will.
Not yet.
Don't sit there. That booth is cursed.
Shut up. It's so painful.
Well, wait a second. Wasn't Han on the left and Greedo was on the right? The
Yeah,
other
but-
booth would be cursed.
Yeah, but it's that. Well, I guess he's referring to the whole booth. Yeah.
The entirety of the oh, because it wasn't cursed for one of them.
Also, is
No,
his
that's
like
the
hair?
point.
Is his hair tentacle thing clipping through the seat?
Probably.
Unironically, probably because there's a lot of instances where people, because they only have a set couple of poses for like people sitting down, but there's a lot of different designs for chairs, and they do not always match up. Sometimes people will just be leaning in midair because the chair is like short backed or it's really flat and low. But I mean that they got their sitting animation, so that's that.
Super cool stuff. But number 7.
Whoa.
Lando. That's right. He's in the game and he serves a purpose. So
Yeah.
I didn't mention.
I didn't do the Lando part. Is his voice Billy D. Williams?
No.
No, it's very noticeably not him.
Okay.
It before, but how this game lets you like level up your skills and stuff is super interesting, and you do it through.
Oh yes, because it's the experts. Yes,
Super
the experts.
interesting.
Instead of a
Please tell me
skill
why it's
tree-
interesting.
Instead of a
Please.
skill tree, you actually do missions. So there's a story and a purpose.
Name 2 of the experts right now.
Rufus and Rainfeld.
Oh my god, those are my 2 favorites. How did you know?
They were so great.
Rufus and Rainfeld.
Find throughout the world. So you go and find people, and they'll teach you how to do stuff. And Lando is one of them, but only if you can beat him in a game of sabacc. I think we're all tired of Star Wars relying on nostalgia to keep people interested, but
Why did you do this?
He said but. He
this?
said but. Okay, he's gonna get out. He's gonna
He's fighting the good
it's
fight
gonna make
against
sense any second now. He's gonna make this.
No,
make
he's
sense.
already not allowed.
He's already
to keep people interested, but I think this is a tasteful use of nostalgia and familiar.
So you just went through
You
a
go-
full list, and only for Lando did you say "and it serves a purpose." I don't know if you guys caught that. When the Lando in the list is the only one where he says "and it serves a purpose," which is
Well,
funny.
yeah, because the other one is
because-
just nothing.
Well, you could argue the Sarlacc serves a purpose beyond just referencing the Sarlacc, but like I find all this incredibly cynical. The Lars Homestead is just tacky as fuck.
I mean, there's so much more.
It seems like
brand
all of
new-
it is just tacky, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
even the cursed Han Solo seat, like, ooh, don't sit there. And that just like, what the
Cringe.
why?
The
Yeah.
point of it in the
Here,
movie, as
you know-
far as I
here-
was concerned, was that it's not a particularly crazy event to have happen in that cantina.
No, nobody cared. They didn't even.
Yeah.
They just
They all got
kept
on with their
going.
day.
So if you actually wanted to reference it, what you could do is like put on one of the empty tables, put like 5 credits, because Han like flips a coin at the end of the scene. You can just put it there and be like, "This is the table that it happened at," but don't say anything. Just have the credits on the table, and that'll be the reference. Because then it's like very minimalistic, and you're not like saying it. You're not shoving it in someone's face. It's just, oh, okay, there you go. I get it now.
The cursed booth. Ooh. Greedo's ghost. Fucking.
Greedo's
and
ghost
new
is a quest giver.
Yeah.
Put me to rest.
He's an expert. He can unlock missions. and stuff.
perspectives to gain on the Star Wars universe. So this here doesn't feel like a cheap marketing ploy, but more of an homage. Now the main mission with Hoss is pretty cookie cutter. You do the thing for the Tusken Raiders, they let him free, and then he's gonna come with you. But things take a turn when you go to the place where you were supposed to meet him, and he stands you up. See, Hoss thought it'd be a better idea to spend his time gambling. Only problem is he's not very good at it. And without any money in his pocket, he finds another way to pay his debts.
It's yours.
This part is weird.
They grab
This is a
her
bizarre
so
story
quickly, like as though they know what's gonna happen next.
Exactly, it's so weird.
Such a
It's another one of these places where you're just like, why is this at? Why are they? What? I just got here. Why is he getting my pet? What?
Also,
okay,
It's
I guess we
such a
did it.
strange turn of
Yeah.
events.
the
How he,
only
like,
time in the whole
grabs it and
fucking
everyone freaks
campaign
out.
that someone is capable of grabbing Nyx. You know, it's
Yeah.
never again will this be possible.
Also, the only time in the campaign when you can't just punch out the entire bar.
No, these two are too strong.
Yep.
Huh?
Can't do it.
Oh, no, man. You were only allowed after they grab everyone. Oh, whoops. Oh,
At this point, Kay goes full Liam Neeson from Taken to find Nix. Quickly
come on.
Not even close, man. They fucking wish. You can't do anything interesting. You just... And they force you to be negative on the huts, too. It's just...
Nix has been sold to Jabba and is being taken to his palace and thrown in with his exotic animal collection. Naturally, we
again,
gotta break in,
a
start
place where it's like,
cracking some
oh, I have super duper good relations with the huts.
Oh,
It was
well.
like, hey, they got my pet. He actually grabbed that. Can you just fucking shoot him in the face and I can have my pet back? Or, they would know who Nix is. It's like, that's
this
actually
belongs to one of our best agents, one of our
Exactly.
best contractors. That's kind of weird. We should let them know that he's here. And since you're here, hey, you want to help get revenge on those guys who stole them? Well, turns out we don't like them either, and our interests align. And then that's a quest that you only get if you're aligned well with the huts.
When Hoss gets brought to Jabba, right? It'd be like a cool moment if your reputation's high enough that Jabba gives you Hoss as a gift. It's like, fuck him up
I
if
was
you want.
wondering when Kay Vess would come to my palace herself, as I could see her face to face. Oh, you've done a really good job. Jabba takes care of his loyal workers and members. I'll give you what you want. Hoss doesn't serve me anything. Here you go. Looking forward to seeing you again, Kay.
Oh well. Nope.
Skull. Stop for a second to admire how well they built Jabba's palace. I mean, this place just looks...
Yeah, Jabba's palace looks like Jabba's palace. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Whoa.
They just copied it from the people who actually made it.
Also, you can just climb over some rocks and then you're right in there. It's just very easy.
Right in.
Looks awesome. And then we sneak our way in. Where? In the vents, if you take your time and look around, you might
Look, it's Boba Fett.
Boom. Boba. And after that, we notice another familiar bounty hunter has showed up trying to track down Kay. This girl really won't let it go. Of course, we Batman our way through Jabba's palace and save Nix, but...
Don't have to. You can just kill everybody.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jabba finds out, and he's not exactly thrilled with what we've been doing, so Kay...
No, yeah, he's not thrilled with it until you do more damage to him. Then he's very thrilled.
And then he thinks you're awesome.
I'm impressed.
Chain just goes through the floor.
I like the cut of your jib.
And then you see the Rancor. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Rancor was in... He shows up in Return of the Jedi.
One of them older
when
films
Luke
of
gets
the
tossed
past.
into the pit. Yeah.
You probably don't know what movies are.
Yeah.
all get dropped down in the hole with the beasts.
And then they kill Hoss.
And neither of them help. They just watch.
Yep.
Better you than me.
I like how his thing just comes off.
Yeah, both of them could have helped. They could have helped.
Thank God Hoss.
They let him die.
They had guns. Yeah, they had guns.
There are all the reasons to keep him alive. Pragmatism being one of the obvious ones, but oh well.
Yep.
That's what he deserved. But now we're stuck down here with
What
Vale.
he deserves?
Yeah, what he deserves.
What?
Sure.
He doesn't. Does he deserve death? He deserves.
He did steal. He stole Nick's rags.
I don't care about Nick.
And for that, he deserves to be eaten to death. Okay, I don't know about that.
Trying to escape. It all leads to a boss fight where you and Vale have to kill a Rancor just like the one in the movie. And
Oh yeah,
dude.
Oh my gosh, just
yeah,
like the one
just
in the
like
movie.
the one in the movie.
Gotta be honest, I wish this was not in the game. It's just so stupid. It was not fun to do.
Why do you not want this one in, but all the other stuff?
How does this work? Tell me. What are your secrets?
I did not understand. Like, you gotta have some serious video game logic to have bombs on a conveyor belt on the ceiling to be dropped down onto the guy. What could that thing possibly exist for? What?
Transport.
Transportation, yeah, because this is the hangar where they bring in cargo, so it actually makes a lot of sense that there are these cargo trolley.
Oh my god!
Lines.
It's very
oh my
cheap,
god!
Right? It's not.
We have
impossible
been
to justify
we
at
have been
all.
made to compliment or otherwise defend Star Wars Outlaws from this.
We said there is a logical
criticism.
reason why this thing exists in this universe.
And they don't, as people
I mean,
point out,
it
they don't
would-
even
it would-
drop. You have to shoot them.
Yeah.
It would make a bit more sense if they were like missiles or something, because like loading into a ship.
Well, I
Like, I
assume
can
they're
see
just
that.
fuel or
Missiles.
something, right?
Yeah, it's just fuel or some
fuel,
sort
yeah,
of
yeah.
volatile, yeah. Or if they
What
were
is
on
the-
like a.
purpose. It really is like Batman Arkham, because all you got to do is goad him into running at you and then move out of the way so he hits his head on the wall. But it's a whole lot easier because you're not some weakling like Batman. No, you're Kay Vess. And once we get out, oh, whoa, you saved Vale's life, so now she's got a newfound respect for Kay. And also, Jabba saw the whole thing and thought it was freaking hilarious. So now everybody's friends.
Just like Jabba in Return of the Jedi, I thought Luke was freaking hilarious when he killed the Rancor.
No, but that didn't work.
That's not how it went down. That's crazy.
Wait, who's Luke?
He's that one.
Oh, Luke, he's
the one
the
from that
character
movie.
from Return of the Jedi.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Those movies that came out.
That
in the
movie,
60s.
yeah, woo.
We hug and we go about our merry way. You don't really gain anything from all this stuff on Tatooine. If anything, you've just kind of lost time.
You're gonna tell us how retarded that actually is?
Is he gonna talk about how it's like, so we all of that, we did it, we lost Hoss, so now what? And what's funny is, like, wouldn't Vale be the obvious sort of thing that we gain from the story, but they can't do that because she does the flip at the end, so they're just like, well, fuck it, we're done with Tatooine. You're like, oh.
Remind me, do we ever get an actual replacement for him? I don't think so. We
what
just do
Jalen
it ourselves,
says
right?
is that Kay has proven that she's good enough as a heavy. They don't need
Right, yeah,
Hoss.
okay, yeah, that was it.
What is a heavy?
Just a person.
Someone who shoots a lot, I think.
A muscle,
I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Who wears no armor and has a pistol.
Right,
That's
this is
your
Kay
heavy.
fucking Vess.
Actually,
Have
hold
some
on.
respect.
I'm so sorry, Kay. Don't do to me what you do to Nyx.
Bigotry.
I thought that was the logic in the end for spoilers, guys. Them bringing in Kay's mother.
She's not a heavy, she's a slicer.
She's the slicer.
Yeah, but they were
slicer.
down one person though, and they're like, well, Kay could be the heavy, and then
Well, sure,
rather
but
than being the
she was
slicer, and then-
explicitly
yeah.
brought in for slicing. Hoss wasn't a slicer.
Yeah.
Vale was going to fill the
Hacker
role
man.
of Hoss, who died. But nope, we come away from it with no new crew members. And once we get back to the Trailblazer, we talk to Jalen over the hollow phone thingy-majig, and he says he is going to find a replacement. Well, we go to the final planet, Akiva.
I mean, I'm almost
well,
certain
guess
he
that's
says we don't need a replacement because you're good
Yeah,
enough
you're
as the
too.
heavy.
Yeah, you're amazing.
Yeah.
You've got
the
what it
mum
takes.
thing. The mum
I
thing is
know
a
you
huge
can do it.
surprise. Like he's like, I think Andy is like, I told him not to, but he brought your mum in, and then he says we need another slicer.
You need a slicer.
Look, everyone.
Akiva, or
Water planet.
The
Not give
jungle
up.
place.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a location.
It is a location. That's
To
true.
be fair, I did like this location most of all of them.
Yeah, I think it's my favorite in terms of its aesthetics.
Visually speaking, I feel like I've seen this location in 5 other games before.
I was just thinking to myself, like, what's my favorite? I don't even know. I don't really.
I don't know why I would pick any in particular, really, you know? Like, Tatooine is Tatooine, and it's like, yeah, this is the forest one. And then, oh yeah, there's the, like,
the cold
snowy
one.
For
one.
gameplay, if it's for gameplay, I think Tashara.
They're all kind of samey for gameplay, aren't they?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
because I'm essentially thinking about what's the easiest to navigate. It's like, well, Akiva's not that. Kajimi's
I
not
think
like really
Tatooine is the
applicable.
easiest to navigate.
Yeah, I guess
Probably,
it's
yeah.
big,
Tatooine
big
is
and open.
big,
Yeah.
power, which might actually make it my favorite. It was the easiest to get from one place to the other.
Less road bumps between me and the boring quests I had to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that really is the deal breaker.
All the effort for getting
Each
those
different
shots, and
planet
I
that you
just
explore
want
after the
to
first
end.
one seems to represent a different biome, and this one, with its lush green forests and open bodies of water, is
Wouldn't it
probably
be
my
cool if they were blue forests? All of the trees were blue.
Yep.
No.
Or they had a lot of like there were like half the trees were this and that, or like it was an autumn theme to it. So
Yeah.
everything was kind of golden and
That'd be
brown
fun.
and
I
yellow.
like
That'd be really cool. Yeah.
Imagine if there was like actual wildlife that you had to like worry about for real, you know, in certain environments.
Well, there's
Like
that
you gotta watch out
one
for snakes or something.
that one throws spikes from its tail onto Shara.
Oh,
There's somebody in the chat who says,
But,
"Why is
yeah.
he stating the very, very obvious?"
Well,
and it's
Yeah,
like
blue
that's
forest
this whole
planet,
fucking
like,
video.
yeah.
At least part of his perception is that's what his job is.
Yeah, right. He really does. It's just
dude, he
the
hasn't mentioned
very,
Vader
very
yet. He's
obvious.
gonna go nuts over that part, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Evaded. This, but it just has
Now,
such a
in case
cool
you didn't
feel.
know, Darth Vader is
No.
a
Yeah,
character
who is that?
from Star
I think
Wars.
I've heard of him before.
And I think it just interested me the most to go and explore. And where the last
why?
three planets before this represented the home bases of the different syndicates.
Why are you so
like
tiny?
The first one represented the Pikes, the second one the Ashiga, and the last
Perspective.
one the Hutts. Akiva's more focused on the presence of the Empire than anything. I've already mentioned that I don't like how Star Wars Outlaws makes the Empire just this big bunch of incompetent weirdos, but I do like that.
Tell me, who are the
That's
competent
Disney.
people in this world?
Yeah.
K-Vess.
Other than the player.
That here on Akiva, you almost get to see a different side to the Empire, which is
What
interesting.
exactly?
You can hear people in the city talking about joining up with the Empire, and then as soon as you get off the ship, you can see an Imperial recruiting booth.
You can't do anything with, even though they tell
Can't
you to
do
go to it to
anything.
do stuff with, and you can't do stuff
Yeah.
with. It's
Nothing
all
there, and they're
hollow.
just-
It's all
I
fake.
don't even
They're
remember
stupid and
that.
cartoonishly evil there as well. It's about the spaceport. There's a little booth, and the guy's like, I have all of these qualifications of science and everything. Like, yeah, you're gonna be like a general laborer. Go.
Oh, cool.
I'm like, oh, that's so boring and lame and shitty. It probably took you no seconds to think of that, because the Empire's bad. Okay.
We're not here on that kind of business, though. We're here to find the final crew member, which was actually handpicked by Kay. The guy's name is Gadik. He's a droid smith who seems to have a history with Kay. Now, Gadik is working...
Seems to?
He does.
He does, yeah.
He does also appear to. And he
I
also just
suppose he
actually
does
does,
appear
but then he
to.
also does.
Yeah, I guess that's
He does
true.
both.
If he does have it, then he doesn't
Technically
appear to have
both.
it. That's true. That's a good point.
He
Apt
seems to be a
observation.
Rhodian. Yeah, he also is, but he does seem to be one as well. That is apparently how.
on an Imperial base here on Akiva, which is actually Kay's fault. From what I gathered, Kay and Gadik were on a job together a long time ago, and they got into a little bit of trouble, and Kay ditched him. So Gadik had the option of either going to jail.
Yeah, what a piece
or
of shit
joining
we
the
are,
Empire.
huh?
And when we break into the Imperial facility to find him, it's clear he's not exactly stoked to see Kay.
Holy shit. Was it just me or the graphics fuck up again there?
I was not looking at
I
the
didn't notice.
footage, to be
Exactly
honest.
Is
stoked
the
to
lighting
see
on?
Kay.
Yeah,
you see that? Look at your head. What the fuck?
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
the
the top
plop.
of the.
What is going
Oh,
on?
yeah, the
Yeah, the
reflection.
lighting.
The
It's this weird
reflection on the
reflection.
top of the
It's this weird reflection thing where you have like a weird aura around you and reflections
Yes.
that you don't have anything to do with. Silent Hill 2 Remake has the same problem.
I don't know what that's called, but I've seen it in games here and there.
Yeah.
Gadik! Long time no see.
Luckily,
Christ, the lip
You're here because
was
of it's a
Speaking of
stylistic
lighting.
choice because of anime, actually.
Yeah, speaking of lighting, the lighting was terrible on Kay's face in that
Yeah,
shot.
that was
Holy
hideous.
fuck.
Also, talk about plot armor right there. God damn! Imagine if it just shot her in the face.
Dude,
That's
I
it.
would have
She's
laughed
She's
my
got
ass
back to
off.
vials.
Yeah, that
She's
would have
good.
been
She's
really
got back to
funny. It would
Oh,
have
yeah,
been
hilarious.
And then you have to
Stabbing her
switch to
face
playing
back
as
to-
Gadik for the rest of
Yeah.
the
Gadik.
game. Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Yeah,
the problem is
I
he
have
won't
to.
help you until you help him. Whoa, we've done this whole song and dance before. We gotta go.
She
do a
betrayed
mission
him.
for
You betrayed
No,
him.
shut up.
And
Yeah.
if you remember, his mission is righteous. He wants
Yeah.
to stop a Viper droid that he gave to the Empire because it's killing people.
Yep.
Oh,
And Nyx is like, oh, I guess we'll do it if you really want me to.
Nyx
I
is?
think it's K, right?
Nyx says that?
I don't
Or
think Nick
K.
said that. My God.
Gosh,
Nyx
Rags,
would be
defend your
thrilled to
boy.
help the innocent.
Yeah,
Nyx would
exactly.
be thrilled
He's
to
your-
say to
he's
do
your
the
guy.
right thing. Nyx would be like, oh, sweet, maybe Kay will get fucking killed by these droids and I can be free.
Well, I can be free. He can
I
run
can be
away
free.
anytime he wants. He
No,
enjoys the destruction.
he has a track. She has a key fob on him, and he can never get away ever.
Oh my God.
She has to die.
Why wouldn't he just get that grenade on her then? Why doesn't he
Kay
just do
Vess
that?
must because then there's a reason for it.
Ah, you got him free. Nice.
No, I just said there was a reason.
Nailed it.
While we were in the Empire, Gadik developed a new kind of droid called the Viper droid. And before leaving Akiva, he wants to make sure that the Empire cannot use the Viper droids to hurt anyone else. Now,
A Viper.
That is the
animal from
most
Earth.
interesting thing that ever happens with a quest of just you. I won't help you until you help me. It's the most reasonable one. He doesn't want to leave the planet until he makes up for his mistakes. Everyone else is just like, I want a fucking thing. Give me a thing, and I'll give you a thing.
And to do that, we gotta go do a whole bunch of shenanigans, do a bunch of quests, blah, blah, blah. Exploring each of these planets is so fun because they all have a unique...
You sure did make it sound fun, just then.
Yeah. It really... I feel like it has to be stated that there is no meaningful difference between the way that you interact with these planets in terms of the... It's aesthetics. They're all big empty spaces. They're all big empty spaces. It's just some of them have grass and some of them have trees. That's it.
Even
I sure love grass.
Well, these planets are extremely different in terms of the biomes that you visit, so you would think that they should lean really hard into the fact that this is like an unforgiving, super harsh, cold climate. This is an arid desert where very few things can live. This is a lush jungle world that's constantly wet and raining, and so the quests and things that you do there might relate to it, or there'd be gameplay impacts because you're in completely different areas.
I mean,
no, not really at all.
And I know I keep comparing it, but I got to. Like in Red Dead Redemption 2, there's a difference between the places that you go to, and it changes how you navigate those areas. Like if you're in New Hanover, it's like, yeah, it's big, massive plains. But like if you're up in the mountains, it's mountains. It's harder to move around. It's difficult to traverse. If you're going through the snow, it's kind of harder to move around. You have to stick to mountain trails.
That's what makes Akiva my least favorite place, is that even though aesthetically I would say it's my favorite, it's navigating is a pain in the ass. There's the fast travel point is not really helpful if you even get to it.
Correct.
It's just a pain in the ass to navigate. At least Jonta's Hope was at a decently useful place for fast travel into Shara, so it was easy to get to places, and it's mostly easy to navigate with the roads.
Something I noticed being missing, and it was very evident watching everyone play on Akiva, was I don't know what you'd call it, like a mini map where with like like a car one where it's like a circle or compass.
Mini map.
Yeah.
I guess you call it a mini map. Yeah.
A direction. Yeah.
That was sorely missed in Akiva because all of us are moving like meters at a time through roads and then rechecking the main map and then going back and then back and then back
the
and then
map
back.
lies. The map lies to you. The map literally has roads that do not exist on it. When you get to my stream, you'll watch that. But there's like a point where I'll go this way, and you get there, and it's like literally there's not a road. But the map says there's clearly a road, but a road doesn't exist there. The map lies to you.
The way they built Akiva, it's so fucking easy to go anywhere and end up in completely the wrong place. And you're just like, oh fuck, this is where I was going. So, yeah, watching all of us pull open the fucking map and close it every 5 seconds, I was watching it just like, oh, it's so badly made.
I find it interesting his use of the word explore here, because it's doing so much heavy lifting. He said it several times throughout this video, right? He keeps saying, oh, it's so much fun to explore. And I feel that what he means is to look at things, right? Like, because you're not interacting with anything in this game. So what kind of exploration is it other than just enter room, see room exists?
Look around. Yeah.
Well, what if you walk up to a guy who says, I would like to buy a droid. Can you find out where I can buy a droid? And then you go to the Pike District and they say, we sell droids. Can you tell the guy we sell droids? And you go back to the guy and he says, yes, I will buy one from the Pikes.
I don't know. See, there's the map of Akiva. You see all those treasure chests on it?
The orange ones?
That's what you're exploring.
Exploration,
which would be fine if the pursuit of those treasure chests were at interesting places that felt different, and they were full of interesting, cool things that made my character different and or better. But they aren't. That's the thing. It's just like some more goodies that you already have a pile of anyway. No, it's never anything meaningful or interesting. You don't pull out a super cool new like set of armor or helmet or sword or gun or blaster or cool upgrade that you can apply to something that you already have that changes things, that keeps you going, hey, maybe in this next chest I'll get something really awesome and I'll carry it around for a while or it'll change my playstyle. No, it's all just random shit you don't need.
It's usually money or what is it, Durasteel or whatever, just like the crafting materials.
Durasteel, quadranium, something boring.
I also feel like Akiva cheats quite a bit. Can you see how much filled space there is with nothing in it to make you feel like the whole place is so much bigger than it actually is? Because we've got the main hut area, main Pike area, main Empire area, and then we spawn in that town.
It's essentially glorified tunnels.
Yeah. But because when you see it like this, you're like, oh wow, look at this whole place. It's like, it's not.
No, that's not. Yeah, this isn't like DayZ or anything. This isn't like, you know, The Witcher, or this isn't like Far Cry. You just can't go places. You have a very small. If you, it would look like a blood vessel system of the places that where you're allowed to actually go on this. You can't stray away.
So much
from
of
them.
straying off will
It's
get
just the
you
roads, yeah.
into the out of bounds shit. You're just like, fuck you. Surprisingly
Why not
terrible.
put Mira in the middle and then build the whole map outwards from Mira? That could just be a thing you could choose to do, because the planet doesn't stop. The planet doesn't stop there. So
Sphere, and that's largely due to the killer music in this game.
Also,
The
wait a
score
second,
here-
hold on. So it's not only just put Mira in the middle of the map. Just in terms of how this world is laid out, why would you have Mira right there? Why wouldn't you put it on the coast? Like, why wouldn't it be a port city?
I don't know. I don't know enough about Mira and why it was founded. I guess the rivers do connect it, but that's like a lore.
Something they don't
reason
get
that
you.
doesn't have
You
any
don't
gameplay
have
impact.
until completed several bits. Like that should just be something you have immediately. It's already so annoying.
Or they should be like kind of like the first thing you have to do when you get to Kajimi is get like clothing and everything for the weather. Maybe every time you land on a planet, you have to do like a mission that preps you for that planet, gets you ready to, you know, highlight the distinct differences between it and other biomes.
Yeah.
And that could be the one for Mira. And yeah, it could even be optional, but you just notice as a player there's so much water everywhere. The rivers could become roads if you have the repulsor. There's big lakes you can cross as shortcuts. Mira has like a lake on one side that would be really cool to traverse across, so that you're just sort of encouraged to get it because it would be really useful. Or not.
Here is incredibly well done, thanks to the work of some really talented musicians, the main one being Wilbert Roger, who's done soundtracks for a ton of Star Wars games, as well as more recently doing the music for Helldivers 2. I can't imagine what kind of work
I love the 3 tracks in Helldivers 2.
Yeah.
goes into making
I
such
like the
iconic
music in
tracks.
Helldivers. It's cool.
No, I do. I do like the music in Helldivers 2. There's just like there's so few of them. I've turned off the music actually. I think it makes it decently atmospheric, but I can't handle the same songs over and over and over and over and over and over.
Just sounded like you said. I don't want to hear the Sneem songs over and over again.
Oh, I would love to hear the Sneem songs.
The Sneem songs.
Sneem, play me a tune.
Sneem.
Theme of Sneem.
So Wilbert Roger II is someone I actually know. He's actually a pretty nice guy. He's done some pretty good work over the years on the games he's worked on, so good for him.
But luckily, we don't have to imagine. See, I've pulled some strings and was able to organize an interview with Wilbert Roger himself.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, is that what you did, Dev? You pulled some strings? Did you phone pull Robert Lozier and then get his interview? String puller you.
String puller you.
Pretty big deal. So without further ado, let's talk to Will himself. Hey, Will, how's it going? So glad to have you on here. Just want to ask, how was your experience working on the music?
He really got dressed up for this interview. He really, he really got himself looking nice, and he put on his best old T-shirt, and then figured out. It's been I showered
He didn't
last
even put
week.
a
It's
light
fine,
on his
whatever.
face. Like the light's behind him, and that's it.
Yeah, that's because he's been working
like
on his
light...
green thing back there.
Yeah, that's where the light
But at least
is.
put like a light on your face.
No.
Or you think that just a bright screen would lighten up enough, you know?
Star Wars Outlaws.
Pretty good.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, yeah, all right, yeah. I like it.
Yeah, yep.
Well,
that's
for the
about right.
record, I think this video is just like the style is totally fine. It's the substance of it all.
Yeah. It's a shitty review, but it's got good, production value and some.
I mean, you can see that there's been
choices.
effort that's been put into the presentation.
Yeah, I feel like he cares, but I wish
a good deal of effort.
Yeah,
he would,
stuff like the restaurant quality
I
factor
don't know. It's,
stuff and
well, it's just I don't know. It's like the overall. I just feel like so much of the video is just essentially like describing the systems or the mechanics or the events of the story, but like not with but it'll be like 1 minute of describing it, and then maybe a 5 or 10-second remark that would pass for the criticism. So it's like, even though it's actually quite long, I feel like I'm not getting much out of it.
I think much more. He feels like he cares way more about the video than the game.
And the game, yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Revolve around you upgrading your speeder so that you can ride it on water, which I actually really like. A lot of people don't like the fact that in this game.
Well, because you would have assumed nobody would like being able to ride the speeder on water.
Yeah,
everyone would hate that.
But he's like, yeah,
he actually likes it.
I enjoy this, even though
yeah, most people would mostly hate the idea of being able to like ski and stuff.
I'm just
that.
drawing attention to the fact that people say actually when they just give an opinion that would obviously be the generally regarded accepted view on
something. Once you're done, we'll just carry the video on.
Wait, we will?
Oh my god.
Well, actually, I think Dev is about to speak.
Stop!
You cannot swim. And frankly, I find the way they handled not letting you swim to be a little goofy, but I do understand the trade-off.
It's stupid.
It is a little goofy.
It's the worst.
Like, actually, it's a little goofy.
It's like Grand Theft Auto 3, they felt compelled to have animations for like not being able to swim. Here it's just like, oh, poop.
Just have that be the case. I never learned how to swim. I grew up on wherever place or where there wasn't much water or whatever, blah, blah, blah. So I can't swim. So that's why you can't get in water, because K-Vest cannot swim.
Yeah, but like it's as if she weighs like 2,000 kilograms. She just like drops straight into the water.
Well, actually, we're not animated. We're real. So it's actually more realistic for her to just drop in.
I see.
I can't tell if you're using actually that way on purpose anymore. There's too many actuallys.
You just said actually twice. So...
Actually!
Of not letting you swim in favor of making you build up your speeder so you can travel across the water.
Build up. I mean, you get what upgrade is fine.
I do think they could have handled it a little bit better, you know, like maybe make there be a stamina limit to how long you can swim so you can't use that to travel and you still have to upgrade the speeder to get where you need to go. I don't know. There are a lot of potential solutions here and I feel like they're all better than just falling into the void. But hey, you know what?
Yeah, of course they are.
That's
no,
crazy.
No. Don't go doing that, okay? It's not whether or not you're a game dev. Games have been able to solve these problems for decades.
Well, actually, he's not a game dev, to be fair.
Yeah.
So.
I appreciate the humility. I respect it, but like, come on, have a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, get in there. Say the devs suck. Do it.
Reason that they couldn't do the thing that games have been doing for over 20 years. Long story short,
exactly. Yeah, all right, there we go.
Enable the droids, and we get a little help from the rebels because it turns
out. Oh god, this man, it's funny because he's racing through it, but like in this particular section, because it was you had like the rebels with you, I decided when I was playing it, I'm just gonna sit here and see what happens.
Same.
And they can't fight each other. They actually can't do it. They just will sort of stand there and awkwardly shoot at each other. I think it took like 3 or 4 minutes for them to finally start making progress.
Yes, they don't deal any damage to each other. It's insane.
Well, they do, but it's like 0.01%.
Very low, yeah.
It's so low that it takes like 50 shots. Like the game cannot handle friendly and enemy NPCs. They can't do it. The game just cannot. It can't handle
like the meme of they're all shooting at each other and they like side eyeing at the main player. Like, please interact with us. Yeah, we can't do this on our own. We're gonna stuck here forever.
Actually working with the rebels. Now, I kind of go back and forth on whether or not I like Kay, but one thing I will say about her is that she stands on what she says. Kay has been shit-talking these rebels since day one. Every time...
Yeah, it's really stupid. It makes no sense a lot of the time. Especially since she was the one... She keeps shitting on him for that opening decision as if she made 0 mistakes in it. And then she keeps coming across them doing like humanitarian missions and she makes fun of him for it. Like, oh, look at me, I'm gonna just save a person.
She doesn't understand anything like that. She's completely selfish.
And she's like, Gadeek, look at you with your friends being the rebels. It's like, yes, you're the thief. You're better than these people saving people. It makes no fucking sense at all. Trying to keep... It reminds me of the stupid droid thing that they gave Mando in Season 1. It's just like, how can you maintain this? You deal with droids constantly.
time a rebel shows up, she is just running her mouth, cannot stand these guys. When the rebels came up again, I was kind of worried that she was going to see their point and end up joining the rebels, and it was going to be a...
Which would be better, considering she should. Not join up with them, but to see that they're... Like, she's meeting them on missions where they're saving people, and she's still an asshole to them. I don't get it. Remember when they offer a chance to save more people, and she's like, oh, you're just like all the syndicates.
Yeah, but I think it really is just a case of, oh yeah, there'll be conflict because she'll eventually come around in the end, and they don't realize that like there are better ways to write characters than that.
She also puts her life on the line to save them, so she definitely comes around on them by the end.
I think I am like there is a degree to which it is almost like shocking that not only would a substantial number of the developers felt that Kay was a good character, but that there have been plenty of reviews that have said that she's a good character. I find that absolutely baffling, like how low the standards have sunk, like, and evaporated for what it means to create like a compelling character. It's just unbelievable to me.
One of those boring cookie cutter stories, but I'm happy to report that never happens. It did not go the cookie.
I'm so sorry. I'm so tired of like the fucking quippy characters.
Yeah.
It's so tired.
Oh, I hate the way she talks throughout the whole game. It sucks. Doesn't take anything seriously.
And constantly being like, yeah, you know, like, oh, hey, you're not deceiving me, are you? No, I'm not. It's just, why can't the characters... And of course, it speaks to a broader problem I have with Star Wars, which is, let me play as an alien. Let me play as a robot. Let me actually participate in the like far-flung science fiction elements of this science fiction world.
No,
instead of having everybody be a boring, lame human.
It will
And
never.
not only a human, but like the lame, just a lame person, right? Like, it couldn't be like a human who's got like prosthetics or something like Adam Jensen-esque, like some horrific accident happened and now he's got a whole bunch of robotic parts. Like, it's always. Or even like a human hailing from like, I guess what you could call like a more unfamiliar sort of society or cultural background. It's always like, I don't know, lame. It's lame. That's all. It's lame. Sorry.
I expected.
I'm not so lame.
I enjoyed that. All that business with the droids gets settled, and Gadeek joins the crew, letting us enter the final act of this.
Fucking graphics keep loading in all of his cutscenes.
Yeah. Remember when I said before that Jalen was going to find a replacement for the crew? Well, when you get back to the Trailblazer, Jalen is there with two new crew members. One, Asara from the Rebels. Don't know why we're keeping this guy around, but whatever. And
he's on the team. He says he's here because they wanted more firepower. He's explicit about it. She asks why. He says.
He's the heavy. Okay.
Two, a woman named Rico. If she looks a bit familiar, it's because she has a slight resemblance to Kay, maybe a little bit, because that's her mama. Throughout Star Wars Outlaws,
I thought she was adopted anyway. I didn't realize they were biologically mum and daughter.
All of the women in this game have a resemblance to all the women in this game. These all kind of look the samey.
You get
taking incest to a whole new level.
Various flashbacks to moments of young Kay learning how.
Remember, she abandons her. Says the lesson is that you will always be abandoned. It's so badly written because had she stolen the thing successfully, there'd be no lesson. She bumps into the fucking cops. If she hadn't done that, she would have gone home and been like, "So what lesson did you learn?" She'd be like, I'm really good at stealing stuff. Yeah, I guess. Oh, I hate that scene. It's so stupid.
To be a thief from an older woman named Rico. It's implied that this is her mother, and she starts out by teaching Kay stuff, but eventually it's revealed that she abandoned Kay when she was very young and left her with only a casino chip and a blaster. And now, after all these years, Jalen has forcefully reunited them for this job. She goes off on the guy trying to tell him that this was not cool, but he just kind of says, "Oh, do you want money? Do you want money? Do what I say." And
yeah, that's all Jalen's capable of because that's the character he is. Do you guys remember when they find out the job is like way more insane by the end because it's connected to the ISB? And he goes, "Oh yeah," like all of them are like, "Oh, we're not doing this." And he goes, "Yeah, well, you all want money, don't you? So yeah, you're gonna do the job."
I want to live.
Well, that's my point. Is that it's like, do you want to do this job? What do we get? Money. Cool. Then they find out it's connected to the ISB, so they'll go, "Whoa, we're not doing that." And he goes, "Yeah, but you guys want money." And they're like, "Oh, yeah,
we do."
Really good point.
And she listens, I guess. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I think this subplot with her mother did not need to be in the game. I mean, she just adds absolutely nothing to the story. I think maybe
but the other characters.
A lot of people would tell you that's the heart of the story.
The heart of the story.
Oh well, because it is shit. I agree.
Some version of this game where her mother added more or was more relevant to the plot, but at this point she just feels like a strange addition. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to reference her at all for the rest of the video. She is in the rest of the game, but that just goes to show you she is not important whatsoever, because the rest of the story will sound exactly the same without her being mentioned once. The heist starts off.
No, she does like hacking for you so you can get to places.
He's right though. You can summarize the problem is he's more right than he realizes. You can summarize all the events without mentioning much at all.
I mean, that's true, yeah.
It's all very...
Nothing of note happens.
It's all K-based. She does everything. Because the game doesn't know how to make it so that she doesn't do all of the things. They make jokes about it in the game a couple of times. It's like, oh, do you want to use the droid? And she's like, no, I'll do it myself. Oh, do you want to work with, what's her name, Vale? And it's like, no, you'll do it all for me or I'll kill you. Oh, do you want to work with Rico? And then it's like, yes, okay, let's do it. And then she goes, I'm going to stay here. You do everything. You're like, oh, okay. The game awkwardly tries to work around you having a companion at any point because it can't handle it. We saw what happens. Every time you have a companion, they break. Like, in very funny ways. They don't react to the AI don't work well in opposition to each other, if that makes sense.
No.
Tracking Sliro down to an Imperial base.
Oh my god, this is the cutscene. He's about to Vader.
Oh, yes. Around, and then the big twist of this game.
Don't say it's cool. I'm gonna vomit.
Zarek is not just some random crime syndicate. It is a branch of the Imperial Security Bureau.
Oh,
basically, they're a part of the Empire. And Sliro answers to none other than...
Who?
I know damn well.
This is a surprise?
It's not a surprise at all.
They can't fucking help themselves.
Oh.
Yep, I know who that
Anyone
is.
know who that is? Because I'm not sure.
So if you don't know, there's like these
That's
movies.
Black Helmet Man.
Wars.
Oh, Dark Helmet from Spaceballs. I know him.
No, he's Black Helmet Man
Great.
from Thumb Wars.
My god, there's so many.
The Emperor has my report. Zarek Bear's syndicate has infiltrated the underworld into the farthest reaches of the galaxy.
Yep.
We are on the verge of uncovering the rebel network. This is an unqualified success for the...
Just gonna play the...
At this point, I guess it's just a...
You're just gonna play the whole thing?
Alright, fair enough.
Zarek Besh has not found us.
Sounds so bad. Sounds so
not Vader.
Terrible.
Really not a good Vader.
Not even
a good
close.
Vader.
Who did they get for it anyway?
So I actually watched
Some
Star Wars Theory
Wumbo, I
talk about
think.
this. They have the same voice actor who did Vader from, I think he's in Survivor as well. And he didn't believe it at first, and I thought maybe he was like fondly remembering the Vader from Survivor, but he plays the clips back to back. He sounds way better in Survivor. At this point, it's just a matter of the people who filtered him in this one fucked up. I don't know what else to say, because apparently it is the same voice actor, but like this just doesn't sound like Vader to me at all.
A single member of the Rebel Alliance.
That's nonsense.
Without rebels, Zarek Besh is a failure.
And it's weird too, because he just got done saying, okay, we've done all of this insane prep work to do exactly the thing that you want us to do. It took us a lot of time and effort. We're going to start uncovering rebels. And he's like, you haven't uncovered rebels. Well, I just explained, we just did the thing to get us to,
The end of the scene, right? He's like, find some rebels, bye.
Like, that's literally
The
my
whole thing
intention.
is so
and the
fucking
next thing.
non-specific. Like, you'd think the pitch of this entire thing would be infiltrate the underworld and uncover the rebel network, like when they're discussing, the action plan, right? And so then when Vader walks into the room and he's told, we have infiltrated the criminal underworld and we're looking for the rebel network. It's like, yeah, we discussed that that's what we were going to do. What's actually happened since we last spoke? It's just really, really shoddy exposition in that regard.
They make it explicit Vader has come here specifically for this conversation. No fucking way Vader would waste this time just to say, do your job. You know what I mean? Like, why would he take all this effort? He would just do it over the phone. And he would strangle him over the phone, too.
Do you remember when Vader was just kind of
over the phone?
Do you remember when Vader was kind of just a guy? Like, he was an enforcer of the Empire in, like, the first film.
Oh,
and every time he's on the screen, he doesn't have this enormous fanfare like, oh my god, guys, it's Darth Vader again. Can you believe it?
He's just kind of a strong thimble, you know?
You, Director Barsha, are a failure.
Failure?
Oh, man.
The ISB has created the most groundbreaking intelligence network the Empire
He is just going to play the whole cutscene, huh?
Yeah, it's just the whole thing.
Crazy, or was the
than the
lip flap there just
entire
terrible?
Imperial army. An army.
But that makes me angry because of that insanely good thing you did for me.
Yeah, but Rags,
So,
he's being insubordinate. He should be on his knees saying, "Yes, Lord Vader, I am a pussy." Ooh.
Strangle me, daddy. No, wait.
Mindless show of
Oh,
force
God.
allowed a rebel village to escape from Hoth. It is the ISB.
I will say that was like a retarded thing to say to fucking Darth Vader. He's like,
yeah,
"Yo,
this is a really dumb thing.
that will win this war.
Oh. Ugh.
I'm so close.
Man, like, playing all of this with such little context and analysis is just funny, because it's like, you know what you're doing, guy who made this video. You're like, look how cool Vader is!
Vader.
Look at him!
Look at him.
Look at him go!
It's just cringe.
Then I suggest you find some rebels. Director,
I love that, it's so stupid.
the Emperor is waiting.
That's all he came to tell him. Find some rebels, loser.
That's it.
What are the odds
That was
that
hard,
Kay
though.
saw this?
This information makes the job a little bit more complicated, and the crew is honestly ready to jump ship. Jalen.
Oops. I don't know why they didn't keep on the Chad Vader guy, because he actually did a pretty good. Like I know it was a joke series, but he actually did a pretty good Darth Vader voice, and they got him for a few games. They got him for like Soul Calibur and I think like a Lego Star Wars, but they didn't keep him around. Wonder why not?
Don't worry,
But it's
they'll
better
have
than
AI doing it all eventually.
Yeah,
Already halfway
yeah.
there with the TV shows.
Waltzes in and does a little bit of sweet talking. I don't know why anyone listens to this guy, but they just do. I don't get the.
Why do you keep contextualizing it as a sort of like meme? It's badly written. When he
Yeah,
comes
it's
in and tells them they want money, of course they fucking want money. They don't want to mess with the ISB.
Yep.
appeal. He's just some weirdo with money. Why do they need him at all for this? What is he going to contribute? Secondly,
The
I'm not
money.
even sure why Zarek Besh being a part of the Empire makes these people wary of robbing them. I mean, we just broke into an Imperial ship and we have been robbing the Imperials the entire time. What makes this
yeah, they're pretty
any
fucking
different?
worthless.
I was about to say that is
Yeah.
actually fair, but that's Kay has been doing that. The other characters don't want anything to do with it.
I feel like there is this strange, loose interpretation of the Empire going on in this game, where when we want something from the Empire and we don't want it to be high stakes, the Empire are just these stupid little puppets that you can sneak in and like do anything you want to and they're not going to stop you. But then we'll randomly pretend like they are the most high stakes enemy
Oh my
to make.
god,
It
look at
just-
the table freaking out.
Wait, what?
Wait, the main
Is that
table?
only on my end? Yeah, no, one just on the right. Maybe that was just
randomly
mine.
pretend
Oh,
like they
yeah,
are
yeah,
the
God,
most
yeah,
high
I
stakes
see it.
enemy.
Oh my god.
The pixels like, what do we do? What do we do? Oh my god, it's our cue, it's our cue. Oh, shit,
God.
Jerry, get into your spot. Everyone, positions.
Is this live?
Randomly pretend like they are the most high stakes enemy to make. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. These are just two
True. Good job. Agreed.
opposing ideas of what the Empire is, and they flip-flop between them at their leisure. So it doesn't really matter, they decide to go and do the job anyway, and the mission's pretty cool. You use pretty much every skill you've gained so far to
Okay. What are you
What, all
talking
two of
about?
them?
I was gonna say,
I just
like,
find the
shooting
I find
people
the-
and slicing, which we had since fucking hour one.
I find the scene before this so embarrassing. It was like, hey, do you want to talk to all of your friends in the team
Uh-huh.
that you bonded so deeply? It was like, not really, but I guess
No,
I'll hear
you
what
can
they have
ignore
to
them
say.
completely throughout the whole game after you get them. This was
Yeah, they
also the
just hang
segment where you're not allowed to raise the alarm, which means that you could massacre everyone as long as no one raises an alarm.
Yep.
Oh, by
Which
the way,
is what I did. I just went around and killed everybody.
if you immediately talk to Andy, it says like, hey, don't you want to talk to people? And you can then talk to everyone, go back to him, and then he'll say, whoa, don't you want to talk to your friends? You're like, what? Can't you at least pretend there's some dynamism here? That you can recognize that I have exhausted all dialogue options in the area, and therefore do not give me that option, but alright.
get through Zarek Besh's upgraded security. Fighting your way all the way through, eventually, you make it back to that vault from the beginning of the game,
Whoa.
where it turns out Sliro was expecting you the entire time.
Oh my god.
Sliro knew you were coming, and that's why he let you
Alright.
get into the fucking vault.
Yeah.
And then
to see if you could do it.
he just loses immediately. It's so embarrassing. Lucky he chose Vale, huh? If it was everyone other than that, if it wasn't him there. What a clever boy. He knew the whole time. That's why he didn't stop you up until now.
And he opens up the vault, and you can see he and Vale have been waiting inside. Good thing Vale is my motherfucking dog, and she is about ready to go to war for Kay. I don't know how you convince a bounty hunter that you're
like.
What? She's a wait. Oh wait, he thinks she's a character.
Yeah, I thought she was going to show up on all of the planets, but she only showed up on Tatooine. Like, when she was out, I thought, oh, the reason why she's going to let her go is because she's going to be more antagonistic on the encounters on other planets. But no, she just doesn't show up again until, like, here.
Yep. And she decides to side with the Randy that she was on one mission with instead of the ISB and the Zarek Besh and the Empire.
Well, we saved her once, kind of, a little bit, and now we're really cool with them, and we're bestest of friends because that's how writing works.
He says, "Oh, I don't want a dead ISB officer on my I don't want to have killed one, but I'll happily have one who's furious at me."
Yeah.
She'll like that. She won't kill him here when she could just kill him now and end all of this. She doesn't do it. Yeah, 100%.
To just work with you, but Kay does it. And Vale's just like, yeah, give me a percentage, and then knocks out Sliro. It's awesome. I mean, it's dumb.
Wow,
but
knocks him out.
It's dumb.
Wow.
It's awesome.
she knocks him out. That's really
so awesome.
Great. Yeah.
Vess is literally like if Batman were chill as fucking like a vibe. After
what does he see? What does he see?
I don't even understand.
Vale's like a nobody character. In fact, she's kind of shitty and stupid. But
well, yeah, we see her do nothing competent, like ever. She kills fucking Walker, but a gust of wind could have done that, so I don't even know why the fuck we care.
But you won't kill Sliro here. Now, we better knock him out so that he can death mark us and follow us around for the rest of our lives, instead of just killing him here and being done with it and ending it all. Plus personal reasons.
Dumb, but it's awesome. K-Vess is literally like if Batman were chill as fucking like a vibe. After Sliro gets knocked out, the crew takes the money.
Third Batman reference this video?
Yeah. I don't even know what to say to it.
Yeah.
Back to the Trailblazer. They get inside and they open it up only to learn that there were actually no credits inside.
Whoa.
See, Kay has a character.
Wow, we should have checked.
Of
I believe this tiny thing had not all the credits we ever need to live forever and ever.
Well, the thing is, that's really not
the size of it, or if it's a data bank of them.
Well, no, that's not the way he's saying this isn't how it goes. That's not the betrayal that there's no credits in there. It's fine that there's no credits in there because they've got something more valuable than almost any. It's information on every single officer in the Empire or something like that. It's like this is immense leverage, and it's like all of Sliro's personal codes and data that relates to everything. So yeah, this is better than a load of credits. The problem comes in that they stun shot Asara because they're betraying the rebel side, and then they say we're gonna use this as leverage with the Empire to gain control of Zarek Besh, and then that's why she's like, "Oh my God, you're just the same as all the syndicates." Wah.
When she has absolutely no reason to trust them. She's like the definition of fool me once, shame on you, fool me 5 gajillion times, and maybe you have some kind of mental deficiency. I think we all knew Jalen was up to a little bit of some light shenanigans.
Literally no one thought he was a good guy. He's like, obviously he'll be a bad guy.
If you will. But I honestly wished this wasn't the case and there was actually going to be some money, but yep, kind of saw that twist coming a mile away. What they got from the vault was
not a twist, though. That's the thing, right? Like, he's not portrayed as the nice guy. He is forcing you to do this at gunpoint with a robot assassin.
Yeah. Yes,
right.
That will kill you if you go off trail.
In no way is this a surprise. It's not a twist. He is the bad guy.
And then,
or I guess an antagonist to you.
Sure, yeah. The twist, because the funny thing is, you're ultimately just trying to steal. You're not exactly the good guy. Like that's your whole job.
What? But I'm the protagonist. I'm always the good guy.
Secret data that Zarek Besh had been building up to use for a rainy day. Dirt on every single one of the cartels, as well as the Imperials. Jalen didn't want the credits. He wanted Zarek Besh, and with all of this information, he could now take it. Jalen assures Kay that he will.
He's just describing this like it's a Game of Thrones.
I don't understand. Yeah,
it's really weird.
Can we talk about how Kay just gives her gun away to her mum for no reason? It's like, remember that where she loses all of her leverage and expects to be killed, probably. God, I hated that part.
Will erase her.
It's not as stupid though as fucking Jalen giving up his meat shield at the end. That was even stupider. Game keeps surprising you.
Death mark, and then immediately after orders ND5 to stun Kay, leaving her unconscious. Hank and Gadik find Kay unconscious.
The drama.
You see how
because we can't kill her. We can't just kill her and be done with it.
Putting as much thought into what he's emphasizing. It's just he's on like a generic mode because he said Ank and Gadik find Kay. Like he like emotionally boosted the word find.
Find.
Fine.
Like,
They found her.
It just feels
She's
like he's
okay, guys. It's gonna be okay.
He's got a summary to read, and he's just boosting random words emotionally to make it sound more interesting.
Mark, and then immediately after orders ND5 to stun Kay, leaving her unconscious. Hank and Gadik find Kay unconscious and plan to flee, but then Kay makes the single decision I actually liked in this game, and it's to go back and save ND5 from.
Really stupid to try and do it here, where you're completely out of your league. And you have to fight an entire fucking Empire Star Destroyer if you want to get him out once you've been found. As opposed to, of course, tracking them and waiting for a time where Endy's on his own, and then capturing him and saving him. That would have been way smarter.
From Jalen. See, ND5 has something in him called a restraining bolt, which means he has to do whatever Jalen says. Kay wants to find him and free him, but the only way to do that is to pull a classic Star Wars.
Works every time.
You can't do throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Dressing up like a stormtrooper allows Kay to get all the way up to the bridge of this Star Destroyer, where Jalen, ND5, and Sliro are all together.
When they fucking did this, the whole disguise, I was mad because like, oh, now we do this because the first time we went on one of these ships, like, oh, can we get like one of these?
Yep.
You know, stormtrooper outfits because we have an Imperial ship we just used to get on here. So like,
look, the entire element of using disguises, outfits, ships, and things to get into restricted areas, that just doesn't. It's just not a thing. Don't even.
Oh, okay. So my bad.
No,
I thought it was pretty smart to do if you want to do something like that, but
no.
Must have been my situation of disability. Sorry.
Another twist. It turns out, boom, boom, boom. Jalen is Sliro's brother. Apparently.
Why does that matter at all?
Well,
this fucking scene
reveal.
Good for them, I guess.
This was the scene when that played. That's the scene where I just started laughing and losing my mind. I was like, what is happening? Why am I watching them feuding
you just want
about?
It to go further and for Vader to be like, I am your mother to these guys.
I am you.
Yeah.
Just keep going. Fuck it.
I didn't kill your mother, brother.
It's just so funny
I am
because
your mother.
Because it's so funny because they have like this beef apparently, and you just stand there. It's like, I don't know anything about this. Why is this being revealed to me? I don't give a shit. It's like with the scepter. It's like, I don't know. You have it. I don't care.
Sliro betrayed their entire family, and all of this has been a revenge plot from Jalen to get back at his brother as well as take Zarek Besh out from under him. Boom, 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 boom. He straight up kills Sliro. I mean, fully wins that one. Frankly, we're not focused on that at the moment. I'm just trying to get my guy and get up out of here. But oh wait, Kay reveals herself for no reason at all, and then ND5 is sent to go and attack her. And this leads to a boss fight between Kay and ND5. You've got
the music, holy shit.
Generous.
The boss.
But like, isn't it so weird to
Dang.
summarize it with this kind of
Boss
enthusiasm
event.
while also throwing in that it's retarded every once in a while?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Generators while hiding from ND5, because let's face it, there is no fighting that tank of a man. And you
Turn the music down. Fuck.
use the power from both of them to stun him long enough to break the restraining bolt or whatever is going.
She shoots it. She just shoots it with her blaster. She just shoots the restraining bolt, which kind of undoes all of this. The freedom spike, the stunning him, everything. She could just shoot him with a blaster and he's safe. That's what that was. Insane.
No, I can't really tell. But oh no, it seems like it doesn't work. And Jalen's here. Oh my goodness.
No, he didn't.
gracious,
He didn't get to try.
She just shot him with the blaster. She shot him.
Yeah, because it looks like it's like a last ditch. Oh god, I guess I have to kill him now. And then I'm pretty sure this happens by accident. She's like, oh, we have to shoot the glowy bit so I don't die. And then it's just like, oh, well, we won. That's fine.
Well, she shot off the restraining bolt, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it was on purpose. I think that was just
You think
her
she missed
trying to shoot him to
the gap and hit his restraining bolt by accident?
I think so. It didn't look like it was on purpose.
She was like,
to me,
she
at
couldn't be
least.
closer to him, so I'm assuming we're supposed to believe she did that.
No, because I thought she was just trying to hit this inside, like the scar thing he has there, or the breach. Just shoot in there because otherwise she would die. Like that was the read I got.
I'd assume the read they would want you to have is that Kay took that final decision to put everything on the line to save her friend Andy.
Yeah.
Good lady.
But then then that worked out for her by not destroying him, but actually just getting rid of the restraining bolt.
It just feels silly that you could have just shot him at any moment and that would have been it.
Yeah,
What is
exactly.
going on?
For sure.
Turns out, it did work. ND5 is free. And the first thing ND5 does with his newfound freedom is to shoot the hell out of
Man, this fucking music. You know,
well, in this summary, did you see that? He gets rid of his meat shield, which would have kept him alive here.
Yeah, why did he do that?
Yeah, it's not a very smart
Why would he do
move,
that?
gotta
It doesn't.
admit, not a smart
I don't.
move.
Oh well.
Jalen.
Do you remember, dude?
Oh my
one of the
God.
funniest lines of the campaign is when he says, "What is Kay? What are you doing here?" And she says, "I'm here to save Andy." And him, I guess. To the
And
fucking
him, I guess. Yeah.
to Sarah, who's like entirely innocent. He's just like, "Oh, cool, thanks. Yeah, I'm here too."
Is there any
I
reason
also-
why he wouldn't just be able to squeeze off a shot though? Like it hits him, so now he can't do anything. Like, surely he'd just be able to fire right now, you know?
No,
Certainly not
whenever
how
you've been
bullets
shot,
work, just 'cause
it
you're-
disables all of your abilities.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
I cannot move.
I can
I
only
think.
scream.
One thing
my mind.
I'm noticing about this this game is whenever Kay's on screen, but she's yeah, yes, obviously. whenever Kay's on screen and she's not the focus of the shot, her face just it just derps. Like, look at that.
Yeah, she looks pretty
just-
derpy, but
It sounds like a lot of
okay.
work, though, to animate people's faces based off of like a cutscene and what's happening, and just if the people's eyes are probably not on her face, they're on something that's actually really quite close to her face. Her face is literally in between the two other characters. So I don't know. You think you'd animate her face here, especially
I
because
think
it's
this
not a great
engine
example.
it takes a lot more processing power to underp them, so they let them derp
Yeah.
a bit.
You can't have multiple animations in like one, which is actually weird because she has the only face in the cutscene because ND5 doesn't have like expressions. This guy's facing the other way, and she's yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah. Also, I know you guys spoke about the ND5 freedom arc a little bit earlier, but just real quick, I recall a cutscene specifically where he says that his entire personality is in the restraining bolt. You guys remember that? Where basically he says that like the restraining bolt not only restrains him, but like it gives him his personality, and without it, he reverts to his Imperial programming. So I was under the impression you can't just shoot it off.
No, I don't think they were saying the restraining bolt gives him the personality. You got the baseline droid, and then you've got the personality like in Star Wars that develops over time. They've been very vague about that in almost everything to do with Star Wars because they don't want to answer that question as to what it means consciousness-wise. And then the restraining bolt makes it so that they have to follow orders from their owner. I think that's the three elements of his personality.
Yeah, see, I do recall that from the movies, but for some reason I'm just my memory is saying that there was a cutscene where he said that the restraining bolt has given him his current personality, and if he loses the restraining bolt, he loses his personality. And I thought that was going to be a thing.
I don't
Maybe I'm just
think
remembering it wrong.
so. Like, yeah, I can't remember that being the case. I know that obviously it comes up with when he's losing, like in the droid factory part, he's like losing his personality and reverting. But I can't remember them saying the restraining bolt is tied to his personality or not. I'd have to check. Don't think so though.
Yeah.
God bless America. God bless our troops. Just what a good day overall. Now we get ND5 and also the rebel guy. I guess
Bro,
the music is way too loud. It's way too loud.
Blast off. But the problem is, this Star Destroyer is in the orbit of Akiva and is planning to blow up the big group of rebels, and also probably like a bunch of other people. Now Asara, the one rebel guy, is on the comms trying.
Well, you don't think they'd ever blow up Kajimi, would you?
No.
Okay, because that would be catastrophic
Dude,
to the
that-
Ashiga
That would be like
clan in
blowing up
particular.
Hosnian Prime or something.
The music is so loud.
It's intense. This is an amazing ending to the video. This is the crescendo. Wow.
to warn the rebels on
He didn't even go nuts over Vader's second appearance. I guess there's just nothing of note happened in it. So.
Akiva, but he's not able to get a message. This is when both ND5 and K make the decision to stick back and fight the Star Destroyer. This is the final battle of the entire game.
Yeah, that's
And
also
it
stupid.
Wait, what's he about to say about it?
is super cool. Not only because the
Alright.
space combat is
Alright.
actually really
super cool. I
We're only
disagree.
We're just now
space
talking
combat,
about
by the
space combat, which I fucking hate.
That's fine. I forgot about it too.
2 minutes of the video left. Yeah.
It's
I don't
just,
get
it's
it. The
just
video
been a
is really
while
long, but-
since he said anything that we can do anything with too. Like most of it's just been this happens, this happens.
I mean, it's
this
just
happens.
been recapping the end. Yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly a poor recap of the story and events and mechanics and features. And
Okay,
narrative.
Mahler, I
No.
found what I was talking about. I found it.
Do
So
it.
here, click on this video here. Head over
Okay.
to 1702 and watch for like 15 seconds.
I can't. I'm hosting a stream of.
Oh, well, yeah, but
You can do it
okay,
through
well,
Watch Together. You could just put it into Watch Together, and we could all.
Well then,
I mean, if you
Yeah, we
want,
can do
should
sure.
we do that after we finish this video?
After.
Since-
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Fun in this game, but also because just the sense of scale is awesome, and you get to call in a favor from the faction that you had the highest reputation. My best reputation.
You get to call in a It just sort of like happens hilariously, and it makes no sense. So, the way that you phrase it is not accurate.
Yeah, you
But
get
I
to
guess it
call in is
technically
already. It's all very. This is what I mean
K,
about how
K
everyone talks about this
automatically
game.
does it. Yeah.
Was with the Ashiga. So after Kay puts out the call, a whole group of the Ashiga ships show up. to start
Listen, he
blasting
really
the
identified with Kay, okay? He really
Yeah.
feels this
Yeah,
character.
she's great. Yeah.
So much wrong with
It's like
this
looking in a
moment.
mirror.
And this was mentioned earlier, right? Like the Ashiga coming in to attack the Empire for you, as if.
Star Destroyer, as well as a couple of rebels show up, and it's awesome. It's a huge, large-scale
Whoa.
Star Wars space battle. And with the help of everyone, we disable the shields and
Help of
explode
everyone.
the Star Destroyer.
Wow.
The Trailblazer.
Yeah, that's
blasts
crazy. That's
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 so-
not
Wow.
insane to you that you did that just now.
The rebels are shitty for having to like really try hard to destroy these things and not wanting to engage them in a fight. Don't you know that just some random asshole and some Ashiga people randomly can just blow
It's
them
really
up
just
easily?
you. You do the shields, you
Yeah.
do the life
Yeah.
support,
Yeah,
you
it
do
is
the
all
engines,
you.
boom, 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 done.
She just called them in to witness her incredible feat.
Yep.
That's all. That's all she did.
Witness me.
How many people did you just kill?
Space Tunes.
Like 3.
Thousands.
They're all evil, though. It's
They're
fine.
enemy combatants. They're valid targets.
Even the
I mean, sure.
Don't-
I just, you know.
Hmm.
no,
lot of
fuck all those
people.
imperial
You'd think that
janitors,
you would
dude.
think that you'd think about it though.
Yeah.
You know, you would be like, like I'm in the clear, but like I should reflect on what I've just done so that I don't become a psycho killer. I need that little guy. I need that guy in the back of my chariot. All right.
The entire crew goes back planet side, and then Kay and ND5 sit back down in the cockpit of the Trailblazer.
Okay.
Where do we go next?
Second star to the right and straight on until
Anywhere
morning.
we want, Andy.
Or that. Where though?
Star Wars Outlaws 2, baby!
What if? Wouldn't it be better if she asked him now that he's got a newfound freedom? Wouldn't it be better if she said, "Where do you want to go, ND5?" And he says a place, and then that's like implied to be their next thing instead of this empty thing. Like actually take advantage of the fact that
No.
ND5 is now like free of his restraining bolt.
Go away with your ideas.
All right.
And that was Star Wars Outlaws,
Next
the
to
game
Slam.
that a lot of people seem to hate. Now,
Yeah, because
That's really
shit.
shit.
You avoided talking
Fucking
about a lot of
awful.
the worst shit. You didn't spend much time at all
Did
on
he even mention, like the stealth mechanics? Did he like say anything
everything.
about them?
Everything
Did he
got
mention
A
very
little bit,
guns?
but not
yeah,
much.
Not much. And so like the combat, the stealth, and the AI, like so little was talked about how fucking horrific they all are.
now, I guess the question here is that hate justified?
Yes.
I'm gonna say no, but also yes in like a lot of areas. There's a lot of goofy moments in this game.
I don't answer.
I mean,
man.
goofy. That is true. There are a lot of goofy moments, but that's because they're terrible and broken and bad and don't function. The stealth does not function correctly. It
Yeah, I think
does not work.
That's the annoying part is you don't just rely on, oh, it's buggy, and people are overhating on it because of the bugs. No. On like a really fundamental level, the game is poorly designed. It's ill-conceived and incomplete.
This game
It's-
could have
no,
zero
buggy-
bugs whatsoever. It
And it would
could
still
be
be
a
terrible.
completely it would still be sub 4. Like
Buggy is a
Easily.
binary.
Yeah.
It has bugs or it does not have bugs. This has bugs, and many games have
It
bugs.
has.
The
That's
bugs
normal.
affect the gameplay. The day-to-day, moment-to-moment gameplay is affected by the bugs. It's not like, oh, this random thing might happen, or hey, this is a silly thing you could get every once in a while. It's constant all the way. It gets in the way of stealth doesn't function properly because of how I don't even know how to describe it. Like the AI is just not intuitive. I'll whistle over here and they'll randomly go and check to the spot in the random part of the room where I'm hiding as a result. Like I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. There's no logic to anything that they do, and it ruins a whole set of mechanics.
Or it actually does work, and you just didn't understand how you'd fucked up. Have you thought about getting good at the game?
Yeah, skill issue. It is a skill issue.
You plan on you're doing another stream of it, right? 3 more, I think you said. 3 more full campaigns of it. You said you really liked it. You wanted to do all the difficulty, reputation, unlock all the characters, the abilities, and all the costumes, and all the locations, and play all the DLCs. I think you said you mentioned that very casually.
Yeah, Rex. Can't wait to
I
see
haven't
you do that.
uninstalled it because I figured maybe I'll need to log in and do something or do a test, or maybe Mauler will be like, hey guys, we're gonna do a super fun challenge with Outlaws. First one, like a speed run to kill yourself or whatever. But,
I win.
I just haven't uninstalled it yet.
Can't bring himself to rid of that wonderful love.
I will. Now that we've done this stream, I know I can get rid of it. It doesn't have to. This or Ubisoft Connect doesn't have to be on my computer any fucking longer.
Right? And if you wanted to, it'd be super easy to grab a quick little clip and portray this game in a very unfair.
What about 1,000 clips?
Yeah,
is it fair then?
It would be really easy.
What if someone collected literally 5,000 fucking clips of things going wrong in this game for every single possible way you can imagine? What about that?
But why in the world would anyone do that? It's not like hating on something gets a lot of engagement and clicks.
Why
doing this, man.
Okay, we'll just throw it back. You could do it in both ways, right? You could say you're only praising it to get the clicks for praising it, and then you could also say you're only middle of the roading it to try and benefit from both sides of the conversation. It's like, yeah, you could do this with everything. Fuck off. Boring. Boring, boring, boring.
Oh, if you spend more than 5 minutes in Star Wars Outlaws,
It gets
you'll
worse.
see that there's some real passion here, and this is a great Star Wars game.
Where's the passion? Tell me where the passion
Great
is.
Star Wars game. Great.
I can explain where the
great.
passion is. You know, you may not have seen these movies, but back in the 50s, they had a Star Wars film where there was like a Luke Skywalker's protagonist, and his main home is in this game. It's actually in the Tatooine, the planet. So they could have not had that in there, but because they had passion, they had that in there. Also, Vader.
Oh, that was. Oh, I didn't realize that. I didn't know about that. What did you say his name was?
There was a quite passionate Vader scene. This is the point in the video where you should play the whole thing again, just to make sure we understand how passionate it is.
Happens to be a little rough around the edges. I would like to make a
little rough around the edges.
rough around the
This
edges.
is like slimy at this point. Come on, you can't know. You've played
Theo,
this
go
much of the
further.
game. You have to know.
This guy is just like, this is a shitty review that is basically lying. It is completely sweeping all of the problems under the rug. It's not being honest. He said Factor was a restaurant quality meal service.
That's where we go. It's like point one.
It's like the most obvious thing to breach into the I need you to understand this guy's a liar. He's a liar. That's what he is. He is lying about this game.
Star Wars didn't come out in the 50s. It was the 30s. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, wait. No, I think the book was written in the 30s, and then they made the mid-40s movie that had to be delayed because we entered the war.
Didn't they?
So it wasn't done until I think it wasn't done until 47.
47. They always that's what we always refer to it as Star Wars 47. Sorry, my bad.
In saying, yes, I did get this game early, and frankly, yes, that is awesome. I don't.
You couldn't do that in one sentence,
early.
you fuck.
I'm not big enough.
Leave him alone, Rex.
You've angered the rags. You've angered the
Nip
rags.
this in the bud. We need to ridicule people who can't say one sentence without having to cut and interject. Say it's not a lot to ask to be able to say one sentence without having to cut and edit yourself. A sentence. It's not much to ask. It really isn't.
Enough for that, but this was really fun and I was all over it. But I also did not get paid to talk about the game highly or anything like that.
We have to have this conversation again.
You just get yes, we know they didn't literally write you a check.
He needs
with
to mention how that's
send it to
illegal,
you.
and that's why that doesn't happen. Is because if it did happen, it would be not legal, and that's why it doesn't happen.
I'm not making a bag off of talking good about this game. As a matter of fact, I'm sure I'm just gonna get shit on in the comments.
To be good, you are a channel with 209,000 subs. You probably make a decent amount of views no matter what you say on it. The fact that this is a contentious title is already going to probably get you a fair amount of clicks alone. And also, you've kind of been like jerking this game off way too much anyway.
When you
got
a free copy sent to him from Ubisoft, so like,
thanks Ubisoft.
I was just saying.
This fucking
something he hasn't said. He's only put in text in the intro. I'm just saying. You could maybe mention
this
it in
rage
voice
bait
too.
engagement farming thing is so tiresome. I know it doesn't bear going into too much, but I just think it's worth remarking on the number of videos you will see pop up in your feed that are like, here's the cool thing you didn't know about X, or like what makes Y the most special thing in the universe. Just, you know, the exact opposite sort of rage bait stuff, where it's just like, here's something really cool about something you may or may not know anything about whatsoever. That shit's just as popular.
Yep.
Happy bait. Yeah.
Just honestly liked this game, and I would go so far as to say it's probably my favorite game.
Oh, now it's only
favorite game of the year.
Hold on. Favorite game of the year.
What are we?
Really?
Damn.
I mean, Stellar Blade came out this year. What else came out
I'm
this
sorry,
year that was really
Astrobot fucking clears this in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
It's like
Astrobot is really great.
Got Balatro to contend with.
Wukong.
Like,
yeah,
big releases.
Balatro, Wukong, Helldivers 2.
Silent Hill 2 remake.
Oh, the new Zelda game. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Then the
That
Prince
was
of
last
Persia
year.
game come
There's
out.
a
I
list
heard
of
was
games.
pretty good.
New one. Yeah.
Space Marine 2. Yep.
To be fair,
Yeah, Space Marine 2.
some people are highlighting. You might not have played anything else.
Oh, if this was the only game that I played this year, it would not be
Therefore,
my favorite game.
therefore, it is an accurate statement.
Well, we can go to his channel and we could do his Fallout London, Resident Evil, Minecraft. Yeah, he talks about his video games. Yeah, he gets a lot of views on them. I'm sure his other games are better than this trash fire.
It on in the comments. I just honestly liked this game, and I would go so far as to say it's probably my favorite game this year so far. And this ending felt more like a beginning to me, and I really hope that they get a chance to do a sequel.
way.
Because I feel
I'd be
like
surprised.
fucking way.
Advocate for even more.
Look, I just think you're compromised, my dude. It's either one of two things has happened. You're totally compromised, or you have the shittest opinions ever.
I would have gone as far as saying this thing shouldn't have been released to the public yet. It's like an ill-made, spiteful little product.
It's not like a scam, but it's immoral. You know? Like, it's that line.
It's not complete. They know it's not complete. They're trying to fix it desperately, while also having matched, like, you know, expected sales, try to boost it up, rely on people like this, making videos like this, when the reality is much worse than... It's just so funny, right? Star Wars Outlaws is better than you've been told. It's like, you're doing fucking propaganda for the game at this point.
Basically, this is a propaganda video, yes, for Ubisoft.
Like that would give them an opportunity to iron out some of the kinks.
Yeah, man, let's give them another game so they can make an actual game next time. That'd be neat.
That would
Let's
be
go.
cool.
Yeah, they only had 4 years and $200 million. You know, they just need a second chance to really polish it up and refine their idea. You know, just a little indie startup company with a small budget, and they had to make it in a rush.
Why do they get licensed to just put up these absolute funeral pyres of money?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Play the hell out of a sequel. Anyway, that's it for this video. Click the card right here. Watch another one of my videos.
Yeah, it's a fucking trash video.
Like
you should be ashamed of yourself.
Let's find out if that's true. Thank you for
Jesus,
almost
calm down.
200,000 subscribers. That's
Snappy
crazy.
editing, though.
Honestly, did not think we would get there that quickly. But thank you so much. Please click the other video. Goodbye.
So,
Goodbye.
First of all, the video was a plot summary, which is weird because who is this for? Right? Like, it's not going to make me want to buy it
his
now.
relationship with Ubisoft.
Yeah, you did spoil the whole story.
You spoiled the whole game. Like, a 40-hour game is completely spoiled now, right? Why would I pay for this? You've told me everything. And in fact, it was kind of negative. Mostly negative.
Yeah, all
in
the
fact.
positive stuff, the compliments were like, that's cool.
It's cool.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I like that.
it's neat. I love that.
And this is the best Star Wars game. Like, this is such a strange video. He even acknowledges at the end that the hate for this game is justified. I don't understand this video.
He got a free copy.
But it's like there's no
Occam's
consistency,
razor.
and who's the audience, right? Like the person who
So,
wants to watch this
the
is somebody who
audience is basically people very
Ubisoft.
unfamiliar with the game. They've heard bad things, and then it's like, ooh, better than I've been told. I wonder what secret wisdom I'm going to be
just remember
imparted with about this game in this video.
The appeal to cynically saying, like, you know what? You could say, like, yeah, you guys are just going to rant on the game and not be fair to appeal to people who hate stuff. And you're going to shill Hyper because you just want to shill for the company. Me, on the other hand, I'm going to be reasonable and do a video that gets me access to both fads, like, both sides of it. It's like, why can't you be seen as the worst one? The one that straddles the line, doesn't actually take a position, ultimately, because you don't want to piss off either side. Instead, you want to benefit from either side. Like,
yeah,
it feels to me like he knows the game is shit.
I mean, he said
like
significant parts of it suck.
Yeah.
Right.
So, well, do you think that he knows the game is shit, or do you think that he actually thinks it's good? He's just like a big Star Wars fan. He's like, oh my god, it's amazing, and then he just didn't think about it.
It might be the 2 points of he's got extremely low standards, or he went in wanting to enjoy it. Reality be damned. And then the whole, or like Ubisoft sent me a copy. The Ubisoft, wow, but anyone who watches this is going to be insanely disappointed with the game that they get, and they'll be wondering, why didn't he tell me that I can't carry a gun with me? How come there are all these insane limitations? How come the story's actually shit? How come the game looks so bad?
Freezing or the falling through the floor?
The freezing or the glitches. Yeah, like some of the glitches are, just to remind everyone, this blue screened my PC while I was streaming it, and it was the game's fault this time. It wasn't my weird issue that had just popped up a couple days ago. But like, yeah, this is and you have to get like Ubisoft Connect, and
we can maybe mention, the game freaking out constantly in this background footage.
Oh,
like at all times,
the lighting,
going
crazy,
crazy,
fucked up. Yeah, glitching all over the place, which they have acknowledged and said that we're fixing with every update. It'll get better. It's just like, yep.
Yeah, it probably won't
be
get
fixed
worse
when no one's playing it anymore, which is already the case.
Yeah, then 10 years from now, someone will be like, I like that Outlaws game. I played it yesterday. It's okay. And you're like, great. When in this video did you want us to go to, Dev?
Right. 1702. And just watch for like 15 seconds or so.
You're okay.
Did I hurt you?
Even if you did, you were broken.
No, it's me. Without Jalen's restraining bolt functioning, I'm just a battle droid. Infiltrate and terminate. Nothing else.
That was you.
Yeah, see, so this is a scene where I thought that like basically his personality is because of the bolt, which is why I thought, hey, listen, if you shoot that off, like you're gonna lose him.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that is actually kind of a strange line.
Yeah, that is
because he's explicit nothing else. It's like, well, we know that's not true.
Even if you did, you were broken.
No, it's me. Without Jalen's restraining bolt functioning, I'm just a battle droid.
Just a battle droid, yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
Because to be honest with you, yeah, when he's malfunctioning in the factory, the restraining bolt should work. Because that's not malfunctioning. It's his inner workings, so to speak, are malfunctioning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely sure what they were thinking with this one, because of course you shoot the bolt off, and then he's like normal, or rather not loyal to Jalen. So, are we supposed to believe maybe that he's like it's a lie Jalen told him? But I don't think that makes sense. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I got nothing for you. I don't know why he said it this way.
It just doesn't make sense, which I'm not surprised.
We're honest with you. A lot of things they say in this game doesn't make any sense.
Put it on the pile.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was our second foray in EFAP episode into the world of Outlaws. As you can see, we have covered the initial sort of like coping of how the game should be taken, and now we've seen a full breakdown of how it's really good and better than you thought. I wish for the cycle to end because this game is pathetic and worthless, but we're getting there, I'm sure. Anything else you guys want to say about Outlaws before we transition over to exiting on this wonderful night?
I think we've established pretty clearly that this is definitely a certified 7 out of 10 video game.
It's just a wonderfully detestable game because there's very little to say about it at the end of the day.
I just always
Like,
find
a lot of
the fact that we're looking to the people who like really like it to defend it. This is all like I feel like we do a better job defending the game than they do.
the best they seem to be able to muster is description of it. And then, like, yeah, this guy was constantly, he would elaborate upon flaws, but anytime it came to a positive, it was the vague description that, like, sounds really nice. It's the elevator pitch. The used car salesman is like, he's trying to sell you something. I don't know.
Oh, you know what we can have a look at?
Oh, what can we get a look at, Mahler?
That thing that was said by Stevie Chassard.
Stevie Chassard.
What?
You remember this?
He's the director
of
Ubisoft.
So, the monetization director at Ubisoft. I rarely post on social.
Stop.
What?
He's a Frenchman. You have to read it in a French accent.
Yeah, please do.
I rarely post on social media, but today I am sad, ashamed and sad. The gaming industry is rough at the moment. We all
that's the
know
last
it.
episode of EFAP. We've done
But
it.
seeing how gamers react on social medias, wishing ill fates to companies and people alike is sad. And not only toward Ubisoft. Even though it is always the vocal minority that express themselves on social media, I was hurt and ashamed to be a part of this community. What is even more revolting is coming on LinkedIn and seeing the same comments from people within the industry. On top of exposing yourself as a clearly non-decent human being, you are affecting thousands of employees that are already impacted by the hate, despite doing their best to deliver incredible experiences. How can you wish a company to fail simply because they do not cater to you or that the product does not place you is beyond me. We are all on the same boat. Please, please, please stop spreading the hate. We should all uplift each other instead of bringing each other down.
Get out of my boat.
Why are you good at this?
That was incredible.
I don't think any French person in chat was happy with that.
I'm
The
impressed.
opinions of the French do not concern me.
So now I'm going to read this again because I was just laughing.
What?
I just have to read this for myself because I was just laughing about what was happening.
Listen, Stevie Chasard, right? He's a really, he just wants the hate to stop. This is a positive message that we should all be able to get behind, right? It's not that we made a terrible game and charged you a bunch of money for it, a bunch of money for it, a bunch of money for it. It's that you guys are just like, we're working hard. Like, yeah, but this is a financial transaction. We're not friends. All right? We're not doing favors for each other. We're not bros. You've got a product that you've advertised to me as being a thing. I've given you my money that I had to work for and earn. We're not like pals.
Yeah.
Stevie Chassard.
I worked hard on exams in school too, and then I still fail sometimes because I fucked it up. That's just how this works.
It kind of reminds me of recently. Velma was canceled, right? That terrible TV show, the cartoon show, and people were saying you shouldn't be laughing at this, even though the show was bad, because animators lost their jobs. And it's like, okay, I understand the empathy. It sucks when animators lose their jobs, but you still made a bad show and it got canceled. Like, what do you want me to say? Like,
people are not making posts saying, yes, loads of innocent people lost their jobs. They're saying, yes, the shitty show that no one should ever have had to watch is dead. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And just also the idea that because someone's livelihood is affected, we should just subsidize everything all the time it's ridiculous.
Well, so they got paid for that project. They're just going to move on to another project, right? Just have to find a new one. I don't know how it works in animation work, but isn't that just like a thing where you
I think it's pretty disgusting
hire people?
For Mr. Monetization Director at Ubisoft to decide to like hang all of this over the gamers' heads.
Fucking
Yeah,
gamers.
the gamer.
Most oppressed. That's what we say. It's true.
Yeah, there's like there's a conversation to be had about, well, how much like how much is it that the game is bad and how much is it that you don't like the game? Because sometimes people say this game sucks and they just don't like a game and it's otherwise good. It's just not for them. That does happen, so I understand it. But this conflation between the two has been ridiculous now for at least a decade, if not longer.
As well, you know, like the whole how can you wish a company to fail simply because they do not cater to you or the product does not please you? It's like, would you wish for a company to fail, let's say a restaurant that was selling rotted food? I would. I would hope they fail. I would really want them to fail. The news upon them failing, I'd be like, yes! And then you go, didn't you know?
The people who love rotted food?
You know, Billy Bob over in that restaurant, the janitor, he was great. He was working real hard. Now he's lost his job. I'd be like, yeah, I guess so. Sucks. Go get a different job. A better
Maybe
place.
they should have thought about that before making a terrible product that would get him fired. It's not my obligation. It's not my obligation as an audience member or as a consumer to keep people employed. It is within the best interest and the obligation, far more so, of the employer to keep their employees employed.
The employee.
I don't even disagree with you there, Rags. I think, you know, empathy makes sense. I'm sad that somebody lost their job, you know, as much as I am that I'm sad about any other person experiencing, you know, some sort of misery. But yeah, if you made something bad, then that just kind of is what it is, my guy. Like, you made a bad thing and you got the consequences of that bad.
Well, now no one can get fired ever.
Right?
Like,
Exactly.
it's like so bad so no one could get fired for making bad, shitty products ever again, because think of the employees.
He also might be the worst person ever to make this point. When people say, see, monetization director at Ubisoft, everyone's automatically like, first of all, I didn't even know that fucking role existed necessarily, but now I hate it. And I hate
Oh,
you.
yeah, by the way, monetization director at Ubisoft, yeah, I do hope you get fired and never get a job in the industry again. Actually, I hope you fall in the, what's the river in Paris? The Styx. I hope you fall in the river Styx.
I thought about Styx as well immediately. I hope you fall into the
fucking river Styx.
So there's a long, lame political conversation underneath all of this, but like the TLDR of it basically is people. The way some of these people think is you shouldn't be getting fired because your product sucks. You should be getting fired because you have the wrong political views, and we've seen that happen before. So that's basically where this goes. If you dig down deep enough.
Poor guy must have gotten so many messages about how shit the game was.
How shit the industry that helped to produce it is.
Well,
I mean, I don't know. There's just no excuses. Yeah, you had probably 4 or so years. You had $200 million to make a video game. Like, if you guys can't make a good game with that, then you just shouldn't be making games. I don't know what else to say. You shouldn't be making games.
Had the Sarlacc pit in it, had Boba Fett.
Oh yeah,
Vader.
it had Luke Skywalker's house.
Vader. Who's that? Actually, who's
Vader? It didn't even.
Who's that?
It didn't commit. It should have had the charred corpses of Owen and Aunt Beru.
just still
laying skeletons.
Yeah.
And
does no one clean this up? And they're like, no way, this is nasty.
And they could be your costumes.
Oh, you can put like a skull on Nick's.
Yeah.
He's got like Aunt Beru's skull on his head all the time.
Hell
like a Cubone.
That would have pushed to a 2 out of 10 for me.
Easily would have pushed it, yeah.
Easily.
So
At
while Rags was
7 where it is.
While Rags was disconnected and we went over that magazine article that I pulled up, the fact that they spent that much money making a Nyx model or like a Nyx puppet to puppeteer around and then get the mocap off of the puppet to make it seem puppet-like, right? Like when you listen to that sentence or that idea, you're just thinking how much fucking money was wasted to do this. You could just like make an animal in your computer. You know what I mean?
One of the things that you could do is when DayZ added a whole bunch of animals, because they're Bohemia Interactive, they don't typically do that sort of thing oftentimes. They outsource the animal animations and behavior to people who were more experienced with it, and so that's why the animals animations and behavior is really good in the game, because they were like, oh, we know our limitations. We can use all our money to hire people for this particular project and credit them and add it, to the game. So this is an interesting path to doing that. I guess kind of weird, but I guess that's the thing. I don't know how much that sort of thing does cost. Does the article say how much that cost for them to do that?
It doesn't. No, it was an article just like how the game was made that someone had sent me while you were DC'd, and I skimmed through it for a couple interesting points, and I settled on that one because it just sounded so ridiculous. Like let's make a Jim Henson model and then mocap the model and put it in the game. Like what the fuck are you doing with your money?
Well,
it out the window.
Yeah, well, the thing is that, like, did they actually make... It wasn't animatronic, it was just a puppet. Because the thing is, he doesn't move like a puppet in the game. That's what Spring was bringing up before as well.
I don't think he moves like a puppet at all. His animations are not puppet-like. They're, I mean, animal-like, like a skittish, like a critter. So,
so maybe they spent like a year trying to get that shit to work and they just abandoned it.
I don't know. I'd be curious to check
and they just have a puppet now in the corner of the office. It's like, oh, okay. All right, I did find this. I did find this as well in the article. Rather than having you look at the whole thing, I'll just zoomed into the one part. The developers compared the character to not just Han Solo, but Indiana Jones, James Bond, and Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, I've read this one before as well.
Who compared to that? When you think of a scoundrel, your mind goes to Han Solo, goes to Lando, goes to Indiana Jones, James Bond, Sparrow. Those were all inspirations here. But Massive needed to find a fresh niche. Its answer was someone a little bit more relatable. There is nothing relatable about
K-Vest.
Like, I guess it's like, I know what it's like to have arms, I guess, and a nose. So, but like, I don't want to be you don't want to create that disconnect between you and the character you're controlling. Like, oh, Wakka's obviously gonna betray you. He's evil, bad vibes. Shoot him or kick him away. Be done with him. Don't cooperate with him. He's obviously up to no good. You're screaming this at the character, but you're just like, nope, sorry. You are totally on the rails of Kay's stupid decisions, her constant stupid decisions.
Can we also talk about how you're the quote, this little fish in a colossal pond dealing with sharks and barracudas, but in this case, because of the way the game works out, you're a little fish with a railgun.
Yeah.
You just shoot the sharks and barracudas. They can't do anything to you in game terms.
Also, I'm really tired of this shit where it's like, hey, Vess, you know, I want to make it like a Han Solo, and a Lando, Indiana Jones, James Bond, Jack Sparrow. You're like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't have all of them. What are you talking about? You mainly you want to be one of them, maybe with like a variant of how you'd want the character to look. But it's like, imagine combining Indiana Jones and Jack Sparrow and James Bond. Like, what? What does that look like? I don't know.
Apparently, K-Vess.
K-Vess, yeah, okay, sure, 100%.
You know, because she's so clever and charismatic and witty and
has a
fun
boat.
and
they're all protagonists.
The only thing she's good at
is
like
all
gameplay,
male. Like,
player stuff.
Reference a single female character. Whoops. Well, it worked out great.
Yes, that's.
I think they did
definitely a game of all time.
They did it okay the way that they did it, right?
Sure.
I don't think you.
Sure thing.
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
Sure thing, man.
There we go.
Wow, man, K-Vess, one of the characters of my favorite times of Earth. Yeah, there you go.
Well,
one of my favorite times of Earth.
Eat Factor.
I believe him.
Eat Factor. Eat Factor. Yeah, it's a restaurant quality meal that you can refrigerate in or you can microwave in your very own kitchen. It's like going to a restaurant. You peel the plastic off the top, and it's like it's just like what's a famous restaurant? Gusto's.
Gusto's.
Yeah, it's a famous restaurant.
Well, yeah, man.
Yeah.
So, well, before we go, why don't we have a chat here with all of our guestorinos, see what they're up to. Theo, have you made another video? Oh, look at you!
I did
video making
another video like a week ago or so. It's about a little case study from a Joseph Anderson video about Darkest Dungeon, about variants, you know, stuff like that. You give it a watch. I think it was pretty cool. Small little thing, and there's more in the pipeline further off this time though, so no promises whatsoever.
Well, there you go. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon and luck-related mechanics aficionados, welcome to check out that video. Good stuff. Metal, what about you? What are you up to? You'll goblin.
Goblin? That's rude.
You little troll.
Whoa, troll goblin. Both
Is that
of them.
better or worse than goblin? Better, right?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, you got the 4 Rings of Power videos to watch, obviously. Number 5 is on the way. Work's been kicking my ass, so this is going a bit slower than I would like to. But hopefully that's going to come out very soon. I'm currently playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. I'm going to be finishing that tomorrow. At least that's the plan. There's still a bunch of game left, but I'm going to start nice and early. So yeah, no Forge tomorrow. Something came up for Mark, so we had to move it by a week.
Wow,
yeah, I know, right? Yeah, this was supposed to be Terrifier 3. That's going to be next week then. So, but you can go check out the Forge from last week, which was on Terrifier 1 and 2.
Wow.
So if you want some commentary on that, we did a whole stream on it. It was great. It was fun stuff. Go check it out. And yeah, only about 250 subs away from 10,000. So I'm very excited for that. So subscribe. Yeah, there you go. There's my
Metal
plug.
gets to 10,000 subs, he will stream Star Wars Outlaws.
Naked.
No, not again.
No.
No. Damn it. Don't give them ideas. But yeah, with the 10,000, that guarantees everyone here to see a Dark Souls 2 stream with me and Mauler, actually.
Oh my goodness.
seating
You're
it
dragging Mauler into
all
it
the way to
too.
hell.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's been the plan for a very long time to do
Literally
that.
like
so
4 years or something.
yeah, for a while. And now I started making videos, and would you believe it? People start subscribing when you have content on your channel. That's insane.
Crazy.
I found the
Can't
secret
confirm.
to YouTube, guys. Just make videos. It's crazy. But yeah, that's happening. Long stream tomorrow, and then back to the editing Minds with Rings of Power. So hopefully I'll get that all done because I'm sick of Rings of Power. I don't want to do it anymore.
All right. Mr. Boreas, what is it that you're up to? Hmm?
Yeah, not a whole lot.
Wow.
I've got a whole bunch of content I'm working on, but I'm gonna get sued over one of these, so I'm being very careful about it. But I think it's gonna be very interesting, and I think I'm going to I think people are gonna know me from this one. But I'm gonna get sued.
Ooh, oh.
You better not
I'm
big
about
time
to
us.
something meme
Once
up
you've
in
made it,
here.
once you're in Hollywood, you best not. Best pick up the phone.
Yeah, no, like I think this is the big one for me. But I'm actually
Tim's about to make a name for himself.
I'm actually gonna get sued.
How could you?
Oh no!
How could you not do the Cajun accent, Rags? You gotta throw that in when you do that line.
Well, that's really more of a French accent, like a French Creole accent. So maybe you should do it because you have experience with the French accents and you're really good at it.
That was so good. It was perfect. It was
I mean,
the
yeah,
best
but I want to
French
hear you
accent
do
I've
it.
ever heard.
Like he says in the movie.
Do it.
He says, "Oh, I'm about to make myself I'm about to make a name for myself.
I'm about to make a name for
restaurant."
myself. Make
I'm
myself a
about to make a name for
name.
myself. I'm about to make a name for myself. I'm about to make a name for myself. Would you like some crawfish?
That is the second best French accent I've heard today.
Oh no! I'm about to make a name for myself. You see what I'm doing?
Well,
welcome to Muted.
I'm about to make myself a name for myself.
We're about to finish this stream. Oh no! The connection it is dropped.
No, my internet.
Ah no! It is taking a dump on this game.
Ew, a dump.
Well, that sounds very exciting. We will be sure to let people know when this controversial video comes out and when you go to jail. We'll be like, hey, we can call you from there.
Yeah.
Dev, what about you?
So, since I'm a political guy and the election is 2.5 weeks away, I think, I'm doing nothing but politics content.
Oh, the election's coming up, is it?
Yep. Yep. So I mean, like after the election, I'm gonna have like the Dustborn videos kind of in the chamber and ready to go, and I'm probably gonna do a video on this game, Star Wars Outlaws, and other fun stuff. But right now, it's all election content. I did my most recent video was on Bayesian inference, which is not even an election topic, but I think it's important to put out because it's just how to think critically, in a scientific way.
Oh, I thought it was like
So
a
it's like
city in Star Wars or something. But okay.
Oh,
I liked your last video about the Bayesian stuff. Yeah, I thought that was a really good video. I think it's a very useful video just in general for people to look at, to keep in mind as they think and look for information and try to arrive at the the best conclusions they can, and to be able to amend their thinking as they go. I think it's a good thing to put out there.
It's a video. It's like a set of tools on basically just how to examine evidence. So I put that out there. And the reason I did that specifically is because my next video, which is about 80% complete, is going to be on the validity of the 2020 election. So I wanted to basically, lay out the tools that I use to analyze evidence, and I'm going to lay out the evidence in the next video. So for me, it's all politics content, which is not quite the wheelhouse of EFAP. But after that, I'll be doing video game stuff.
Beautiful.
Video games.
Wonderful. And non-controversial, of course. Rags and Fringy, what about you guys? Anything you guys want to mention?
Any politics coming up?
I'm working on a new video. Hopefully, trying to get at least one done before November, maybe two. But gonna try to go for one. Then I'm gonna do a bunker stream sometime around Halloween.
Baby.
Amnesia, the bunker. Hopefully, this weird computer issue will not affect my rendering, because it used to do that, or it's a similar issue used to affect being able to render things. But hopefully that won't be a problem. But I've got some people, a friend of mine, who can probably help out a great deal, so fingers crossed. But at least I can work on videos, and that process isn't going to be affected by this. So, yeah, hopefully a video before November, and then the bunker stream. Then again, if I can't fix this fucking issue, I can't play games, because I'll crash or blue screen all the time. So
Let's
hopefully
think optimistically. Woo, yay, we gotta play it.
Yeah,
Yay,
I plan on it. I plan on it.
Video.
I've got it fixed before. So.
Oh yeah, right. I'm just working. But yeah, I'll be playing Amnesia the Dark Descent at some point this month. Don't know when yet, because now I'm playing Astrobot at the moment, so I want to beat that first and then do that. So
How was Astrobot?
Yeah. Well, I only played for about 3 hours, but I have nothing bad to say about it at all. It's all positive. It's like exclusively positive. I've had nothing but fun with that game.
Nice.
Which is nice, as a change of pace from having played Outlaws.
I got some fun games in the chamber for when I'm done with the Halloween stuff. Got Astrobot, got Wukong. Gotta play all those.
Yeah.
Gonna be fun stuff.
Some gaming ahead. Well, before we go, everyone, you should be made aware, if you weren't already aware, because awareness is all over the place with these wonderful little guys, but maybe you truly missed all of it. We are doing plushes for the wonderful month of Halloween. Yeah, month. Yeah, month. Halloween month.
It's how it works.
Here they are. Look at them. Beautiful set. Access to a whole variety of horrifying and cuddly monsters. Creatures. That's probably the nice way to put it, right? Because I'd be happily call myself a monster. Wolf probably as well, but I don't know if the Raven would want to be considered a monster. And then Rag's probably like, no, I'm a cuddly little doggo. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a dog and a pumpkin. I'm just a fun dog and a pumpkin having a great time. I love autumn. It's wonderful. Gourds are amazing clothing.
Now, something I want to make people aware of, because I've showed it on other streams at this point, is people wondering what the original Wolf version looked like. And he's been dubbed lovingly Derp Wolf at this point. Thought we would.
Oh, you're right. I actually made a prototype of it too. That's right.
There he is. So this was their first result, and of course we were like, some notes, some notes we want to give you.
There were a few asterisks on our
some changes to be made, but yeah, it worked out a little different. This guy, he's in our hearts, but he's not in the store. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite make it. But you know what? It's just a wonderful little journey he went on to become the much more handsome werewolf you
The
see
man
before
he
you
is
now.
today.
Yes.
The werewolf he is today.
Now,
do you have one of those actually?
No, I don't think anyone has that. So.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we should email him and say, hey, if you haven't thrown it in the incinerator, you should. Could you like send that to us because it's
auction it off as like a charity thing? Derp wolf.
The prototype derp wolf. Yeah, unironically, email him and ask him if they.
I could ask. Yeah, I could ask about it.
Yeah, ask him.
So with the way these work is you can pick one up if you'd like, but if you pick a second one up, like 2 at the same time, you get 5% off, and then 3 you get 10, 4 you get 15. Getting all 5 together gives you 25% off, and that
sizable discount
adds to the overall units sold. That, and I have this on pretty good word, okay? If each of the plushies, the 4 here, get to 1,000 units, which they're well on the way to, Wolf is going to do a playthrough of Lord of Ring Golem on stream. A game that he feverishly wanted to avoid, but has decided this would probably be a fun thing to attach. Rags has said he'll do the same if the hoodie reaches 1,000 units, which is well on the way to as well. And then
if the hoodie gets to 1,000,
all the bounties.
I'll stream Gollum.
And not to speak Fufring, I believe you have your version of this as well.
Wow, initially it was 1,500 for the whole set, and I'll play Golem, but I'm feeling generous, so now it's going to be 1,250 of each for the whole set. So the whole set gets to 1,250, or 1,250. I've noticed it's a very long word to describe a number, but in any case, if the whole set reaches 1,250, then I'll play Golem on stream.
Holy shit! So much Golem content.
I'm so kind. I'm being generous here.
For those who did not know, because of course we did full playthroughs of Outlaws, as has been part of the reason why we're doing these videos as well, as these episodes. And Rags, Theory, myself, Fringy, and Metal's playthroughs all got put into a supercut made by Joe Danger. That's available if you guys want to check it out. I've chatted with him, and I've said would he be interested in doing one when the Golem streams eventually arrive. We'll likely watch that one on an EFAP episode. I'm also I'm in the process of commissioning, right? So we're gonna see about moving the Outlaws supercut over to Mueller, and then I can just get him to make supercuts of other things, hopefully. So
sick.
Because I don't know if I have the time with some other stuff I'm up to, but yes, the supercut is rather hilarious.
I started watching it. I watched like a bit of it, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff.
Yes. So yeah, all of that on the way. If we can just pump those numbers, as Matthew McConaughey would say, gotta get the numbers, and boom, 1250 as was mentioned, and you get 3 new playthroughs of Lord of Ring Golem. Because me and Mel never have to do that again.
No.
But I have
you got your own thing that you're doing, right?
Yeah, well, Dark Souls 2 is going to be more miserable than Lord of Ring Golem, I guarantee you.
Well, at least we're gonna be sitting in the same room. We're gonna get drunk. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be more than one night. We're not doing that in one. It's gonna take forever.
Yeah.
To kill. Yeah. Oh, we have to do the DLC.
Shit.
On ahead. Well, that's about that. Link in the description to the EFAP set if you want to check it out. And well, before we go, is there anything else anyone wants to say before we bottle off?
No,
I got nothing.
I think I'm done.
Well, all right. You got next Elm Street is Wes Craven's New Nightmare, then Freddy vs. Jason. In between, you're gonna get we've got another few catch-ups coming out. We're trying to get them recorded along with recording next year's arc, along with recording some other stuff for the next days that are on the way. You know how it goes, lots of stuff. But oh yeah, it's probably worth mentioning where once October's cleared, we'll be doing Agatha on the 2nd of November, the second half, and then I think we're gonna try and take a week off. All right, we can.
I'm
do
excited
something
to see
other than
you guys actually taking a day off.
Yeah, well, I'm actually going to try and, I think, take the week off, as in I probably won't be on Real BBC, Open Bar, or EFAP that week. Because October's been a little heavy, I'm going to be honest with you.
What are you going to even do with yourself?
I don't know. I might stare out a window. I'm not going to go outside.
Is this the outside?
Just open
the curtain Star Wars
bit.
out there?
Just go... There's no Star Wars outside, Mom. What do I do?
What am I do?
But yeah, all right. Well, thank you all so much. Oh, Arcane is going to be the 15th, so we're okay. But unless wait, is that right? That is right, isn't it?
That means that'll line up fine. That will be the second week, I believe.
Yeah.
I think so. So that's fine. It'll be chill.
Well, don't worry. We're covering the fuck out of that. Don't you worry.
I'm bad. Yes.
Ain't no way they're stopping us from covering Arcane. Okay, no, nobody. Okay. Anyway,
I'm gonna be yapping about it regardless.
Well, yes, yapping will be had. So, thank you all so much. We're gonna head out now. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye.